All right, we on. We're going. So we're back for another.
Are we though?
Well, yeah, sort of back for another episode of Adventures in Loxos, and this is the final episode before we close out season 2. So this one's going to be
This is
kind
the
of.
final episode.
This is the final. Final.
This is the final.
We know it seems sudden, but this is the finale. We promise to wrap up all the character arcs in one go.
Yeah, so y'all get ready for a 16-hour long video.
Wait, I gotta go buy another monster if that's the case.
I've already called in to work for a week. I didn't have to. I don't work a 16-hour work week, but I figured any excuse is a good excuse. Remember, kids, if on your day off you still have anxiety about your job, you're not at the right place. But with that said, yes, so we're not gonna dilly-dally too much on a lot. So we're just gonna get right into it with the as fast as we can with the character introductions. First off, we have AGTX, the Dragons. All right, I realize that it's only going to go fast if I allow myself to go fast and not get hung up on some of the. Not get, don't worry. Don't worry, Zoltan. When the time comes, yeah, don't worry. I know what everybody thought the second I said. Yes, I understood that. But with that said, we have AGTX the Dragons playing Uquill, the human slayer / dragon shaman / totem of the spirit of Fenrir, the dragon god, the red dead dragon god. That's Uquill. He is currently on the continent of Pangshun, tracking down. Let me look that up real quick so I pronounce it correctly, because I've listened back to some of these and sometimes I get it right and sometimes I just butcher these things. Kayu Ketsuke, a basically a vampire, you know. Well, it is a vampire, but it isn't a vampire, and we'll get into it. It's reminiscent for him. Let me put it to you like this: Uquill's got harsh feelings about these things, and when he realized that where he's at right now, they have a similar form of him, he decided he had to hunt it down, and that's Uquill. And that's Uquill. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then we have Kassid 69 playing.
Ayo.
Playing Agaragis, the Mycetid Pion Mender. Mycetid are mushroom folk. They're little mushroom folk, like halfling size, 4 foot tall halfling size mushroom folk. Humanoid mushroom folk. And Agaragis is a homebrewed subrace of the Mycetid called androgyny, meaning they are completely asexual. Asexual as in like plant-like asexual. They are neither male nor female. They have no gender. And the Pion Mender is their class. Pion Menders being a type of what you call it? Kind of like little buff machines, little healing buff machines. Yeah. Agaragis finds himself also on the continent of Pangshun, tracking down a group of little goblinoid creatures called Bajong. The Bajong are little savages, really. They run around. They're known for killing things called horse type creatures known as Nightmare, so they can like absorb their power. And Agaragis agreed to help Fojua, a monk, a dragoon monk. Dragoon are like dragonborn, but different. And yeah, and that's pretty much what Agaragis is up to doing right now, along with Crow, Mindock's familiar. Who is Mindock? We'll get to that. But just so you know, for whatever reason, one of the party members' familiars is actually hanging out with one of the other party members. Don't know why. Oh, yeah. Don't know why. Who knows?
Mind your business.
Yeah. Who knows why these things happen? but that
Don't
is
ask questions.
but that is a Garrigus. Then we have Icy Hot 2305, not to be confused with Icy Hot 2304. And he will be playing Zoltan Heisenberg, the half-human, half-drow, elf drow, deep druid. And if I don't do this, if I don't take time out of this quicker introduction, everybody's going to be mad at me. So here we go. Y'all ready for Zoltan's introduction? It's our favorite part of the introductions here, folks.
Here it is.
A deep druid isn't like your mama's druid. It isn't like your mama's druid. Except on those rare occasions where it's your mama's druid. He doesn't get his druidic powers from like blue skies and rainbows. No. A deep druid is homebrewed, especially for this campaign, because he gets his druidic powers from the underground. He's subterranean, from mountains and caves and the dark places. The cockles.
Yeah. There it is.
Yes.
He gets his abilities from the cockles. If anybody out there who knows who's an English major, you know this isn't as bad as it sounds, but we still enjoy it.
I don't think you need to be a fucking English major. I'm just gonna be real.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be bad. It's just a fun word.
Yeah, cockles is a fun word.
We'd love it.
You know, I got it from an old song. What was that?
And I sliced his fucking cockles
No.
with a long and shiny
Oh,
blade.
yeah, that's that one too. But I was thinking of like, what was that comedian's name? Dennis something. I want to say Dennis Leary. And he had a song where he's like, I'm an a-hole. And he says the cockles. That's where I learned that word, because I was like, that's a fun word, cockles. I thought he was being, but anyways, so fill it. So Zoltan has found himself, he's on the starting continent, the continent where really all the party should all be, but he's on the continent of Siren right now. He was accompanying Otis Hirokin, our halfling cleric, who couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately. So he's going to miss the final episode of this season, but we'll figure something out on how to resolve his ending arc, his cliffhanger, if you will, for this season. But Zoltan was accompanying him to the nation of High Forest, Otis's homeland, or his home nation. But he got sidetracked because he hadn't ever hung out with a bunch of halflings before, and he's just been getting into a lot of trouble. Last time we saw Zoltan, him and the twin halflings he met, accidentally caught a dude's house on fire. And then Zoltan found himself at a place called Needful Things, where he met a mysterious woman, and he made a deal with her to help influence Android's decision about backing her patron in taking over a business aspect of the nation of Whitesword. And he agreed to it, and he got this like little rhyme book, this, little children's rhyme book, because it's got a rhyme in there about who he knows is his biological father. So, and that might be a clue to where his biological father may be. And that's where we left Zoltan. So there's Zoltan Heisenberg, everybody. The cockles.
The cock.
Then we have, let's see, Otis is not here. So we have Mindoc, who will be playing Mindoc, our high elf wizard, who, yes, that is his familiar, the crow that is hanging out with Agaricus right now. There's not a... Needless to say, Mindoc's presence here within the party is a mystery. Because the last time they saw Mindoc, the last time he was a part of this group, he tried to kill them. At least that's what they know. And So they're kind of wondering why Mindoc has returned. And so everybody's real leery of him. Mindoc right now. Yeah, Mindoc right now is continent jumping, trying to hunt down this place called Limbo. He knows that it to be a realm, and he's trying to hunt it down so he can. Oh, I don't really even know why he's so fascinated with it. Well, it's because they did face off against a very dangerous opponent called the King, and he claimed to come from Limbo. And so I think Mindoc is really just being proactive in figuring out, you know, where such powerful creatures come from. And yeah, he's about to travel to the continent of Drazulu. He's currently in the continent of Alihizar, teaching the students and archivists basically of the Library of Sphinx in the city of Sphinx there, his philosophy on magic. They call it mysticism there. Mindoc calls it the arts or the weave. And then he's about to travel to Drazulu to still hunt down more clues as to where he can locate Limbo. And that's Mindoc, everybody. And then last, but certainly not least, we have Lord Android Farisen. The half-human, the half-human, half-wood elf, because it is important to distinguish those things. The half-human, half-wood elf, bard, / paladin, / saint of Corlon Lorethian. Android right now is about, well, he's preparing. He's gearing up to go to the Lord and Ladies Balls. Lord and Ladies Balls? Lord and Ladies Ball, or Gala, if you will. Yeah, Lady Balls.
Lady Balls.
You better get ready, buddy. You better be geared up. Yeah, but he's getting ready to do that. And this is going to be
what do
like...
we got?
This is going to be different for him because he's more used to performing at things like this, and not even necessarily this high class, than actually being like one of the honored guests of such a thing. He is still getting used to the fact that he is the long lost heir to a noble house in the nation of Whitesword, in the capital city of Whitesword. So he's just kind of adjusting right now and trying to figure out how to circumvent while staying himself, you know? So, excuse me. So that's pretty much where we are with Android. And that is Lord Android Farisen. By the way, his paladin, that comes from the 3.5 book, because we play 3.5 D&D because we're awesome like that. And that book is called the Unearthed Arcana book, and it pretty much turns a paladin into a prestige class, so it becomes all killer, no filler. For any of you out there, you Golden Wonders out there listening who might be interested in playing some 3.5 D&D, that's a good book to have. And with that said, I am the humble piece of crap DM, Lord Pog of Lord Pog Gaming. And once again, I want to thank Dem Ol'School Gamers for letting me DM for them once again. I want to thank you Golden Wonders out there for joining us on yet another one of these episodes and the end of Season 2, Adventures in Loxos, Rise of the Glorious Many. All right. I think we're at that point, guys. Let's roll that intro, huh?
it's just so exciting.
Okay, so Android, we're gonna pick up with you first and foremost. Okay?
Ooh.
We are gonna fast forward a little bit in time now. You ready for this?
Yeah.
All right, so it is now nighttime. The Lord and Ladies Gala is just minutes away. You're currently your outfit for the gala that was tailored at the High Winds Spices, Herbs, and Silks has been tailored and made to your liking. It looks like everything you could ask for. You know what I mean?
Chains and belts.
And whips and hot wax and the Indian
and
burns.
latex.
Yeah. Did you say and the Indian burns?
Yeah.
I caught that reference. Anyways, but yeah, so the nunchucks. But yeah, so it, you know. Unfortunately, Sebastian will not be attending with you.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, I'm gonna fuck this up now.
This is not an event for the liaisons and the help, you know. This is for the lords and their ladies and pretty much it. And the sovereign of White Sword. So Dylan Owens will be in attendance, you know, and you are pretty friendly with him, you know. As you remember, you saved his life as a child through some crazy timey-wimey stuff. You, Tyrone, and Timothy all managed to save him. So he pretty much believes that if it wasn't for you, he wouldn't even exist, you know? With that said, though, one Hargrove Jawbreaker will be attending with you because you made him a lord. So
Fuck yeah, I did.
so there is that. And
So awesome. I can't wait to be like, oh yeah, this is the muscle.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it boils down to, is that you basically hired somebody who's known for a dwarf brawler, no less, who is known for just being able to just beat people half to death with his bare hands. And you hired him and then lorded him. And so it is something that you might say it's scandalous within the community in a sense, you know. But yeah,
it sends such a proper message.
Yeah, I mean, he comes out, you know, he's got his big burly red beard and mustache, and his red hair that's normally kind of wild, and the ponytail is nice and slicked back. You know, he actually looks pretty nice. You know, he's wearing, you know, finely tailored clothing, blue vest with the brass buttons, and his pants and his boots and everything. He's got his tattoos all, you know, up and down his arms. He's looking like he's ready, you know, ready for this thing, as ready as anybody like him could be, if you will.
All right, I'm gonna approach him too. I'm gonna come up to him. I'm gonna be like, greetings, Hargrove. You know, and I'm gonna kind of bow to him slightly. I'm gonna be like, remember that this is an important event and that you're representing our family. I would ask that you be on your best behavior and remember that you're representing the manor and conduct yourself accordingly.
You're like, oh. And
he says, but if there is a problem, you can handle it.
It's like, right. And he just kind of looks at you and farts. No, I'm just kidding. He's like,
nice.
No, he goes, don't worry about it. He goes, I won't do nothing to embarrass you. He goes, but yeah, there's a problem. And then he like holds out his fists, you know, like out in front of his hands, like stretches them out in front of him and then closes them both into fists. And as he does, you could just hear like every joint in his fists just crack. Just he goes,
Nice.
he goes, I got it. Don't you worry about it, boss.
And Android just kind of smiles, you know, and he's like, very good. You have my implicit trust then.
Goes, righto. And about that time, now Solar is hanging out on your shoulder, you know? Solar isn't nearly as taboo because plenty of these lords and these ladies, you know, the ladies walk around with the little foo-foo dogs all the times. The lords may have like a certain kind of pet they like to show off. So it's not strange for you to have like a celestial eagle, you know what I mean? In fact, Sebastian thought it was a good idea to bring him just because it's kind of a flex. Like you have like a bull mastiff, but my lord has a celestial eagle, you know, type of thing. You know, not many people understand the Celestials and realize that Solar's just a little bit more sentient than your average animal. You know what I mean? Like he can talk. And so most people don't realize that. So for them, they're just looking at it as you bringing one of your pets or something to the gala. After having this conversation with Hargrow, your carriage does arrive, and Hargrow just like walks over to the door and opens it up for you, Android, and says, "After you, my lord."
And Android just kind of bows to him, you know, and thanks and climbs on in.
Sebastian's like standing there, like watching this whole thing happen. He just looks nervous. Like he reminds you of like a mother taking their child to school on their first day. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And he just looks at you, Andrew, and he goes, "Stop bowing to your lessers. Remember that." He goes, "Don't.
Right."
He's like, "Don't bow so deeply, anyways. It just. Oh. I understand. Just, you know, just shake a hand for crying out loud."
He's like fixing my lapel.
Like, for the love of, he licks his thumb and wipes some smudge on your face. he's like for the love of St. Cuthbert, just, you know, he's like, you belong. Act like you belong, okay? And he looks at Hargrow and he goes, "Keep him alive." Hargrow's like, "All right." He's like, "And don't let him embarrass himself." Hargrow goes, "All right, get off me." Gets in the carriage and the carriage door shuts and Sebastian says, "Driver, onward, huzzah!" And the driver goes, "I cannot go any faster than the speed limit, dude. I do not know why this guy keeps bugging me." And he just, you know, clop, 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 clop. We come to you, who is currently, you are currently traveling through through the Kuatuan Shogunate lands. You are being accompanied by the Exile, who you know, you know him as Kara Shin originally. You know, he was the shogun of the Dragoon Below Shogunate, but he became the Exile because he
fooled his plans, man.
Yeah, he flew too close to the sun. Yeah. Yes, he thought he was more than what the sum of his parts, I guess you could say. And he you and him and one Jishin are tracking this Kaiju Ketsuke. You hired Jishin to accompany you guys because he claims he can track one, which everybody thought, you know, that they're darn near impossible to track, but he claims up and down that he can track them. So you guys let him join the group, and Jishin is he's a, what are those things called? Kanku. but he's a different kind of Kenku. He's not the typical crow like Kenku. They're like 4 foot tall humanoid bird people, and he's a blue jay. Karajin is a dragoon, which I've explained it before, but just as a quick summary for the new viewers, dragoon are like dragonborn, only different. They don't get breath weapons, but they can gain wings, and they're tied to different kinds of dragons. They're not the chromatic dragons like red, black, blue, blah blah blah. They're like force dragons, shadow dragons, prismatic dragons, and wind dragons. Karashin is a force dragon or force dragoon. So he's got the bronzes, goldish, brownish scales, you know. You guys are currently tracking this Kaiju Ketsuke, and as far as you could tell, it seems like Jishin knows what he's doing. Nothing seems out of ordinary. The meeting, your initial meeting with him, he seemed real shady. But since you have hired him and since he's gotten to work, he has seemed to be doing a good job. And he's taking you guys through the Kuatoan shogunate lands. It seems to him that these lands aren't extremely hilly. Like they're not like mountainous or anything like that. It's pretty open field. There is the mountain range that looms over from the Sangun Mountains that looms over the shogunate as a whole, but that a section of it is a part of the Kuatoan shogunate where the actual Kuatoa live. And then on their flatlands, they pretty much just let anybody from any walk of life come and settle in. Why their shogunate, more so than any of the other shogunates, is more like a melting pot, if you will. However, the few valleyed areas that exist here, it seems like Jishin is actually taking you guys into one. And it's about that time that he stops, and you can just see that he's kind of nervous. He's kind of like bouncing around on his feet, you know, kind of looking around, sort of nervous like this entire time you guys have been moving and you've been making good time, and now all of a sudden he's just stopped you guys abruptly. And he's kind of looking around. He's like, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this at all.
Yeah.
Well,
it is.
He says, "Hola, yo soy Dora." Now,
Yes. Yes.
He looks and he goes, well, he goes, because you know we've got a few graveyards around here in the shogunate, and if my tracking is correct, I think we're going to one of the larger ones that's been abandoned for quite some time. He goes, most people don't even really, it's in the, and he points like further down, because like one of the roads you're taking to is pretty overgrown. It feels like nobody's really traveled this road in a long time, you know? Like other roads have been built around it, making this road more obsolete, so it gets less traveled, so it's more overgrown and less used anymore. He says that this this is taking us to Mistvale Valley. He goes in, yeah, and down there, there's the old, you know, Mistvale Cemetery, and that's. And he looks up at the sky and he goes, and with how low the sun is starting to get, And then he just kind of shrugs and goes, well, if you just keep walking just another couple of miles or so, you'll hit it. And I guess you don't really need me anymore. You've got what you came looking for. He says as he like waves his hand and goes to like walk past you, like in between you and Karashin, like, you know, the opposite direction. Like, I'll see you guys later then. We'll catch y'all on the flip side.
Yeah, no. I stop him.
So you just place a big old meaty hand on his chest and stop him?
Yeah.
Poor K. No. He's like, what? I mean, you don't really need me anymore. He goes, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised nobody thought to come and check Mistvale Cemetery in the first place for this thing. I mean, you know, it seems like a slam dunk that that's where he'd be hiding.
It sounds more like a assumption. Not that it's actually there.
He goes, oh no, he's there. I guarantee you it's there. Karashin just kind of looks at you, Quill, and goes, I don't really know these lands, and I'm probably like barking up the wrong tree and asking you, but do you by any chance have any knowledge of this Mistvale Cemetery at all?
He's asking you, well?
Yeah, he's just saying if you know, because he doesn't. He knows nothing about it. Like, he's just as in the dark as you are about why Jishin is so nervous about this place.
Yeah, no, I don't really know.
Jishin's like, oh, well, well, I mean, it's just a cemetery, long forgotten, not used anymore. People stopped using it after some great battle or so. That's all I really know about it. So, yeah, and sun's getting low, so I'll just leave you big fellas to it. You guys have fun killing yourselves the Caillou Ketseke. I'll see you later. And he goes to leave again.
You know, that's... There's something you're not telling us.
Roll an intimidation. Roll me an intimidation.
No, that's the wrong character sheet.
And what did we get? Oh yeah. Yeah. He's yeah. So he kind of looks at you nervously. Well, tell me, what did you say to him to intimidate him? Like, besides just nah, there's something you're not telling us, or is it more your demeanor and that this isn't there's more than you're telling us is the intimidation? Like, how does Quill go about this? To intimidate this dude.
That's pretty much all he says, but it's like, what's it? The implication in how he says it. It's like you act like there's an option to stop there. Is kind of like, you know what I mean? Like,
so Jishin,
it's one of those you're gonna continue. You just don't know it yet.
So Jishin gets like kind of nervous, visibly nervous because of the implication. And he looks up at you, Quill, and he goes, all right. So it is said, and mind you, I wasn't alive at the time, but it is said that once upon a time, Mistvale Valley was a thriving place. There was even the city of the Purple Lotus there. And you had the Mistvale Cemetery right next to it, and people were happy. And then we had the war of, they said that the battle, not the war, but they said that the Battle of the Blood and Tiger took place here. And that, for whatever reasons that I don't know, so don't ask, because I don't know. But the place became cursed. Overnight, the Purple Lotus was abandoned, and nobody goes to the Mistvale Cemetery anymore. They say dark things are there. They say that the Kuatoans, they cultivate this place because they're alienists. And Woojin, for crying out loud. Woojin go there for their dark rituals all the time. It is not a place you want to get caught in. Definitely not during the day, but certainly not at night. And if you look, and he points at the sun as it's, like hitting starting to hit the horizon, you know what I mean? Like the rays, or the sky is beginning to turn the shades of yellow and gold and purples and things, and orange, real beautiful. He's like, and if you look, that's exactly how we're gonna get hit over there. So I really do feel like I done my part to get you to bring you guys here. And I'm really sorry if I brought you to your own deaths, but I don't want to bring myself to my own. Kaira Shin just kind of shrugs and looks at you, Quill, and goes, hey, you hired him. It's your choice. If you think he's earned the money, you can let him go, or we can keep him. I'm sure he can still come in handy somehow. It's up to you.
Oh. Yuko just kind of like rubs his brow. He's like,
This job just keeps getting better and better, don't it?
He hands him the gold he promised him, and he's like, before he drops it in his hand,
The 100 gold.
He's like, fair enough. You did bring us here. Before he drops it in his hand, he's like, but.
Jishin goes to grab the gold, and then when you bring it back up higher, keep away, you're like, but he's like, ah! You just see that look on Jishin's face,
so close.
Son of a
You gotta invest in it. You gotta invest in it. As stated before, we're not overly familiar with this area. So to sweeten the pot, I'll put an extra 50 on it. If you merely, hang about and make sure when we get out of this, we know where we need to go.
He kind of sighs and goes, I'll take you as far as the edge of the city, of the town. The cemetery will be on the outskirts of the town. He goes, I'll take you as far as that where we can see it, and then I'll be your lookout. And he like that's not him like declaring what he's gonna do. You could tell that's more of him just asking, can that suffice? And you're looking and his knees are kind of shaking a little bit, like he's that, you know, whatever, what, you know, you're not, you know, you haven't lived here your whole life, so like the idea of going to, you know, you're picking up on the idea that this Mistvale Valley, you know, this is like this must be like some tale, some well-known thing, you know. Scary stories are written about this. This is the Kukui. This is the Llorona. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is, you know what I mean? This is this is the crooked man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's just kind of like, you know, like, well, you know. So yeah, so he proposes that idea to you. He goes, "I'll be able to get a good lookout from there."
That'll suffice.
He's like, all right. And he breathes like a sigh of relief. And he kind of holds his hand open for the gold, like, he's like, we're gonna. He goes, or am I gonna, you know? He goes, can I have
And
the...
he gives him the 100 is like 50 when we make it out.
He goes, fair enough. And he takes it and puts it in his pocket. And then he just smiles, really proud of himself for a split second there, and then goes, all right. He goes, okay. And he says, let's do it. Let's do it then. And he begins to guide you guys towards Mistvale Valley. We pick up with the Garrigus. Now, Garrigus, the last time we left you, you were trying to debate on 2 more potions you wanted to make. You said you wanted to make a healing potion and a potion of attack +1. Did you ever decide on the other 2 potions you wanted to make?
Okay. I did decide.
Mm-hmm. And they were what?
Okay. Well, I wrote down 4, so let me decipher which ones I want most.
Okay.
Instead of the attack +1, can I make an AC potion?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll say that'll give you an AC +5.
Okay.
So you want a healing potion? It was a greater healing potion, if I remember correctly.
I believe.
An AC +5 potion, and what were the other 2?
Can I do the, didn't I do like a griffin potion?
You had a summon monster potion, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, summon monster, and
another one of the invisibility.
Oh, and invisibility potions? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, since you did that in a timely manner and you did have them, like, you had an idea of what you wanted by the time we started this, so we didn't have to, like, harp on it for too long, I'm just going to go ahead and give those to you. No problem. Yeah. No problema. We're going to... I don't know what it is now. Now all of a sudden we're just speaking Spanish. But here we go.
No habla inglés.
Hola to our foreign viewers. ¿Qué pasa? So we're gonna fast forward. Sir, this is a family. No. So So we're gonna fast forward to the next day of your guys' adventure, of yours and Fojua's journey, as it were. You and Fojua and Crow are traveling to stop the Bajang. You guys were going through like a mountain path through the Sangoon Mountains, because the Bajang camp was near there, and that's pretty much what you guys are trying to do, is to just stop these Bajang, because they're getting way too close to the Golden Lotus Monastery that Fojua serves at, or how you want to say, trains, or just where he's a student at, an acolyte, however you want to look at it. That's him. And Fojua is a dragoon. He is a prismatic dragoon, meaning he's got the snow white, blue crystal type scales and everything. And you are also traveling with Mindoc's familiar, Crow. And
You mean my familiar?
Yeah, you know what though? It would not be weird for a Garrigus to actually start viewing Crow as such, just because we all know that a Garrigus has a habit of just stealing from the other party members just whenever they feel the need. But yeah, so
See, you need, fill a need.
yeah, see any ability. Anyways, so you guys be traveling through this path, and again, pretty soon the way forward is not so clear, which I know is a really vague way of saying that, and the reason why it's so vague is because the words left me for a minute on how to describe it, and I decided I'd just get really poetic about this. But yeah, basically you have an idea of where the Bajang are, and as such it seems like it'd be pretty, cut and dry. That even the pathway that you were taking through the Sangoon Mountains was not particularly rough, but pretty soon you'll be traveling into the sixth demon shogunate, and you're pretty sure you'll have gone too far if you go that far. So somewhere around here has to be the Bajang encampment, somewhere in off the pathway, probably deeper into the mountains, has to be the Bajang. They have to be close by. You're just not entirely sure where to go from here. And Fojua pretty much states as much by saying they wouldn't have gone much further than this. We go any further, and pretty soon, by nightfall, we'll be clearly into the sixth demon shogunate. And they wouldn't have gone. Yeah, no, we don't want to go there. That's no bueno. He says, again with the Spanish, stop it. But he says, that's not, he's like, that's no good. He says, so they've got to be somewhere. There's got to be some clear sign of where their encampment would be, or how to track them. He says, you have any ideas?
Can I roll to see if I can find any tracks, or
Yeah.
Okay.
You can roll a search for that. That'll be in your skills. Yeah, that'll be a search.
Okay.
it'll be a little bit tougher for you because technically you don't have a tracking skill. Certain classes in 3.5 D&D can use search as a track. You are not one of them, but anybody can try and track. You just roll a search.
Hey, 23.
That's not bad. So you just kind of get to looking around, and you don't see anything bajongi, which you don't even bajongi. You don't see anything, like that, which you're not even sure really what it is you're looking for. Anyways, you never met a bajong before, but based upon their description to you, you don't see anything that would remotely remind you of something a little, impish little savage creature. But you do find horse tracks. But these horse tracks are strange. They are strange because, what, tracks look like. When somebody, you're not entirely familiar even with horse tracks in general because you haven't grown up around a lot of horses. You come from a subterranean world, But
Yeah.
yeah, but you know what tracks look like. And what's weird about these tracks is their imprints aren't just left. They look almost as if they've been burned into the ground.
Oh, huh. Odd.
Fojua says, "What's odd?"
And he goes to just point at the ground. He doesn't even have like words for it. He's like, if he sees it, he'll know.
Yeah. So Fojua looks at the tracks and he says, "Oh, those are nightmare tracks." He says, "Remember the the things that the Bajong like to hunt so much?" He says, "Yeah." He says they have flaming hooves like that. He says, I bet you we follow these tracks, we'll find the Bajong. He says, there's gotta be and he gets to looking, and now upon further inspection, you see that there's a lot of these tracks. He says, yeah, there's at least a group of them.
Should we be following these, or we're gonna run into them, right?
He says, despite the way the nightmare kind of look, they're actually incredibly majestic, noble creatures. He says, henceforth why the Bajong like to take them and corrupt them so. He says, I would think that, he says, if the Bajong are hunting these nightmare, which they are known to do, I would say, yeah, we might follow the nightmare just so we can discover where the Bajong might be. Says it's the best plan we have.
Agaricus just kind of, at first, is like, all right, I trust you.
He says, oh, and then he gets kind of nervous looking for a minute there, because he had a pretty sleepless night with all the shenanigans you and Crow were getting up to. So when you tell him that you trust him, it just makes him look kind of nervous. He's like, and he goes, well, and then he kind of sighs, just kind of, well, I appreciate that, Agaricus. He says, I won't lie. You're kind of a mystery to me, and you halfway freak me out a little bit, but you really haven't done anything to make me think that you won't help me out in all of this. So yeah, all right, yeah, let's go eliminate these filthy little Bajong.
Agaricus just kind of quietly says, I get that a lot. goes to follow.
Yeah. Fojua just kind of looks at you one more time, like just you, the little 4-foot mushroom humanoid with a actual crow sitting, that is the size of a bird, but considering your size, it's like a small chihuahua sitting on your head, in comparison, relatively. And he just kind of looks at you guys and he's like, no, like, come to think of it, the bird's kind of a weird thing. And it's kind of weird that bird just sits on their head all day. And he's like, all right, let's go. And you guys begin tracking the tracks. And fortunately, the tracks do take you through some pretty easy terrain through the mountains. Not a lot of climbing or anything, but eventually you do come to some pretty stiff, steep hills.
We come to end of stiff. Oh, stiff.
Yeah, you come to the mountain, the part of the mountain that is stiff. We call it we call
The
it
hard rock.
He comes up to it and goes, "Oh no, it's the phallic fallacy." No, stop it. Anyways, he goes, he's like, shoot. He's like, yeah. He goes, I'm not surprised. He's like, the nightmare are amicable climbers. He says, we're gonna have to climb this, Agaricus. He goes, you good? Can you? And he kind of looks you up and down. He goes, can you can climb this, right? To get an idea of the way he's talking to you right now, it's almost like he's it's almost like the first time you have like a kid with you and you're watching them, like you're at the playground, like you're watching them or something, and it's their first time going on the slide, and you're like, you can do it, right? You got it. It's that sort of same thing, because you're almost you're pretty much the size of a child, and he's just like, you can climb that, right?
I have a question for you.
Says, not
Agaricus, but you, the DM.
Yes.
Can I can Agaricus suction cup himself to like the wall and climb it?
How?
Like if he spits on his hands, and just kind of climbs to the wall.
That. I don't want to be that guy, but that has never been established within the Agaricus's lore before that their spit does such things. I will say that you do have those boots that allow you to turn anybody into a mount and pretty much ride their back easy, seamlessly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And Fojua is not a small person. He's skinny, but he's fit. But he's like 5'10", 5'11". He's about average size. Cause 5 feet is like in any like 5 inches. It's average, and there's nothing wrong with it. Anyways, so
Can Agaricus still? Can he at least try? And then he'll put on the boots.
I mean, yeah, you sure can. I mean, I don't even know what to have you roll for this, because there's like no, you know what we're gonna do, okay? And if you can pull this off, this will become an established part of Agaricus's lore right now.
Oh.
I will establish it as lore. We are going to, I'm gonna look at your character sheet real quick as soon as Roll20 decides it wants to work properly. And let's see. You
better hop to the fuck out of that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, you do not have a climb to save your life, but I mean, if you can pull this off, let's see, your climb. You literally have a +0 strength? Good grief.
what he's failing to tell you, if you make the gnarliest, like, flimmiest honk before you make the spit noise, it's like a +2 to your climb.
All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna honk. If you honk it, but no, I'll tell you what. If you can get a pretty decent, let me do some math here real quick. So
what?
tell you what, if you can, let's see. We'll go, I'll make it just a little bit easier just because. All right, DC is 21. If you can make a 21 on a climb check, 21 or higher, and there is
21.
you have four chances of doing this. Like, there, you know what I'm saying? So like there is 4 numbers you could get on the dice that will give you a 21 or higher. I will make this a, like, Agargus never knew they could do this, and they just got this crazy idea to give it a shot, and then they found out my spit is sticky, and they hawk-tued their way all the way up that mountain, or up that cliffside. All right.
All right. And you said roll a what?
You roll a d20 plus 4, or just roll a climb. If you go into your skill and you just hit the button, the little icon dealy there, it'll roll it for you.
Okay, bet. Yeah. Can I re-roll?
Well, you do have your luck,
I do.
and I'll let you spend every last luck die you want to try and do that. Do you have any hero points that you could put towards that?
Good. I don't think I've ever heard of Gargus using hero points.
Yeah, I don't even know how to.
They're just D4. They should be written down. If you've been keeping track of them when I give them to you, they should be written down somewhere on your character sheet. If you haven't, they're lost in the ether. You do not have them.
I've got 19.
You've got 19 hero points?
Yeah,
I've
that's what
never
it says.
heard her use them at all, and she's got quite a fucking few, dude.
And you know what? Normally, I make you roll the hero points with it before you even roll the initial deal and just guess. You know what I mean? And just chance it. I suppose. Let's do your luck die instead, because normally the rules are you have to initially say you're going to use the hero die first before you even do your roll. So we'll do your luck die. Your luck die are rerolls, though. You can, I don't know how many, you got 5. So you got 5 chances if you want to. I'll let you use every last luck piece of luck you have to try and pull this off if you want. You know what I mean? But with the hero die, I'm going to stay firm with that rule, because I just feel like that's not fair to everybody else, because I've made everybody else do it. Everybody else has always stated it beforehand.
All right.
I have seen Otis use every last luck die he has in his pool and state it, I'm using all 10 of my luck die, and then roll it, you know? So. Or his hero die.
I was about to say.
Yeah, not luck. You're the only one in the group that actually has luck as an extra ability because of how your class works.
Okay, so to reroll, do I just hit climb again?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right.
So here's your first chance. Here's your first bout of luck. Let's see if you can get a 21 or higher. 21? 21? Nope, it's even worse.
A 6.
So that's 1. You got 4 more chances if you want to try it. Oh, dang. So close. 2, 3, 4. No, 3. Yep. You got 2 more. Boom! Okay, so you got 1 more luck left for the day. Okay?
Alright.
All right, so describe to us how this goes about, Agaragis. How did, give us some detail about how you do this.
So he can tell that he... Okay, so he is confident, but yet, I don't know that I've ever climbed a wall, but what's stopping me? And he also just looks back, and with this face, because he was being treated like, are you sure? Are you positive? And
Yeah.
sits there, looks him dead in the eye, and spits in his hands, and just starts climbing. Those spy movies with the little, suction thingies?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's like.
Oh, every time you take your hand off, it goes, what? And then you slap it. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. One more time. There you go. For the audience at home, that is what that sounds like. And Fozua just watches you do that, and he can hear it too, and he's just like, what are you? He just kind of whispers that, and then he goes to climb up behind you, and then he realizes he's about to put his hand right where you had your hand, and he goes, and his hand just reflexes away from it, and he goes, no. And then he just takes a couple of steps over and then just starts climbing. I'm gonna roll for him real quick. Let's see here. All right, and you're getting up there a lot quicker than he is, actually. He just starts, he's like, oh my gosh. So somewhere in your notes, you might just write down that you now have or write it down in your abilities on your character sheet. You have Sticky Spit. That's what we're going to call it, Sticky Spit. Unless anybody else has got a better name for it. I'm up for any suggestion.
Ability.
We're not going to call it that.
Damn it!
You may not. We are.
Yeah. Agaragis, you can play as much D&D as you like. If you want to write it down in your abilities as I can hawk to it, that's fine, I guess.
I'm putting Sticky Spit.
Awesome. I'm glad you see it the way I do. So
The green goo.
the green goo, the spore spit. But yeah, so and you guys begin climbing up that cliffside to catch up with the nightmare.
Late response, but stick to a.
Stick to a. Oh, I like that though. Yeah, you could stick to a.
That's fair. That's a good one.
Yeah, that is.
I was
going to
go with sticky discharge, but yeah, okay.
Crinkle cut. So now we jump to Zoltan. Now, everybody except Agaragis are pretty much sharing the same sort of night, a little bit of the same time frame. Agaragis is 1 day ahead of y'all at this point.
Haha.
Zoltan, it is nighttime. If you remember correctly, you're a bit inebriated and you're hanging out with the twins, whose names escape me at this moment, because of course they do, because that's the way I run D&D. I come up with names that I can't even remember half the time. You are hanging out with Everett Whitley and Topin Whitley, the twin halflings, and you had just come out of Needful Things, and they're kind of laughing at you because you got that little nursery rhyme book, And because of the conversation, they kind of halfway believe that you just stole it. And they're sitting there kind of talking about, imagine a couple of halflings like sitting there being judgmental about somebody stealing something. But that's what they're doing. And they're just kind of...
she must have dropped it. That was my excuse. That was my excuse last time, and stick by it.
And they said, well, then you should return it. That's what we always do. And they're like, these
The
people,
store's closed.
they just steal things. But yeah, but that's where you guys are. And yeah, so Topin and Everett are walking with you, and it gets pretty late, and you notice that it's you realize, man, you have not seen Otis at all today. And you were supposed to be accompanying him on his little quest. Like, it just suddenly...
What was that?
They're walking back with you towards the Great Tree, and they're like, where you're staying, the Great Tree in the capital city of High Forest, the nation of High Forest. The capital city is called Highgarden, and the Great Tree is where their sovereign, Lee Jadefire, stays. But you and Otis have been given rooms there as places of honor, you know.
Somehow.
Topin and yeah.
Don't play it, hate the game.
Oh, okay.
And Topin and Everett, they're just like, well, like we'll see you later. And then they look at each other and like, Zoltan? Yeah, Zoltan. We'll see you later, Zoltan. Like, we gotta get to bed. We gotta be getting going in the morning. We won't be here, so if we don't see you again while you're here, it was nice meeting you, and it sure was fun burning down Ted's barn, I guess. That was kind of hardcore, but yeah, I mean, fun though. Real fun though.
It was a fun time.
Said, yeah, I had a good time. Like, but yeah, we won't see you again. We got to go, and we're going on a trip. So, and they look at each other and like, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but we look exactly alike almost. And I don't know if that's the first time Zoltan's noticed it or not, but they're like, yeah, so we got about once every year or so, we've got to make like a special trip to go talk with some people and handle some things. And Everett just kind of smacks Topin and goes, all right, you're saying too much now. He's like, we're going to go, and after Everett says that to him, he says, we're going to go meet other twins. Topin's like, that's not saying too much, though? And they're just like, well, we'll see you later. We've said too much. Forget everything you heard. Bye now. And they turn around and they head off. Leaving you, Zoltan, to wonder just exactly what happened just now. Like, what was that conversation even?
You know, I'm just gonna scratch that to that's just halflings. I'm just gonna do my own thing now.
Yeah. And you go to do that your own thing when suddenly you get a real pain all of a sudden.
Oh no, not
your
this
chest.
again.
It's in your chest. But your hourglass is not reacting. It has nothing to do with your hourglass at all, in fact. And the pain is
Heart attack.
the pain is so severe, it makes you like buckle your knees, like you hit that down to both your knees and have to brace yourself up with one hand as you double over because your other hand is grabbing your mouth as you begin to spit blood into your own hand. Not profusely, but enough that it's, you know, like you're trying to like cover your mouth as if you're trying to slurp your own blood back up to replenish your body with it. And you hear a voice in your head. It's almost like a memory, but not so much a memory as much as a sort of reminder. It's because it's in your head, you would think it's your own thoughts, but it doesn't feel like it's your own thoughts. And you're reminded you have a job to do, Zoltan. You need to come back and fulfill your promise. Because we made that promise.
A lot of promises.
We made that promise on a kiss. And you promised you'd get the piece of the hammer from Erithnal's chest. And if you do
Was
that,
it a piece?
Huh?
Was it a piece or was it like pieces? I thought it was.
It was just a piece. It was just a piece. It's the only thing keeping Erithnal tied to this.
Oh, then in my
to this
notes I
plane.
had it as pieces.
Yeah, it's a piece of the hammer. To be exact, and I will just take a moment to sidetrack us a little bit and delve into this just real quickly, just so you to refresh your memory, because I know you really do know exactly what's going on here, but to get it all correctly, there is the All Souls hammer, the hammer of All Souls, the hammer that was moored in the God of the Dwarves hammer, and it was shattered in the battle against Erethnal. And a chunk of it went into Erethnal's chest and wounded him gravely. And since then, he's been hiding out in, he's been hiding out in the yonder world.
I'm gonna blow up you and your dead.
And he's been hiding out in the yonder world. And you made a deal with the yonder folk to get that piece out of his chest, so he would, because it's the only thing tying him there. He's like a specter now. Only thing tying him there to the material plane. And you made that deal with one Vandria Gilmadrith, and it was sealed with a kiss.
Yeah. My note says the shard of the hammer out of Ithram's chest.
Mm.
Big backlash if fails. that's my note.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. It won't be a fun time for you, no. So yeah, you have to get that out of his chest, and yeah, and you made that deal, and now you're bleeding. You're spitting up blood. It's jacking you up pretty good. Your vision is becoming like real blurry, and I'm gonna need you to roll me a pure Constitution.
No.
What is your Constitution, by the way?
Total?
Well, oh no, not total. So
Ace?
your modifier.
1.
Your Constitution modifier is a 1.
Yeah, don't worry about where the rest of it's at.
So you're
Don't worry about that.
so you are what they call extremely squishy.
Yeah, but I'm gonna hit you like a truck.
Oh, fair enough. So a +1. All right, go ahead and just roll me a Constitution, a straight Constitution. Let's see what you get.
Okay. I'm dead.
Okay, no. This is good.
Is it?
Yeah. I didn't have the DC very high. It's just enough to keep you from passing out. However, you do take.
I knew something was up.
Yeah. This is gonna kind of hurt a little bit. You take. Oh my gosh! You take 4 points of Constitution damage.
Whatever.
That's painful.
So put a -4 in your Constitution. Like where it says, you know where it says, on that chart it says temp.
Yeah.
Put -4
yeah.
right there.
I'm gonna die.
Well, what's your Constitution at right now? Like total?
9.
9. Okay, yeah. If you hit 0, you're dead. Yeah, you can't have 0 Constitution. Oh, good grief. Okay, well, let's
Well, boys, it's a good thing I'm on the drawing board for something else.
Yeah, so you yeah, you are not feeling good at all. Tell me what you want to do. Tell me what you think you should do.
Can I find like a piece of paper, a pen and paper, and write a note to Otis that I have to go cash in an old favor?
Sure.
And I'll be back with the party eventually, maybe.
Sure. I'll say you have.
Okay, once you're writing a fucking will.
I hereby bequeath. All right, so I'll say you have some ink and quill and some parchment on you to write that down. So you write that down and just leave that on the steps of the great tree. You're just like,
Yep, I guess. Unless I can pull a Garrigus and hop to it on the tree.
well, paper has no weight. I mean, everybody has licked at least a dollar bill once and then stuck it to their forehead and been like, grab it. I won't explain what kind of situation you might have been in to do that, but
I don't know that I've ever done that once.
okay, well, fair enough. Anyways, moving on.
Licking a dollar bill and sticking it to your forehead is about like licking your Raycon to clean it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. It kind of is
completely unsanitary.
Let me tell you. In the situation that you're licking a dollar bill and sticking it to your forehead and telling this other person to grab it from you in the first place, there is no sanitation to be had. So, anyways,
I bet.
Anyways, though, moving on. Misspent youth. So you just hock a loogie on the back of that paper and slap it to the tree, and then what do you do?
I'm gonna try to focus on that place and see if I could use the hourglass to get there, I guess.
Let me check in. Yeah, let me check. I imagine you probably can, but let me just check something about this hourglass real quick and see if there's anything you need to roll to do such a thing. Well, it says it can be used to rewind time, but it has been known to teleport you from time to time. So I'm gonna say, just as self-preservation, the hourglass does. You just, because the hourglass has warped you just out of nowhere before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And taking you to different planes of existence in different places. So I'll say, yeah, out of a sense of self-preservation, you focus real hard and it just zzz, and there is a real Terminator, like just a ball of electricity for a minute that just is shooting little tendrils of electricity off of you, and then you're gone. But unfortunately, the electricity hit your note and burned it off the tree.
Darn.
No, I'm just kidding. But and you find yourself back in on the continent, because yes, we are now hitting multiple continents. So many continents right now. You're back on the continent of Northscorn. And again, you just appear in this ball of electricity with the tendrils coming off of it. You're all squatted down, butt naked, real Terminator style, you know.
Oh man, it's cold. No room.
Other than that, no, you're not really butt naked, but yeah, it's real Terminator style though. Just and you just and you're back in the yonder world, in the in the presence of the yonder folk. Yeah. Understandably, they are extremely concerned with your sudden appearance there.
Good.
The yonder folk look like a mixture of orc and elf, actually. You know, they have like these hulking, brutish bodies like their orc, but they have the softer, pointy ears and features of elves. They are they have that what do you call it? They have that. Who's talking? Who's talking? Oh, okay. Anyways, they've got that bluish gray skin and those dark eyes, and they wear these masks, these like face guards that cover their face, and they're just real warrioristic with their armor and leather and jagged swords, and they as you appear before them, they're instantly like right on you, like ready to swing. Like before you even have a chance to react, one of them's already got their blade to your throat, Zoltan. And he says, actually, in Sylvan, you know Sylvan, don't you? Do you know Sylvan? I mean, I know you're a drow, so you're technically elvish, but do you actually know Sylvan? Just out of curiosity.
I have common, elven, druid, drow, and undercommon.
But you don't have Sylvan.
Yep.
Interesting. So he says something to you in Sylvan, which sounds a lot just as a reference, it sounds a lot like Latin would, you know? But yeah. But he says it real forcefully to you with like a snarl, you know, as the other two are standing around you with their weapons held up high, ready to chop down. His blade is like at your throat as he snarls some kind of command at you that you have no idea what he just said.
Neat.
Is that what you say to him? Neat. Neat. Cool story, guy.
No comprende.
You say that to him in common?
I just say that I made a deal a long time ago, and I'm here to follow up on it.
What language are you using?
I'll use Elven.
Okay. He kind of eyes you sideways a little bit and looks you over for a minute and sees your ears that are slightly pointed, you know? He says, You speak the language of the kin?
I do.
Says, What business do you have here?
I've made a deal a long time ago about getting the... I gotta go read it again. A shard out of Ithril's body and freeing y'all.
Deal. What deal? With whom did you make this deal?
Yeah, I don't have her name down. You said it too fast for me to put down, Kevin.
Well, you should have written it down the first time when you first met her, and yeah. Her name is Vandria Gilmadrith.
Vandria what?
Gilmadrith.
Meh.
Gilmadrith. Or Midrith.
With Vandra Gilmansbrith.
He's like... Says the queen? You mean to tell... You've spoken with our queen?
Yes.
You've had audience with our queen? He's like... Nah.
She even kissed me.
He goes, yeah, sure she did. I'm sure she can't wait to have your babies either.
A lot of women can't.
I told the fake queen.
I like that response though, Zoltan. A lot of women can't.
I'm like white chocolate.
He goes, well, I'll tell you what, we'll take her your head. And then if you really did have a deal with her, well then, she'll recognize you. And he says that as it looks as though all three of them are about to just up and try to execute you, when you hear a voice from like out of the shadows say, "Stay thy hand. He is, for all intents and purposes, important to the queen." And you watch as a figure steps out from behind the shadows. He he wears this bone armor. Well, it looks like bone, but what it really is it looks like he's wearing nothing but stone armor that has been chiseled to look like bone. It's got like the chest piece looks like a rib cage, and his shoulder plates look just like jagged pieces of bone that are splintering off his shoulders. And his helmet is a stone helmet that's been carved to look like a skeleton skull with multiple horns coming up out of it. As he steps forward and he says, you, Zoltan, did meet him when you made the deal with Vandria. He was known as Kolkri the Deathless. As he comes stepping forward, and he says, I was wondering if you would come back. And he looks you over, Zoltan, and sees the blood coming out of your mouth, and he says, huh, it finally caught up to you, did it? The promise?
Pussy.
What did you call me? No, I'm just kidding. He says, yes, well. Says, you don't look too good right now. Are you sure you're going to be able to accomplish your end of the bargain?
Without a shadow of a doubt.
With that, he looks at the three of them and he says, escort him to the Grimlock Caves. From there, maybe he'll make it to Erythnal. Maybe he won't. Live or die, Zoltan. It is up to you. And with that, the three say, all right then. And two of them get on either side of you, Zoltan, and help you to your feet. And they're like, dead man walking. And they shove you forward. Like, get moving. We've got a trip ahead of us.
Okay.
And you begin, following their lead as they take you towards the, towards the place you need to go. Mindoc. We won't harp too long on your lecture to the librarians of the Library of Sphinx. You explain the weave and stuff to them just out of curiosity, and you don't have to go too deeply into it, but what would Mindoc actually say in a lecture? Because it is kind of a formal little thing they're doing there. They're all sitting there in their seats, and you're like standing in front of them, and they're just looking at you almost like students would a professor. They've got scrolls and parchment, and you know what I'm saying, and quill and pen and all that, just ready to go to write down anything you have to say. It doesn't have to be like real, in depth, but just as a brief summary. What does Mindoc explain to them about the weave? What are some of the things he says about this?
Oh, he explains. It runs adjacent to the material plane and kind of flows through all things, and explains how manipulating it isn't the same as manipulating physical matter, but it can manifest properties in the physical plane. Probably some of the... Probably give some background too on like... I just realized I'm not sure exactly in our little interpretation of the setting here what who's responsible for like what forces, but would probably explain like some of the mythic backgrounds too of like what like deity figures people credit with its maintaining and creation and such.
Okay. To be fair, it makes sense that Mindoc wouldn't be entirely sure like who is truly responsible for the weave, because scholars debate that all the time.
More like according to scholarly consensus than like stating it as a fact sort of thing. And I think as he does this, he probably demonstrates like a very basic use of it or two, and like tries to pass on how to do that much.
They're just like, oh, so
yeah,
it's almost like a magician.
His presentation was some prestidigitation or something, sort of.
Yeah, like a magician does at a kid's birthday party just to wow them type of thing.
Yes, but much less flashy and more like systematic, like scientific demonstration. More.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
He's less like trying to make a spectacle and more just kind of like, it's not something big and flashy. It's just like, like you can make a little energy bolt run from like X to Y if you do this. So.
They're like, oh, real impressed. Clapping and appreciating the demonstration. They're all very apt. They're nobody's rude, and they're they clap a little bit, and they're just like, oh, fascinating, and they write it down, and yeah, and then by the end of it, you know, oh boy, this is a name. This is a real name here. The gentleman you met first in Sphinx, not the two little what do you call them? Whatchamacallums, the two record keepers, but the actual archivist, Hakim Afahazim Al Ibn Fazal. He approaches you, my doc, and he he gives you like a slight courteous bow, you know, a grand gesture of appreciation, and he says, "Thank you so much for that, Elf. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate, especially the demonstration of how your mysticism works, and this weave, as you call it. It is opened our eyes to so much that I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you." He goes, "However, have you ever heard of the deity Bakab?"
May I roll something?
You may roll a knowledge of religion.
Right. Twenty.
Yep. Oh.
Not natural
Well,
20. Mind you.
Yeah, no. Actually, the name is vaguely familiar, but it's vaguely familiar. You think you might have seen it in like some books. You know it has something. The name has shown up in some spell books and different things you've researched. And you know that he is a deity, but you don't know too much about him.
Can't say I'm intimately familiar with this figure.
Says, "Oh, well, he is one of the gods." And he says that he says, "Not to be compared to our god king, of course, Fo Sator, who is the god that reigns above all else. He is the sun and the moon, and when he speaks, all listens. But I mean, and that, like, when he does that, it's more ritualistic than anything. Like, it doesn't even really seem like he's you get the sense that he's not really doing that out of a sense of reverence as much as it's almost like something he's supposed to do. You know what I mean? When
Right.
even mentioning this Fo Sator. But he does that and he says, but Bagab, who is a deity that is a minor deity that is worshipped in these lands of the Great Desert. I would say that during your lecture you did mention something about how some are not entirely sure where this weave or the mysticism, the arts as you put it, come from. And legend has it in these lands that perhaps Bakab is the father of these things. Why he blesses you with so much more than he blesses us? Who knows? But if that can help you on your future journeys, I would be honored that you remember it, if should it help you.
An interesting piece of information. I shall remember the name.
Says, splendid. Says, may the winds carry your journey. And he gives you another, like, gestureful bow, like gesture-filled bow, arms outstretched to either side, and he says, I hope we see each other again one day.
Perhaps.
And when he's done speaking, the other gentleman who you have been speaking a whole lot with, the Onye Alcozo, he approaches you and he says, well, That was a rousing speech you gave there. It gave me much to think about. Says, if you are ready, I am ready for our journey, however we may be taking it. Says, how do we go about getting there?
You have any items you may need for the journey?
He says, well, I'll be back tonight, correct?
We may take a day or two.
He goes, well, I got friends there in Yorba, so we should be all right. I should be all right. He says,
Understood.
it'll give me time to catch up with my cousin, Davis.
Then, we shall be off now. And... 3, 4, 5, 7... Alright. Force cage. Could you describe a location for me? One that would be convenient to appear at for our needs.
Says, oh, you need an idea of where we're going.
To visualize it, preferably an area without too much foot traffic.
Says, well, I live in the country of Ustarubu, in the kingdom of Yoruba. We could, on the outskirts of the kingdom, there is the Four Seasons Monastery. And since that is where you wanted to go in the first place, the Four Seasons Monastery is a cubic structure that actually floats in the sky, uplifted by the disciples' abilities of controlling the elements. Because they are one with the seasons, they hold it in the air by sheer will. And I think if you're worried about just appearing there, they themselves will not be bothered if that's where we show up, at least on the outsides of it. I would not suggest actually manifesting us there, if that is the correct word on how this works. I don't know, but manifesting us there. But maybe on the outside of it, on the ground. That's where you needed to go anyways. And then after an introduction, I can walk into town and go see my cousin and family that I haven't seen in too many cycles.
You say not to manifest there?
Well, don't manifest inside of it, no. But we can manifest outside of it.
If outside, then describe, if your memory is intimate enough, describe the visual terrain outside. The wall that we will appear next to, the floor.
Oh, he says, the country. The country of Ustarubu is so beautiful. It has rolling field plains where the animals frolic with the tall grass and the trees and the bushes. It is close enough to the water, just a few miles off, that on a good day, on a warm breeze, you can smell the salt from the sea. Yes. It borders the province of Drazulu, that is a part of the Great Desert Kingdom now. Does that help?
As he kind of continues to describe the scene, Mando closes his eyes and visualizes it, and then just rests his right arm on the man's shoulder as his left hand weaves some signs, and then they
kind of
out of existence and reappear there.
Yeah, it's like they just fade out of a picture and fade into a new one. Just whoop.
Yep.
And you guys are suddenly there, and yes, floating above you is exactly what he described. Now, you're not directly underneath of it, but it is before you. And it's this cubic structured building that is just floating in the sky. Not terribly high. You know what I mean? Not so high that it looks small. You can still tell the sheer magnitude and size of this temple, but it is up in the air. And you are in like jungle-like fields. Off in the distance you can see giraffe just roaming around like you would cattle in a field, just eating from, with their long necks, just eating from treetops and getting food. And every once in a while you'll see like what looks like a gazelle or something go leaping through the field, being chased by a lion or a lioness, or birds, exotic birds flying around, animals that you yourself, my doc, have never even imagined really existed, and styles of birds that you just, a giraffe, what is that thing? You know what I mean? Like you're like, it's like a horse, only with like a shorter body and longer legs, and the sheer length of its neck is just, it's just an oddly proportioned animal.
Yeah.
What I mean?
Interesting fauna.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. And
so this big cube is just floating.
do what?
You say there's a big cube above us just kind of floating.
Yeah, just this temple. This it's ancient looking. It's got ancient writing on it that you're not really familiar with. You know what I'm saying? Some of the writing is just that, it's writing, but some of it is also depicted in pure picture form, like hieroglyph.
I'm gonna cast Arcane Sight Greater. As Medic's eyes just kind of light up blue, and I'd like to try and see if I could determine what kind of a spell effect is on it, enabling this levitation, if it is indeed a spell effect.
It is not.
Hmm.
It is not a spell at all.
Or like a magical effect. No, nothing.
Yeah, I don't. It's kind of a relative thing, but I'm gonna say that it's really not magic. That is at work here. I mean, for all intents and purposes, let me put it to you like this: to a commoner, regardless of what the explanation is, it's gonna be magic. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But to a learned man such as yourself, right? This is not magic. This is something else. Which I imagine because of that might come across as fascinating to Mind Doc. Like, how does this happen without the employment of the weave? You know what I mean? And yet here it is. You see what I'm saying?
Disconcerting. Do your people understand the functionings of this cube's levitation, or is this something lost to time?
Onye says, "Oh, you mean the temple?
Yes.
The monastery?" He goes, "It's doing that because of the control of the seasons. The alkalites lift it up." And then he looks at it for a moment, and you watch him, and you study his face, and I want you to just roll me a sense motive. It's not so much that he's like trying to pull anything past you. It's just so you can maybe catch his expression as he looks over the monastery.
15?
15? He looks concerned.
Is this path of questioning that is taboo here?
You say that to him, and he doesn't respond right away. He's still just looking it over, and then, as if he's like snapping out of some kind of thought, he looks at you and says, "Huh? Oh, I'm sorry?" He says, what's that again?
My inquiry about the temple. Is this forbidden knowledge or something that one isn't meant to ask or pry into? You seem concerned.
He looks up at the temple again and goes, "Oh, no, it's just..." He says, No. It's common knowledge that the seasons, as they're known, hold the temple up. It's just... I just noticed how low the temple looks than the last time I saw it. The seasons used to hold it up high. It's almost as if it's losing its ability. But that cannot be, because that would mean that the seasons themselves are losing their ability.
Interesting. Look, really has just react. Interesting.
yeah. Well, it's because Mind Doc's like kind of the only one that this actually might just go over his head. But I know of a few people who, if they heard this right now, they would be like,
"No, he's aware."
Oh, that's right. He does know. That's right. Yeah. So you kind of already know why that might be. Why this actually might be a problem, and how you might loosely be tied into this problem. Says, nevertheless, come, I'll introduce you to Makembe, the leader of this order. And he calls out to the monastery, "Makembe!" And it echoes. And then you hear a voice from over nearby a tree say, "What?" Alcozo just like turns and looks in that direction, all startled, and he goes, "Oh, you're outside." And Kambe just nods. You see sitting at this tree an elderly looking gentleman. He's got tattoos on his arms. He wears he's just wearing very decorative clothing like leather and stuff like that. He's got he's got like a gray beard, long gray dreads, and he's just sitting there. He looks as if though he's just pondering or meditating on something. And he he looks in your direction, both of your direction, and he says, "Yes, and I saw you appear out of nothing to get here. You have made some powerful friends, I see, Onye. And I'm playing freaking D&D with myself." But Onye just nods and says, "Yes, he is a practitioner of the craft, or as he calls it, the weave."
The arts will do.
The arts. Makembe just nods and he says, "Well, welcome, stranger. Any friend of Onye's is a friend of mine. If he trusts you, I trust you. What can I do for you?"
Kind of just gives him a nod.
Go ahead and roll a sense motive right now with
okay.
this Makembe as well. Yes.
Skips. There we go.
Hey. Oh, nice. Okay, so it's pretty clear to you just by looking at this Makembe Kush that his voice is very soft and he seems extremely sad, and you can just tell that he's been meditating on something troubling.
Well, mine dog.
Yeah, of all the people.
Actually, rather than address it, turns back to shoot, too many names. What was his?
Makembe.
The one who I traveled to.
Oh, Onye. Onye Alcos.
Onye, yeah. Turns to Onye and says, is this who I'd best be served speaking to in order to find out more about this plane I seek?
Onye's like, yes. Grandmaster Makembe has many books and lost lore inside the Four Seasons Monastery here.
Excellent. Makembe, I seek a plane. One of chaos. I'm not certain of its complete nature. But elsewhere, it has appeared that it is not well charted.
Makembe sits there and looks at you. Mind Doc, did you keep that did you pocket that chart or that scroll that they gave you of the different planes by any chance? Did you?
Yeah, I didn't say it outright, but I was thinking it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was asking you. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know you had that case of scrolls where you could just fit, like, it's almost like a bag of holding for just scrolls. So I was just curious if you just happened to just roll that up and throw that in there, like, I'm gonna keep that, you know. But Makembe sits there for a minute and he looks at you and ponders things and he says, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I suppose there are no accidents. And he says that more to himself than he says to like you or Onye. But then he looks at you and he says, it seems that the planes have forsaken us all. And he looks at you and says, what need do you have to study such places? Are you on mute? Because if you're talking, I cannot hear you. Oh, okay.
I seek to be able to anticipate the potential actions of an enemy I seem to have made from said place.
Ah. Enemies extraplanar, especially, are unpredictable and can be very dangerous, since their makeup, if you will, and he kind of makes like a motion, like just motioning his whole body as if to, like, a better way of describing genetics, you know? Their makeup, the laws of their reality are different than ours, so they can be quite unpredictable. Are you sure that this is a path that one such as yourself wants to take? You are quite skilled in the craft, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you are invincible.
Knowing more of this place betters my chances if a visit is necessary in future. And visiting in a limited capacity to gather information will help me understand the threat that I'm faced with. it can't hurt to better understand what it is that I'm getting into.
Very well. I shall help you. With that, Onye just kind of claps his hands together and says, well, splendid. I'm going to walk to Yoruba and visit with my cousin Thebes. If any of you need me for anything, that's where I'll be. Don't go leaving without me, not mine, Doc. Don't go leaving without me, Elf. Because you've never given them their name.
Yeah.
Yeah, their name, so. He says, don't go leaving without me, Elf. He says, Makembe? And he nods, and Makembe nods in his direction, and what were you gonna say? Were you gonna say something to Onye?
Oh, Madop just says, if we need find each other again, or if you need find me, wait for me at this location.
Onye nods. I will remember that. You said it may take a few days, so I'll go to town and stay there for a few days and be back in 2. Will that be enough for you?
Yes.
Very well. And then he waves, goodbye, and turns and begins to walk. And in the distance, you can see the city he's walking to. It is a large, sprawling, city just off in the distance with large, tall sandstone structures that are ornately decorated, but nothing real gaudy about it. You know what I'm saying? Its craftsmanship is, even though it's not gaudy with capped with different kinds of mineral tops like bronze or gold or anything, it's no less beautiful because its beauty comes from the sheer craftsmanship in the way these structures are carved and the ornate decorations are carved into them.
Right.
It's breathtaking, really. As the sun is beginning to set, now, and you can see it off in the distance, off in the horizon of the fields. It is just completely breathtaking as the jungle palms sway over it and whatnot. Makembe, he stands and walks over to you, Mindoc, and he says, I am Grandmaster Makembe Kush of the Four Seasons Monastery. I don't believe I caught your name. It was Elf? That's what he called you?
It is... Elf is my nature. You can refer to me as that, or Mandok.
Says, yes. Elf is what you are. He goes, I am familiar with your kind. There are books that mention you. You won't find any elves in my country or any of the countries on this continent, but I am familiar with your kind, at least in legend, until now. It is an honor to meet you, my doc. He's like, I wish I could have met you in better times, but... And he motions to the temple, and he goes, but... I am troubled, but that is none of your concern, I suppose. And with that, he just goes and walks and stands in front of the temple, and it looks as though he's concentrating as what looks like a drawbridge just extends itself from the temple steps down far enough to touch the ground for you guys to step up to it. Says,
interesting.
Says, well, nature obeys if you only ask it.
Well, I follow him.
You guys go stepping up into the temple, and it is not a particularly ornate place. You don't go up in there and there's not like tons of tapestries and different kinds of relics or anything hanging out. There are pillars with foreign writing and hieroglyphs on them and things like that. It is, for the most part, the temple itself is an open floor plan in the sense where it does have a roof and some of it is covered, but some of it is also open, allowing vegetation to grow down through the center of it and kind of grow inside the temple itself. So it almost feels like you're stepping into a jungle inside this temple. And it does give for a lot of light, but there are, braziers hanging out for when it gets darker for them to light and create that kind of light. But it is not, it's like I said, it's not particularly ornate or gaudy, but it is, again, there is something kind of breathtaking in the sheer craftsmanship and just how this place has been meticulously been built, when you guys enter, you're instantly approached by another man who is he is a human. Most of the people that you've met so far have all been human, of course, but he is a human who is he's wearing like a red robe, like a red sashed robe. His skin kind of glows red a little bit, and his eyes have a red tinge to them, and he's got long red dreadlocks as well. And on his clothing there are symbols of some sort that loosely look like maybe flames or something. That look like flames or something of some sort. That you can perhaps it is a symbol for the element of flame or whatnot. You cannot tell, but it would, if you were a guessing man, it's nothing I'm going to make you roll, because if you were a betting man, you could say that maybe this represents flames. But he approaches you and Makembe, and he looks extremely distressed. He's just like, Grandmaster, we have a problem. Another one of us has fallen extremely ill and into a coma. And when he says that, Makembe looks at you, my doc, and he says, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll just be right back. And they leave together. They leave together for a moment, just leaving you to stand there. Mind doc, go ahead. This is gonna sound extremely random, but I promise you, I need you to do this. I need you to roll me a balance check real fast.
Okay. For the sake of my note keeping, what's the library that I just came from called again?
Sphinx.
Sphinx. Got you.
Yes, sir. All right, so you're just standing there, and at first this feels extremely subtle, but then suddenly it becomes undeniable, and you feel the ground moving underneath your feet, and despite yourself, you fall down on your butt. And then the second your butt hits the ground, you can definitely feel that the temple has fallen several more feet towards the ground. Before Makembe shows back up, and with the mysterious person that you just met, he and the man approaches you quickly, my doc, and helps you to your feet. And he's like, "Oh my goodness, I am so sorry." Makembe says, "Yes, the shifting of the ground can be extremely difficult for those who aren't used to it. Even as subtle as it is, It is not like our world that spins, and you don't notice.
I see. So this isn't a malfunction of the temple that we need to be worried about?
At that question, he just kind of sighs, and I will leave that. If you want to roll a sense motive to that, you can, but he sighs and he says, not anything you need to worry about, I suppose.
I understand. Though, should you be of use to me in my endeavor, me and the group of people I associate with have been known to make other people's issues easier for them, if not mute. I cannot make any promises, but sort of shrugs.
Makembe looks at you kind of weird for a minute and says, well, that is a very abrasive way of phrasing that, my doc. He says, just being alive. And then he thinks about it and he goes, what you're saying is if I do not have any reason for your being here, if I am of no help to you, even though you came to see me, then even if I were dying, I wouldn't be worth helping?
Nashor tilts his head at him, like, what? No, I mean to say that should the matter that I am attempting to deal with here be wrapped up quickly, and I find myself with extra time, then that time may be spent addressing such issues as you have. He sort of gestures around at the temple. If you believe something is wrong here.
Makembe just looks
I may
at you.
be of
Oh, sorry.
aid to you.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I thought you were done, so I went to speak.
No, he like re-emphasizes, I may be of aid to you, perhaps.
Makembe looks at you again and goes, are all elves like you?
No.
Says, I see. Well, I think I understand now. He goes, I think you mean well. You're just a little inept when it comes to interaction. Says, but I think you mean well. And he looks at his, the other man, and he says, Summer, go and get him those books on get him that one about Sigil. Summer says, yes, master. And he walks away, and Makembe looks at you, my doc, and he says, if you don't mind just waiting here, I have some other matters to attend to, and you're welcome to look around and do what you like. There is no worries. I have nothing to hide. And I don't fear that you mean me any harm. So feel free to look around until Summer comes back with that book.
Understood.
Says, if you have any questions for me, just call out. I'll come. Says, it has been very interesting, my doc. In all my years, I never thought I would meet an elf.
You two are interesting.
He turns and strolls off. we join back up with Android. Android, are you still with us? Tell me you're still with us.
That's me.
All right.
Android's here.
Everybody, we're in for a ride, so just stay with it, all right? Just stay with me. Android.
Locked and cocked and ready to rock.
Woo woo! Anyway, so Android.
That would be my tagline if we were Power Rangers. That's also a callback joke, Zoltan. High five.
High five, Zoltan.
Go Power Rangers.
Yeah. Oh man. I would tell you that. Never mind. No.
No time. No time.
No time. There's no time. So we pick up with you arriving to the gala. You know, there are all sorts of people there. I am not going to show an image for every single person and yada, yada, yada. Only people that either you get interested in speak to or make themselves relevant to you while here. But with that said, you arrive at the gala with Hargrow, and you guys, it is in the royal district, as you want to call it, of Whitesword. You know, where the palace is, where the church of the Golden Sword is. You know what I'm saying? And the library, and you know, the tax collector's office, the royal advisor's offices. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is basically the government district of Whitesword. But there is an annex to the palace, the castle of Whitesword. You know, that is held for things like this. You know, it is the central place, and it is this large, almost rectangular structure with a domed ceiling that looks like it is made, you know, partly out of marble and partly out of glass. It's marble all the way up to the very peak, and then at the very roundish part of the dome, it becomes this crystal glass that, when light is shined out of it, it sparkles up into the sky and makes almost like a light show in the air. You know, there are pillars of white gold and large glass windows made out of the finest crystal with golden frames and a large marble staircase that leads up to the front entrance of there, where the royal knights of Whitesword are standing and taking people's invitations and looking people over and then letting them through, as you and Hargrow come standing up, and one of the knights puts out his hand and he says, "Ho there!" Says, Who are you? State your name."
Android folds his hands behind his back, and remembering fucking Sebastian's advice, he refrains from bowing this time. But he kind of turns his chin up just slightly, and he says, I am Lord Android Prison. This is my companion, Lord Hargrove. We are here for the gala.
I'm going to retcon that conversation for just the briefest of moments, when you're like, "I'm Lord Android Arisen," and you said, "And I'm here with my companion," and Hargrove just looks and goes, "I'm here to get drunk," and then just like elbows you in the side and goes, "No, I'm Lord Hargrove." And then just kind of laughs.
Android I think Android laughs too a little bit. He's like, "Yeah, this is Lord Hargrove. He's here to get drunk."
Yeah, they look you over for
and
a
then
minute.
he chuckles too. You know, like, he can't help himself.
And he goes, "Well, that's all and good, but where's your invitations?" And Hargrove produces them. He goes, yeah. And then points at you, goes, you almost forgot those, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I did. Good one. You're
Yeah.
already protecting my keister, Hargrove.
He's like, that's what you pay me for, boss. And then he like spits on the ground.
Andrew's gonna be like, do refrain from spitting on that floors when we get inside.
He's like, oh, right. Yeah, like much to the dismay of some of the lords and ladies standing behind him, you know? And there is a lot of people here, the minor lords, minor ladies, you know, of like lesser houses that aren't even worth mentioning, you know? But they're here, you know? It's the major houses that, you know, are your concern, you know? So do not overly concern yourself unless you want to. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like with some of these minor houses, but yeah. But yeah, much to just like some of these people's dismay, you know, there's fine music playing inside, you know, type of thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's some lady in there singing. She's like, a tale as old as time, you know.
Nice.
But yeah, they just wave you in, and you come walking into this large, you know, ballroom. Lady ballroom. I like big balls. She's got a big ball. But we've got the biggest. Yeah, but you know, of just people dancing and standing around drinking and just talking to each other. You know, they're not like just shooting him back and you know what I mean. It's pretty formal, but they're sipping and laughing.
But yeah,
and
I figured it was pretty mild for the most part, you know, compared to what I've seen.
And Hargrove just looks around for a minute. He goes, there it is. There's the free booze. He goes, I'm going to go drink whatever they, you know, passes for alcohol in this place. He goes, you going to be all right by yourself for a minute there, boss? Or do you need me to hold your dick while you piss? And he really says it like that too. That is exactly what he says.
Just starts laughing and he's like, he just starts laughing and he's like, you remind me of you, Quill, when you say things like that. Go have fun. Just keep an eye out. Don't lose your head. If somebody frustrates you or irritates you, just walk away. It's not that important.
Like, oh, don't worry about it. He goes, I won't get too drunk. The last hair on Moradin's sack will fall out before this kind of booze gets me drunk. He goes, walking off. He's like, what is it? Like 9% alcohol up in here? He goes, blah. And he just goes walking over there. Solar kind of whispers in your ear and he goes, so what now, Android? Where do we proceed?
Android's gonna be like, I guess we have to mingle. He's kind of, you know, keeping his voice down. It almost seems as if somebody was watching, it would probably come across like he's talking to himself, you know, a little bit. He's like, do you spot any, or I know that your eye isn't as, you know, is just as trained as mine to recognize some of these people, but you see anybody that Sebastian might have said was important? Or he's kind of looking around, kind of looking himself also, you know, just being like, people look out for.
Go ahead and roll me a spot. You personally, not Solar, but you. Just go ahead and roll a spot if you know, if you're looking for a familiar face, go ahead and just roll me a spot.
There it is. That is a 21.
21. You're looking around and there is a couple of faces you do recognize, actually. At least like right off the bat, you know. You see Enoch Doyle is there. who used to be one of the inquisitors. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You recognize one Sasha Lovegood, who is now like one of the grand counselors of the egalitarian chamber, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You see her. You see Dylan Owens, the sovereign, you know. You see you see one Wesley
I would hate that.
You see one yeah, I wish. You see one Wesley Waltman. And you recognize him because remember, he is the guy that
is he Emma's dad or whatever?
Yeah, he was Emma's father. Yes. You see him over there, who is like secretly, you know, son of the leader of the highwaymen, you know. But you do see but all of that aside, you know. The one person you do see that just like it's like you just got slapped in your face because you're just like, oh, you know, it's you're here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The one person you didn't, who is there, and he, even though he looks a little older and he has hair now, you see one Timothy Lovegood standing over there.
Oh, nice.
He's standing there and he's just listening to some old lady, you know, one of the ladies, but she's an elderly lady. And she's just sitting there and you could tell she's had too much to drink and she's just giggling and laughing. And every once in a while she inappropriately like rubs his armor because he's wearing his armor even now. Even at this, he's wearing his armor and she rubs across his chest and but Timothy, being, you know, Timothy, he doesn't make a thing out of it. He just nods and kind of gives a polite smile and then, you know, politely removes her hand off his chest, you know, and just pats her on the back and continues to like lower his head because he's several feet taller than she is and listens to what she says and smiles and says something, you know what I mean? Just being as polite as possible. Does not have a drink in his hand at all. You know what I mean? And it's just, you know, standing there, just being Timothy. I'll bet maybe just a little bit older and more mature Timothy. But those are the people you recognize.
Well, obviously, I'm going to go talk to Timothy.
Yeah, it has been too long, my dude. All right, well, tell me, how do you approach Timothy? You tell me. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. Oh, you also see the High Evangelist, Lady Aria Shale, who you met very briefly, but you do remember that she was particularly friendly with Uquill. And that she is actually one of the prophets you were supposed to find, which you did find. You got her information, but you know what I'm saying? She was the first one you found, actually. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you just seem to remember that she was more friendly with Uquill. Like, she's more of an acquaintance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. So Android's going to go walking over to Timothy, and he's trying not to be rude and interrupt his conversation, you know, but he is also, you know, clearly like struggling to contain his excitement, right? So he kind of comes bouncing over and he's like, Timothy. You know? Yeah. He's just what he does. He just comes walking up and he's like, Timothy, I feel like a fish out of water, and I have never been happier to see you.
When you say that, Timothy like turns and looks and sees you and goes, heathen! And then just like all of a sudden there's just this entire time he seemed really reserved up until he sees you, and then all of a sudden it's like you're looking at that 20-year-old Timothy again. You know what I mean? that 20-something-year-old Timothy again, you know? And he opens up both his massive arms, wraps them around you, and just picks you up and hugs you, causing Solar to kind of fly off your shoulder for a minute and kind of hover above your guys' head and then he just hugs you. He's like, "It is so good to see you, my boy." And then he sets you back down as Solar comes and lands back on your shoulder, and he goes, "And Solar, how you doing?" Solar's like, "Shut up." That's all Solar says. "Shut up." They don't know I can talk. Timothy's like, "Oh, good bird. You still have your pet." "So sorry." "Your pet." He's like,
I'm sorry.
He's like, "Android." He goes, "How have you been?" And he can't help himself. He like puts either hand on your arms and just kind of shakes you for a minute, like, "I'm so happy to see you." And he looks at the woman and he goes, "Lady Mariah, it was so good to see you. Come, Android. We have much to talk about." And he puts an arm around you and like escorts you away. And he goes, "My goodness, these old biddies." He goes, it gets so difficult, but if Father taught me anything, he taught me how to be a gentleman.
She certainly appeared invested, shall we say.
Says, "Oh, everybody's invested in you when you're the hero of iron." Says, "But enough about me. How has things been going? You're now the Lord Android Farisen of long lost House Farisen. Yes, word gets around quickly before you ask."
He's like, well, you know me. I'm actually just now back in town for this event and to square away some of my business endeavors. But as I'm sure you can guess, and he kind of motions around. He's like, "This is really out of my element, outside of my wheelhouse. So I'm very glad to see you. You're somebody that's going to be able to help me here." I think.
Says, "Oh, of course. What do you want to know?" Like, I'll help you figure out the good from the butthole.
Yeah. Can you point out some of the important figures I should, be, I don't know, who are attending this event that maybe I should go talk to or should avoid?
He goes, "Well, of course you know our sovereign, Dylan Owens. You know, he's the little boy that I almost died saving. Or I guess we all almost died saving. Did you know that?"
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "Yeah, oh, you did? Of course you do. Huh.
Sorry.
He's like, "No,
I guess I'm awkward, Timothy.
He goes, no, it's just some weird time stuff that, yeah." He goes, I struggle to understand it myself. And he goes, "So I don't even try to." He goes, "You know, the gods and their ways."
Yeah. Me too.
Says, "But yeah, there's Sovereign Owens." He goes, and I guess you should, he goes, I would start by just understanding who is his closest, who is closest to him. And he points at one gentleman, who, okay, so I'll take this real slow. You know what I mean? In case you want to write this down, right? But he goes, "First thing you got to understand is the advisors, the court advisors." Okay?
Yeah. The court advisors.
Yes. Each advisor is an advisor to the sovereign, and they each have their own specific duty within the machinations of how White Sword is ran. The nation as a whole, not just the capital. Okay? And he points to one gentleman with blonde hair, a younger looking chap, handsome, with long blonde hair and blue eyes, and he wears a gray suit with like yellow, like almost gold silk shoulder pads that have the tassels coming off of them. You know, he's finely dressed. Gentlemen, and he says, that is the court advisor, Lord Dem Blanco. And
Blanco?
Blanco
Okay.
says, Dayan, on top of being the advisor, he is the court advisor when it comes to foreign relations. Comings and goings, you know, imports, exports, how well our relations are with foreign countries and such and such and such. He's like, all right, guy. Not terribly abrasive. Friendly to be around. Kind of pretentious, though. Little full of himself. Good with the ladies. You know, a bit of a philanderer or something like that.
Womanizer. Got it.
Says, yeah, I mean, Mr. Steal Your Girl. Then he points to another gentleman.
Nice.
Yeah. Then he points to another finely dressed gentleman who's wearing like a long, like almost trench coat like suit, like a suit jacket, yellow silk with almost bronze looking lining with plated shoulder pads and a red like silk scarf around his neck. He's got red hair that's got like white streaks in it and a beard that is almost completely white. And he's got green eyes, I believe, as well. And he points to him and he says, that is court advisor Lord Regius Solstein. He is related to the Solsteins, of course, as you know. Which, maybe you recognize that name, maybe you don't. But he says, the Solsteins are, you know, one of them is one of the grand counselors of the Egalitarian Chamber, along with my wife, Sasha. And the other one runs the Solstein School of Magic in Cudgel City. He says, Lord Regius over there is, he is the court advisor when it comes to magic and the mystical arts and things like that. You know, other planes of existence besides our own and stuff like that, and the foreign relations that happens between that and such, should we get refugees from other planes of existence and things like that, what to do about certain characters and such of that nature. He says, then we have, and he points, you know, off around, you know, so he's pointed to Lord Regius, who's over there just kind of discussing things, and he's actually discussing things with another gentleman that you did not recognize right away. You know, you missed him at first, but now you see him and you recognize him. You have met him before. He is one of the grand counselors of the Egalitarian Chamber. He is Lord Rexian Solstein, you know, who is his brother. And whatnot. But yeah, you know that Rexian is obviously his half brother, because Rexian is a black man, you know. While Regius is white, you know what I mean? Rexian used to be the founder of the Solstein School of Magic before he became the Grand Counselor, and then his brother took over. Their other brother took over, who is not a lord, so he is not there this evening. I suppose he is actually there, but never mind. Don't worry about that. You've never met him, so you wouldn't recognize him. I'm getting way too off topic. Let's continue. We have a lot. But yeah, so he's over there speaking with his brother, and you know, Lord Dayan, as he said, he's good with the ladies, so he's over there just around a bunch of women, just, you know, kind of cooing to them. You know what I mean? He points to a gentleman who you instantly recognize as Wesley Waltman, Grand Court Advisor. And he goes, that over there is Court Advisor Lord Wesley Waltman. He goes, and Wesley, he's wearing that blue fedora, wide-brimmed hat with his blue cloak and leather gloves. He's got the long, the shoulder-length brown hair with the, very thin beard and mustache, but he's got that scar on his cheek, Yeah. He's over there speaking with somebody, a very attractive woman at that. A woman with long blonde hair and a extremely curvy figure. And he's over there speaking with her. And the conversation he seems to be having looks kind of heated. You know what I mean? You may roll a spot for this.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to see something. Yeah.
Let me see. 23.
Okay, there's something odd about this, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Something just odd about her, but you can't quite put your finger on it. You know what I mean?
That's that bitch, isn't it?
Anyways, no, I will say it's not Emma.
Her skin is
For
made
sure.
of burlap.
If it was Emma, you would know for sure, but it's not. I will say that. There is something off about her. You know what I mean? But yeah, he's just speaking with her, and then pretty soon it looks as though he's escorting her away, but yeah, all this is happening while Timothy's like, that's Wesley Waltman, friendly enough guy, pretty charismatic. He is actually the court advisor to the people, the people's needs, the people's wants, things of that nature. He is the representative of the people here. He advises sovereign Owens about that and the matters of what should be done about certain things in regards to people and what affects them. And then he points to a gentleman, an elderly looking gentleman, right? Like everybody else, even Regis, he's elderly looking, but he's got the white and stuff, but he's still got some vigor. You know what I mean? Oh no, wait, I almost missed one before we get to this guy. There is another gentleman who is wearing a leather vest, a leather suit vest with a bronze decoration on it. He's got a necklace on that looks like it's got a compass or something on it, He's got a full beard and mustache, dark brown hair, dark eyes. You know what I'm saying? He's over there speaking with some people about some things, and he just looks like he's having a cordial conversation. Nothing too heated, but nothing, not necessarily not serious either. You know what I'm saying? He points, Timothy points to him and he goes, that is the court advisor, Lord Garrick Fox. And when he says that name's pretty familiar because there are towns, literal towns in Whitesword named after the Foxes. They are one of the first families of Whitesword. I will not even make you roll for that. You know what I'm saying? That would just be common knowledge, unless you hadn't lived on the continent or even in Whitesword for very long, that would be a roll, but anybody who's lived here and been here know who the Foxes are. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's like, that's Garrick Fox of the Foxes. He goes, he is the economist. Or economist, however you want to say it. I don't know. And he just kind of laughs. And he goes, he's the tax collector, this and that. That's what he advises on. The Treasury. If we want to go to war, he knows how much it's going to cost us and how much he should suck the public dry. In fact, him and Wesley often get into arguments about it. It's hilarious, but it's not my place to talk too much about. Then he points to this elderly gentleman, and this gentleman is older than all of the rest of them, right? He is clad in armor too, like Timothy, right? He did not come wearing his Sunday best. Well, this is his Sunday best, you know? He's got this iron armor with gold or with bronze inlays on it and this long red cape, you know? He's got finely, thinly trimmed gray hair with dark eyes and this finely trimmed beard and mustache, and he is very staunch. And he's actually standing over there by Dylan Owens, you know, Sovereign Owens, speaking with him, you know? And the conversation just looks extremely boring. Like, actually, to look at the staunch old man, you would think he was having just this rousing conversation, but you can visibly see that Sovereign Owens looks just completely like, oh my goodness, almost like secretly Owens is just saying, thinking to himself, please talk about something interesting, you know what I mean? But he's polite. He is the sovereign, right? And Timothy points to him and he goes, and that drink of water over there, that warm glass of milk, that is the grand advisor and grandest of the advisors. If advisors were given medals or positions, that one, the buck stops with him. That is Grand Advisor Lord Mortimer Hemlock. And he is the advisor to the military. Everything you see, everything we have here, our peace of mind, begins and ends with that man right there. And yeah, talking with him is about as exciting as, and then he thinks about it and goes, oh, I shouldn't say that. That's just rude. He says,
abrasive.
He's just fun to him is like a rousing game of watching paint dry. You know?
All business, huh?
Mainly. But he gets the job done. Even my father had much respect for that man. Which explains a lot, actually, when he you know, which explains a lot to you too when you remember Orville. The one who was the first to call you the Inglorious Ones. So yeah, so Timothy just looks at you and he goes, so those are the important people. Those are the most important people. Those are the people who ensure that the nation runs. He goes, everybody else, well, pick and choose. We got
He kind of scratches the back of his neck, you know, and he's like, Timothy, I don't think I want to talk to any of these people. He just chuckles. You know? He's like, I've become less of a socialite as time's gone on. He just sighs.
Timothy kind of looks at you and kind of slightly frowns and he goes, yeah, the years have been tough. He goes, I don't blame you though. I don't really like talking to any of them either. Except my beautiful wife over there, and he motions in Sasha's direction, and she's over there just being a debutante, just talking with people. Remember, she used to be the high evangelist, and so, like, being a socialite is nothing to her. You know what I mean?
Right.
He goes, and you remember, like, back in the day, Timothy had the biggest crush on her, you know? And now he's married to her. Yep, every time you'd see her, you'd hear his armor click. Boom. 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 Be like, so, weather we're having here. Yeah. So, yeah, but now he's married to her, you know, so it gives you a point of reference to how much time has really gone by, you know? And it's about that time, Android, that you get this sensation where you know your bag of something is wrong with your bag of holding.
Oh no. Guess I'm gonna check it.
You go,
just like reach my hand in there, you know, kind of.
well,
nonchalantly.
let me stop you there.
Oh no.
Before you have a chance to do that, suddenly on either side of the ballroom, there's large windows, and they come bursting forward, just exploding inward into the ballroom with some kind of force as something is coming into the ballroom, is invading. Just crash on either side of you guys, and people just start freaking out and scrambling, and panic just fills the room as suddenly you hear the sounds of battle taking place outside of the gala.
Oh no. Okay, so out of a reaction, Android just flicks its swords out, right?
Well, hold that thought as we go to you, Quill.
So lame.
As we go to you, Quill now. You, Quill.
Tell me about you, really Quill.
Yeah, I know. He's like, you're so lame. Why are you doing this to me? Because
you notice the subtle switch of language there too. I stopped to adjust my language.
Yeah.
I just landed on lame. Didn't have quite the edge that I wanted.
Didn't quite feel the way you wanted it to, did it?
Yeah.
I wanted to blunt slap you with a wet fish, but instead you get a noodle.
Yes. Things are getting fishy.
Mhm.
Anyways.
So, you, Quill, but it is nighttime by the time you guys reach the Mistvale Cemetery, or the you guys have been going on a slight decline this, after a while, and night has begun to fall, and you come to a nice little sort of ledge on this, landing of a sort, a natural landing of a sort. And down in the distance, you can see Mistvale City, the abandoned town of Purple Lotus. But just a little ways off to the side, you see a large cemetery, which is the Mistvale Cemetery. When I say large, I mean it looks like it could be a city in of itself, a town in of itself. It even has walls built up around it. You are looking not at a cemetery, but in fact a necropolis.
Nice.
Yes, with
darkness, my old friend.
And in this, and we're talking like a full-blown cemetery. It's got mausoleums, above ground graves, in-ground graves, like it from the top, it looks almost maze-like, labyrinthine.
Top to the bottom to the top.
Yep. And now you're here. And Jushin just stops, and he's just like, there it is. He goes, I'll keep watch from here. I think this is where I've got to stop. Says, I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I'm a coward. Plain and simple.
Noticed. Duly noted.
The exile, he just motions in the direction of the necropolis, and he goes, how do you want to approach this?
See something real quick here. Oh,
Well, while you do that, I'm gonna pause this recording for just a brief second and get myself something to drink and take a wee. Okay?
he's gotta go play with himself.
I just gotta take a wee. I'll be
Nice.
right back. I'm gonna pause this though.
He's gonna slather it on there.
Okay, we're back. We're back
You left it
now.
the whole time.
Well,
In fact,
after
we're gonna
that-
use some of that hot too.
After that brief intermission,
You had it. Why didn't you use it?
Because I wanted you to feel it. All the way down in your cockles.
I do not like this conversation. Anyways, so have you decided what you're going to do, you Quill? You are, just as a brief reminder, you are looking out upon the necropolis that is the
Yeah.
Mistvale Cemetery.
We were discussing this for a second. I'm starting to miss the old U-Quill a little bit. And
Yeah.
I think he's coming back just a smidge here. I'm looking at something I might want to do. Give me 1 second. I want to see this. Well, with it. Okay, so I'm gonna do this in preparation while I'm looking. But I have. Where'd they go? Yeah, I have plenty of these stuff. So he's gonna fashion up him 3 arrows with thunderstones. And then he's got some more of his. Where'd it go? He's gonna soak him 2 arrows.
Like soaking, like what the Mormons do, or not?
Yeah. Except we're using oil and cloth,
Yeah.
and it's just like he's just sitting there like listening to so kind of like, what are we gonna do? It's just like he's like when he starts to ask that question, Yuquil's already got the thunderstone and he's like wrapping it, around the tip of the arrow, just like what are we gonna do? I wonder. And he just ties it off, puts the arrow back real gently back into his quiver. It's like, do you not see what I'm doing here? Like, we're about to fuck shit up.
Kara Shin pulls out from his sheath as he sees you like getting ready. He pulls out from his sheath this long curved blade, almost like a katana, but not a katana because it's wider and flatter, and it's jade green. And he pulls it out. I mean, it is large. Like even in your hand, it would seem like large. It would feel more like a spear, but on him it even feels a little bit even with him holding it, it seems like that is just, is there a reason it's that long? You know what I mean? Like, are you compensating? But like it, he pulls out that blade and he goes, okay, so it's on then.
Equal just kind of chuckles, raises an eyebrow at his impressive equipment.
Nice.
Kind of gives him the, oh yeah? Kind of chuckles and shakes his head. He's like, yeah, look, hang back just a smidge. I'm going to ring the dinner bell.
That's all right.
And then he kicks on his senses aura. Oh, what else do I got here that I wanted to... let's see, we're doing sense. That gives me that. Wow.
You what?
Let's see, got that. I don't. You know. Okay. Damn, I don't want to use that right now. Okay.
What are you doing exactly?
I'm looking for one more thing, but I don't think I have any right now. So that's gonna need to be removed. Yeah. So yeah. He just kind of like puts all of his, his couple arrows with the Thunderstone and his ones, soaked in oil. He just kind of has them, kind of tucked off on his belt so they don't,
Yeah.
Ready to go, just in case.
Right.
And he's like, yeah. He's like, well.
Says ready when
Yes,
you
this
are,
is-
Chief.
He's like, I have a feeling this is probably going to get spicy, so hope you're ready.
Says, well, I'm nervous, but that's good. Let's go.
Yuko reaches down and he's like, he keeps his tobacco like in the top of his boot, pulls out a little bit, fashions him up a little smoke, puts it in his mouth and like
Just
kind of like
and it lights.
yeah, it just lights. And he's just like, only thing missing from a good time now is a good drink. And just starts waltzing the fucking. And when I say waltzing, like I think people might forget he's in heavy fucking armor. Like he's never quiet.
Yeah.
Any fucking ways.
Yeah.
And right now he is. Oh my God, is he like? He is basically prancing in heavy armor. Okay, so just it's like son of a bitch.
Yeah, car rush in as big as he isn't any quieter. You know what I mean? And he's wearing his armor, so the both of you are just sounding like a freaking couple of Clydesdales just down in that direction. And when you guys are clear out of earshot, Jishin just goes, "They're so dead," and just kind of ducks behind like a little, and just lays flat on his stomach and just starts watching.
Yeah, he's thinking fucking Margaritaville on his way in, just like, fuck it, we're going.
Well, what's funny is he looks at the bag of 100 gold you gave him just now, or earlier, and he sets it down, and then he pulls out the bag of 100 gold you gave him when you first hired him and sets it down and goes, "So it's 200 gold and I might make 50 out of this and 250. He goes, "Man, I will start a legacy with that." Because you forgot you gave him 100 gold when you first met him.
He didn't forget. You gotta remember, like, when's the last time you actually paid for something?
Yeah. He's just like
he's got Yuquil, like, even like in his homeland, he's wealthy. And even there, he doesn't spend much. Like, most of it's like at the farm, that type of shit, maintenance and stuff. But like, as for spending,
yeah,
he just goes and makes his own shit, or like people are like, try this.
Jishin is he's at this point, he's just like pouring all the gold out in front of him, and he's just taking it and stacking it in like towers and just counting it like a child does with toys. You know what I'm saying? And he's just like, oh yes, and every once in a while he looks out and then looks over his shoulder like, nothing's sneaking up on me. Good. As you guys begin to march towards the cemetery.
Pretty sure that Yuquil has spent more money that he didn't have than the money he actually has, because most of the money he spends he has Android to take
Yeah,
care of
Android.
it.
Yeah, Android mainly always just busts money or some random object out of his bag of holding and says, "Will that do?" And they're usually like, "Yes, that'll do."
Yeah, spend his money more than I spend my own.
Agaragis. You guys make it over that cliff, that little cliff face, and you long after you've done that, you Fojua and Crow follow more tracks until finally you come to a small little valley within the mountain range. You are fairly high up, and when I say fairly high up, you're not so high up that like everything looks tiny to you, but you're high up enough that you would not want to accidentally fall off of this, because it would cause you some serious damage. And down in this little valley, you see what do you call a group of horses anyways? What are they? They're not a pack. What are they? Like a herd? Is that what they are? A herd of horses?
Ponies.
Yeah, I feel like I should know this.
Yeah,
but-
me too.
Yeah,
I
right,
really
no.
do. She goes, ponies.
I know, right?
You find
They're a bunch of horsies.
fine. You find a pony of horses hanging out.
I actually like it.
Yeah, I kind of do too. That's why I kind of went with it when I said, you know what? Yeah, that'll work. And they are exactly as Fojua described them. They seem sinister to look at first, because their color is just shiny jet black, and their mane is like that of fire. Their mane, their tail, their hooves leave traces of flame behind them as they walk around, even when they're just walking. And the flame never lasts long, but it does it does leave a presence there. And yes, they appear to be sinister at first, but once you get to studying them, you realize they are majestic beasts, and they are actually they seem noble and friendly and kind as you watch them just regarding one another and how they treat one another in general. You watch them, and Fojua just nods his head in their direction. He's like, "You see, that is why we call them the Nightmare," or, and I guess in our language, Subaru no Oni. He says, because to look at them, you would think that they are dangerous, but they are beautiful beasts, kind and gentle, and they treat one another with respect. There is something intelligent about them that is beyond our understanding. He says, and that's why the Bajang are such foul beasts, because they kill these beautiful animals for their dark rituals. And he looks at you, Agaragis, and he realizes that while he's saying this and talking about the Nightmare, he looks at you and realizes, there is a strange similarity in all of this. And he even admits to it, and he says, I'm sorry, Agaragis. I have been treating you like you're something foreign, much like people have treated the Nightmares in the past. But honestly, there is good about you, even though at first glance, I mean, there is something very off-putting about you. But you've been a fine companion on this, and I should be better to you than that. Thank you for teaching me this lesson and not judging a book by its cover. Huh, I like that. Don't judge a book by its cover. I wonder if that phrase will ever take off.
He says,
Says, well, these are obviously the nightmare that the bishop. Yeah, you say, and he just accepts that as a reasonable answer from Agaricus. And he's like, he goes, I wonder if these are the nightmare that the Bajong have been following. He goes, perhaps we should look out and see if we can see anything. Agaricus and Crow both, since you both are there, can roll spots if Crow even cares to even like involve himself in the machinations of what's going on around him, or if he's just there for the ride. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. But if Crow so wishes to, he himself also can roll a spot. Agaricus, you can roll a spot. I will roll a spot for Fojua as well. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. You gotta be kidding me. Well, okay, so I'm gonna just clip this and show this real quick because you guys won't believe it when you see it. And I'm just gonna allow y'all to see what Fojua actually rolled for his spot, because I don't care if you guys know his stats or not, but that's 2 nat 20s, baby.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I guess they're on it.
Nice.
Yeah, Fojua and Agaricus are looking.
You gotta hit that. You gotta hit that first.
Nice. Nice. I can't do it. Yeah, I can't make that. Nice. There it is, kinda. Anyways, I'm not gonna just sit here and pucker up over the mic all night.
Yes,
anyway.
yes, the fuck you are.
Yes, you are. Do it and do it right.
Yeah.
He's like,
sheesh.
Nice. But yeah, so both Agaricus and Fojua get to looking around, and they both instantly see it. Out in the mountain wall lining of this valley, you can see it, and it's ever so subtle. There is a small cave entrance, and it's ever so like subtly done. Like it's hidden behind a bush. It's not this large cave mouth or anything. In fact, it looks like just to get inside of it, you'll have to crawl. But there it is.
I would have to crawl?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean you would. Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. It's not but it won't be, for instance, it won't feel as cramped for you as it will for like Fojua, for instance. But Fojua himself isn't like husky either, you know what I mean? He's pretty lean. But yeah, I mean, you guys will have to crawl. And Fojua just points out and says, that's it. That's right there. That's one of their burrows. Says these things are notorious. I don't know how they do it, but the Bajong can make these things in a matter of minutes. It's how they get around. So I to this day, nobody really knows how the Bajong can create these little holes in the mountainside so quickly. He goes, but I guarantee you they tracked these things here and then just ever so subtly dug that out. And they're just waiting to ambush those poor Nightmare.
Should we tell them?
Because I don't think they'll listen. if I'm being honest, I don't think they'd listen to us. He goes, they are intelligent. There have been stories of those who could communicate with the nightmare, but I just don't think that they're the type to... I don't... Because we could try and scare them off, but then the Bajang are likely to just move their position.
Should we try to scare off the Bajang?
I think we should kill the Bajang. He's just like straight up honest about it. He's like, I think we should just eliminate them. He goes,
Agaricus just like nods his head in acceptance.
Like, they're foul little creatures. What if we just strafe across this cliffside here and get over closer to the entrance there, and then just kind of sneak our way in there without disturbing the nightmare? Because as noble and as friendly as they really are, they can be kind of dangerous if you startle them. And I'm not really trying to fight a pony of nightmare. That's canon now. That's just, I don't know what you would call a pack of horses, but when it comes to nightmare, they're known as a pony. Much like unicorn are known as a miracle of
the pony
unicorn.
of nightmare.
Yeah, you've got a miracle of unicorn, a pony of nightmare. Yes, that's canon now.
That is
Write
so
that down.
good.
Yeah, I know. It really is.
Pony of nightmare.
A pony
That
of
is
nightmare.
so great.
I know. I like it.
I actually like the shit out of that.
Yeah, me too. It just seems fantastical, you know?
The fact that it's part of like something cutesy and innocent like pony, you know, as a descriptor for nightmare, makes it feel even more sinister in its own right.
Mm-hmm. It's a pony of nightmare. Yes. Delightful. Like that episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog. Delightful. So yeah. Let's yeah, that's all I got. So yeah. Yeah, but he's just asking you, like, do you think that's what are you fine with that? Do you want to just circle around and not upset this pony?
He just nods his head.
All right, go ahead and roll me a climb.
Aw.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to climb. Aw. Android complains when we don't have enough rolls. Agaricus complains if they gotta roll once.
Hey, I've rolled multiple times earlier.
I mean, one of us wants to play D&D.
Hey.
Shut up!
See, this is why I didn't want to climb.
So
You mean I gotta do something besides roleplay? Damn. Damn.
I got a 9.
Yeah, I know. I see that. I am.
Can I?
You want to roll that one last luck to do it?
Yeah.
Go for it. Go for it. If you get lower than 9, something catastrophic is going to happen. Just so you know.
Cool.
You're fucking cooked.
Excuse me.
He willed that shit into fucking existence now.
It's not lower than 9.
It's not. Very good. So it's not catastrophic. It's not great, but it's not catastrophic. You guys begin to strafe across the cliffside there, watching your footing and everything, and then Agaricus, you slip up and you kick some rocks down, and it startles one of the nightmare, and it turns and neighs, just. And when it does that, all the other nightmare turn then do that, and their hooves just light ablaze. Just like that, and quickly they go charging in a panic in all sorts of directions, trying to huh?
I was gonna say Garricus just yells Guten Tag.
Fair enough. One of them's like Donka. No,
Garrett just starts speaking Simlish.
So they but they all go running in different directions, and you see that they run so fast when their hooves are just lit ablaze and like roaring blaze that they are capable of literally running just boom up surfaces like it's nothing, just leaving trails of fire behind them, well, like back to the future, you know what I mean? You got two lines of fire, just like you just watched the DeLorean just boom go zipping by. That's them, just boom, just in all sorts of directions. The problem is a few of them, a group of this pony, are headed in your guys' direction, and you guys are about to get trampled. Garrigus, I'm gonna need you to roll a reflex. I'm rolling one for Fozua as well to see if he can survive.
You said flex, right?
Mm-hmm. Reflex.
No. I like the flex part. Just stand there and be like,
Yeah, just flex on him.
Straight up.
I ain't no bitch.
Word.
Word to your mama.
Now tell me what's the word? A word up. It's the call a word. Just me, huh? No, but okay, fair enough.
Yep, just you.
Just me.
We're gonna let you.
I mean, yeah. Sorry. I mean, I didn't realize. I guess I missed the cue to join in.
And
No,
Be as awkward as
DJ.
possible about this.
And I just let him sail down that river on his own, just watching him go by.
Well, ooh, Agargus.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I mean, and you do not have another luck to even save you out of this either. That is the thing. I hope that the spit was worth it, but
It was.
It was though. I mean, it was. He got a cool ability out of it. You now have a stunning fist. You are like Kilmari from Final Fantasy X at this point. So yeah, Fozua just kind of rolls himself across the cliffside and holds on and gets out of the way. But Agargus, you are real small and you have such stubby legs that it just does not happen for you, and you get smacked by one. Well, actually, it is actually in a horse's nature not to just run things over. They actually will just naturally jump over something, and that is a known fact. Like, for future reference, I don't know if any of us will ever be in this situation, but if you ever have a horse charging at you, just drop to the ground and become like, lay your body out like a log. It will jump over.
Watto.
It will jump over you. It won't run you over. It is not in a horse's nature to run people over like that. So,
What the fuck?
no, it's true. It's not.
No, not you. Look at the Discord, asshole.
Oh. A-hole.
Bro.
Oh.
I don't think it did that, but that's comedy.
Yeah, that's wild. Actually, that's really wild. He's like, look at the Discord, a-hole. Whoa, sorry. Anyway.
Oedipus Maximus.
This isn't.
So, but yeah, so actually, you don't get trampled by one of these nightmare. It leaps over you, but the trail of fire.
You catch its fifth leg.
The boom. Have you ever seen I Think You Should Leave? No. I'm not getting stuck on that. It's a Tim Robbins show and it's hilarious, but they got something about that. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It's hilarious. But No, but the nightmare jumps over the top of you, but you do catch a piece of the trail of fire off of it. Doing...
I think you cut out.
No, I'm typing in your damage.
Oh.
I think you cut out. No, I was like doing, and then you're like, I think you cut out. It's like, no, I just need to know how bad you are right now.
To be fair, I thought you abruptly cut out too. I was like, whoa.
He's deciding how much the mushroom guy could.
It does 12 points of fire damage to you. Just like it cooks you, and I'm gonna need actually now Crow to roll a reflex for me to see if it actually caught him.
Who's a dead bird? He's a dead bird.
Yeah, I don't know how much health Crow actually has. 12 might take him right out.
Most of the birds don't have a lot now.
I always have to like.
You might
Yeah, I
have to just
typically
type
have the
it in.
character sheet kind of open, ready to go. Give me a second.
Yeah,
But
it's okay.
nearly there. And
He's got to zip his pants back up.
aha. Oh no zip. Just pulling them back up.
He's like, what are you talking about? I believe in spandex.
Yeah. Full ass bear. That's brave man.
He's like,
I
you
wouldn't
see this
have the spiders
elastic
you have,
waistband, son? Oh yeah, you're fine. Yeah, no shot.
Nice.
No shot. It didn't even catch you.
Fuck
Like the
that.
second it looked like it, you flew right off of the Garagus's head and said, nope.
Hell no.
And yeah, flew up into the air like, ouch. That looked like it hurt. Oh, yeah.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Garagus, I'm going to need you to roll me a balance.
Okay.
Poor Garagus. So tough being so squishy.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. So you tumble right off that, just down that cliff face. Oh.
I'm dead.
Go ahead and roll me a tumble. Go ahead and just roll me a tumble.
Okay.
Bye, Gigas.
Let's just see. Well, I'm gonna see something here real quick.
Don't worry, you're not the first one to die to non-combat injuries. Somebody else has that distinct honor.
Ooh. Okay. So, you actually take. Let's see. You take half damage because of a tumble. So you take 11 more points of damage. Just.
Oh.
Yeah. You almost took 22. You almost took 22, but that was a good tumble check. So you just and you just and you tumble and go shoulder first, and you just roll down into that valley, having been cooked and sufficiently battered. And you can just hear Fojua up top go, "Agaragus, are you okay?"
Yeah.
It's okay then. I'll come down to meet you. And he just kind of shimmies on down the cliff face. He's like, oh boy. Look at you over. You're a little charred, little, bruised and battered. He says, well, that's one way to do it, I guess. And it's about this time, Agaragus, you look over at that little opening, little cave mouth that you guys were trying to sneak over to, and you see a light begin to glow out of it. Not like a spotlight, but I want you to think like you're looking inside the cave mouth, and it's dark, but then all of a sudden you can see the shadows begin to part away as you can see the cave wall beginning to be illuminated as if something is carrying a torch towards your direction. And we now join Zoltan on his adventure. Zoltan, you go marching with these yonder folk for a little while through the yonder world, and they bring you to an ancient hall that looks like it was crafted by like some foreign civilization that you wouldn't necessarily recognize, but there are like carvings of like the faces of short, like little round-headed men with stout faces, chubby cheeks, mighty beards, all carved out of stone into the walls and stuff. Different pillars, and it's all real dilapidated. They say, and the yonder folk look at you and they say, "These are the forgotten halls of the dwarves." They say, "On through there you will be reaching the Grimlock lands." This is the most sufficient way of avoiding the bowels, lest you want to deal with the center and the stone-forged Grimlock, and maybe even Iron Dolls. In which case, we could take you that way, but then you're for sure dead. This will take you to the Chamber of Erythnol. Unfortunately, the dwarves left behind some of their machinations here. So good luck with the Iron Maiden and all. And they, Iron Maiden, excellent.
Got tickets to Iron Maiden, baby. Sorry.
I'm just a teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every Friday, don't say maybe.
Oh man, I am having so much fun with that right now. I don't know why this is tickling me so, but yes. I think what's so fun about it is when I found out it's him singing that. Like I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah. And I say him because I don't know the name of the singer, so
I can't believe you. You poser.
Well,
What the hell?
I don't know a lot of people's names. I mean, for crying out loud. I don't know who invented peanut butter either. I still enjoy it. Anyways, who invented peanut butter?
George Washington Carver?
George Washington. Oh yeah, I guess he did, didn't he? I guess I did know that actually.
Yeah. Freaking genius.
You know what's wild about that is I say peanut butter, like I think most people know that. Why do most people know who invented the like peanut butter? But like if I say the
You want
cotton
the honest
gin,
answer?
Because peanut butter is delicious.
We'll go with that one.
Yeah. But yeah, they're like, and be careful of the Iron Maidens, and they leave you, Zoltan. And
Iron what?
The Iron Maidens.
I know. I was just Zoltan saying
Oh,
that.
that's my bad. Yeah, my bad.
Can't believe you.
Do it again. Do it again.
Pay.
Take two.
Nah, you pushed it. It's done sailed.
It's over. You ruined it. You blew it. To give you an idea, they call these the Forgotten Halls, but they look it looks like just like almost like a palace built inside of a mountain, all out of like mountain stone, worked mountain stone with the different carvings and things, as I said before, with many hallways in different like directions you could take, you know, arched hallways and different stuff. I mean, it feels like a dungeon kind of, but once upon a time it might have actually been pretty grand, you know, but
are there
it has
dragons
become,
in this dungeon?
Find out. F around and find out. Go ahead and get yourself lost in the underworld. Go ahead. Test me. Go ahead and find out. Let's see if ask yourself, go ahead and find out and ask yourself, have I created lore and know exactly what might be lurking through these forgotten halls?
Dun, dun, dun. But you said they're made out of stone?
The whole place is made out of stone, yeah. Like it's a mountain. It's just a place built in using the mountain, the inside of the mountain to build its structure. You know what I'm saying? It's all just work stone, but it's become dilapidated. Like I said, it feels like a dungeon now, but once upon a time it might have actually been really grand and maybe a little bit more, you know, polite. I don't know, for lack of a better word. But now it's very foreboding.
Oh, I should have asked them if they knew how big this place was. Uno momento. I gotta search up something again.
Uno momento. Uno momento.
I want to see how my domain expansion works again.
No.
I got this saved.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm a domain expansion this bitch in here.
What does that mean? Domain expansion? That's the name of the spell?
No, it's called Shadow Landscape.
Oh.
He's speaking in anime.
I'm speaking in the anime. Yep.
Shadow Landscape?
Yep.
And it's a spell, huh?
Yep.
Okay, so Shadow Landscape is a druid-only 9th level spell that transforms a natural area into a hazardous reflection of the shadow plane, making terrain difficult, creating shadow creatures, and obscuring vision, effectively creating a temporary dangerous pocket of the Shadowfell. That's what you want to do with it?
Like I said, oh no.
It's domain expansion. No, read more into it, Bog.
Okay,
it is a nasty spell that I have ready for a reason.
Key effects of the Shadow Landscape. Terrain transformation converts a large area of natural terrain into a shadowy, hostile version similar to the Shadowfell. Read more into it, he says. Hazardous environment. The land becomes dangerous, often with difficult terrain, shadowy pitfalls, and other perils. Shadow creatures. Summons or manifests shadowy creatures like those found in the plane of shadow that attack intruders. Oh, obscure vision. Diminishes the light and obscures details, making it hard to see and navigate. Source. Oh, found in Spell Compendium. How it works. General concept. The spell creates a localized temporary pocket where the shadow plane bleeds into the material plane, making the environment itself a weapon against enemies. Perfect for ambushes or defending a territory. It uses the idea that the shadow plane is an echo of the material plane, which is true, twisting its geography into darkness and danger. Oh. So basically, you're going to tear the veil because the shadow plane and the material plane are like coexistent. You're going to tear that veil and destroy decoherence and allow some of the Shadowfell to just bleed into the material plane. That's the idea there, right?
Oh, I have the ability to traverse it with ease though.
Oh, but you can traverse it with ease. See, it doesn't say that. Let me actually get into the actual book, because all I did was Google it real quick for a quick synopsis, because sometimes that just helps you know,
Use the fucking AI description, didn't you?
well, sometimes I mean I don't know, possibly I don't know.
Hey,
I didn't
you muted, Dad.
AI overview.
AI overview says
Yes.
It's definitely one of those ones that favors the caster. It's not like it creates a hostile environment for the caster. You can even
Yeah.
designate people that are immune to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can-
It's one of your few like high level ones, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
really bullshit
It's-
one.
It is one of my bullshit spells. It is one of my level 9
the
spells.
spell compendium, page 184. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not against it. You are allowed to play as much D&D as you like. In fact, I am kind of interested in this happening. Like, I'm not against this happening because it is still opening up the veil between the shadow plane and the Shadowfell and okay, so there is a spell resistance to it. So what that would mean, because you are tearing, it'd be like if you walked into a place where a dude had like an anti-magic field going on in there, you wouldn't be able to cast that basically. Vary terrain upon which it is cast. Desert, the spell transformates. Blah blah blah. Cold dangers, heat dangers. Okay, so it does. Forests, hill, marsh, mountain. Okay, the mountains become places of jagged peaks, slippery slopes, and howling winds, cliffs and chasms.
It's a slippery slope.
To effects and feet. Okay, but what I need to know. Okay,
Your
so
answer is
it's
no.
going to be a mixture. Oh no, my answer is not. No, you're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. You have that spell. You want to cast that spell, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just giving myself a quick verse in what to do with this. Because it is kind of a mixture between, if you change this right now, it's going to be a mixture between mountain and underground. So I need to be able to blend both together in a reasonable fashion, for one. Okay, so it does say you don't suffer terrain-specific effects. So that's nice. So you won't.
Yep.
Okay, so you can if you had a companion with you, you could also designate them.
I'm about to. I'm gonna summon Ruckus.
Yep, you can also designate one or more animals, plants, or magical beasts native to the spell's area as a shadow guardian of the landscape. So you can basically turn Ruckus into a shadow guardian.
Who
died?
Who died?
Vanta.
Oh, he'll be back.
Well,
The world just made a rotation. He's on the dark side of the moon right now. He'll be back.
Oh yeah, fair.
Okay, so one thing you will give Ruckus is resistance to cold, 10, dark vision out to 60 feet, damage reduction 5 to magic, evasion, and low light vision.
It's a nasty spell. I like it.
Yeah. So you'll get in. I don't know if you can mess with. Well, we'll just hold on to it, and I'll just keep it in mind. I just won't shut the book for that. I won't have you write that down on his deal. But yeah. So basically, what this is going to. Oh man. So this place is going to become full of stalagmites. Good grief. And the mountain is going to suddenly have howling winds and a chance for cave-ins. Okay. You and Ruckus will not have a hard time traveling through this, but you are bleeding in the shadow plane. And the way we're going to look at this is you basically what you have initially done, all right, is it's like you created this, but really what you did was you tore the veil and let the shadow fell version of this area just bleed into the material plane. is what you've done. There is just a pocket of the Shadowfell that now exists in this area for how many miles did it say? Like, how far does that travel?
A hot minute.
Range, long, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level.
Yep.
That motherfucker out there.
Oh my gosh, 1 mile radius spread center on a point in space, duration 24 hours plus level.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can have that for however long I want.
Yeah.
I've tried to express how some people sleep on these motherfuckers so much.
So for
Dude,
44
druids have access to certain like divine-esque spells like this, like a cleric, but they're way more powerful, and
This
everybody
is
sleeps on
salty.
it. And like,
this is so
dude,
salty.
it's crazy. Like, so many people sleep on these things. It pisses me off.
This is the
so
saltiest thing
broken.
I think I have ever. Like, this is disgusting.
I still haven't given him complete access neither to the spells.
I
I've
don't
restricted
have
him to
all
make
of them.
him. Yeah, I've restricted him on purpose to make him utilize this shit to find stuff like this, right? Like, he hasn't even cracked open the later shit, which is really fucked. That's the funny part.
How this? You know what? I have been playing D&D like 3.5 pretty much my entire D&D career. Like, I started playing when I was 14 years old, and I have never seen this spell. Like, I have seen this book. I know the book it comes out of, and I just somehow passed over it without realizing that this.
Yeah, because that's it. Like, unless you read into it heavily, it sounds stupid, right? Like, it almost sounds like an illusion spell.
Well, it's just never. It never lined up. I haven't played a lot of druids, and the few druids I played with like a specific thing in mind. So it wasn't. It never sounded like something that I would be. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So like it's just insane.
This fits up Zoltan's alley pretty well.
Yeah. Playing with you are playing with fire, my friend, and I am here for it. And if you want to cast that, yes, by all means, please do. I'm begging you to do this, so because we're about to make things real interesting now.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Cool. So you call forth Ruckus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So,
You've been trying to do something crazy for a minute, so.
yeah.
How this turns out, he's happy either way.
So you call force. You open up a portal, and inside that portal, you can see this like jungle-esque looking area and everything. And out comes running a displacer beast, but it doesn't look like your typical displacer beast that that looks more like a panther and a cat. Well, of course, a panther is a cat, but you know what I mean, like a house cat type thing. No, this displacer beast looks more like a leopard with a mohawk running down his back, and he's got the displacer beast tendrils coming off his shoulders. You know, he is very special and unique, and his name is Ruckus, and he is your animal companion. And he comes jumping through, and he looks around, and he's like, wow, wow, wow. And then he realizes there's no fight happening, and he looks at you and goes, "What's the deal, boss?"
It's the favorite part. It's your favorite part. We get to go fight shit.
It's all right. And so, okay, describe to me now. You have to describe this. You know, you just got a brief description of what the Shadowfell looks like. You know what I'm saying? It is a dark, gloomy, shadow-covered place. It has a natural want to make people feel gloom and doom anyways. You will be immune to all of this, of course, but the ground will become covered in stalagmites. There will be howling winds, and this structure that was once pretty solid and sturdy will be in danger of cave-ins. Now, you will not struggle with the howling winds and the stalagmites, but the cave-ins can be dangerous for you because it is still a cave-in. You can't just ignore that. You see what I'm saying? So keep that in mind.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Everything is going to become darker and more sinister. You know what I'm saying? Think like, old school, like silver screen horror gothic type feel. And yeah, describe to me what it like, how Zoltan is gonna pop off this spell, you know?
I will say the downside to it is it takes an hour to cast.
Okay.
So I'm gonna sit down, crisscross applesauce, and put my fingers together like a Naruto jutsu and have it just start expanding forward from me.
He's like,
no.
Amitabha. Yeah.
Just have the ground start slowly turning into the shadow landscape, like Shikamaru does with his shadow technique.
All right. And as you begin to do that, and Ruckus looks
I fuck
around
with
and
that.
sees how, yeah, I do too. Yeah, I feel like how high. I'll F's with you. Yeah, I'll F's with you too. Yeah. Freaking Ruckus looks around and goes, "Oh, it's on." Yeah, and the landscape begins to change. While that's happening, we are going to jump over to Mind Doc now. Mind Doc. Before too long, Summer, the one who was known as Summer, he approaches you with a book in his hand, and he says, "This is the information we have about Sigil. It was written by one of the Enlightened. Where they got it from, I don't know, and how they got the information, who knows? But the Enlightened are interesting to say the least, and they have accomplished much." And he hands it to you, and it looks, they call it a book, but it looks more just like a manuscript. It doesn't have like a title or anything. Think more like an old dusty journal. It's got holes punched into it very sloppily, like somebody took a knife or a spike and just dug holes through it, and then it is bound together with like in each hole it is bound together with just like hemp rope, like hemp string, you know, and just tied to just make this journalistic book, you know what I mean? This dirty journal, you know. And he hands it to you. He says, enjoy your reading."
Are these enlightened of your land?
Yes, they are. What would you like to know about them?
What is their position among your people?
He goes, "Officially, they don't carry any position with our people. They live in the far off country." Oh, let's get it though. Let's get that. They live off in the far off country of yo. Why would you do that? They live in the far off country of Harango. They have their own kingdom, if you want to call it that. Their land, it is Abrehat Asarata. And where that is exactly located, it is hard to say, because their country is that Harango is very mountainous and filled with extremely thick jungles. The Enlightened don't really associate with much of the outside world.
I see. And why are they called such? The Enlightened.
Says, well, that's a funny story, really. Not many of us really know exactly how or why. There is an animal of our lands, of the jungles and the plains and things, known as the blood ape. Very vicious, very angry, very savage beasts. And then one day, one of them could speak. And that blood ape began to speak, began to understand, read, write, and excelled at it. And that was the first enlightened. And now they are an entire people.
I see. Intriguing. That is what I require for the moment.
Says, of course. And he says, that is fine. I have matters I need to attend to with Master Makembe anyways. And he walks off. And leaves
So
you.
it gets a reading.
Yeah. So you read about whoever this enlightened was. They didn't leave a name or anything, no pen, you know what I'm saying? And surprisingly enough, though, the penmanship rivals that of even an elf. Like the lining, the accuracy, the shading, Mindoc. The shading.
My.
Yeah. However, it is in a foreign language.
I
Yeah.
believe that. Have something for that.
I knew you would. But I needed you to spend it.
Give me a minute. Alright, let's see. Read. There we go. Comprehend languages.
Nice. Beautiful. Not a huge spell slot you're spending there, I don't imagine.
No. Well, it's strange. First level spells, they're only first level spells, but also they're all kind of nifty.
Yeah.
Like the ones I have are all kind of useful, so it is kind of like
Yeah,
they're spread thinner than most.
Them lower level spells are like really nice because they are quality of life spells, you know what I mean? And then the higher the spells, the more destructive they just suddenly become, and it's like, oh Jesus. You know what I mean? But yeah. With that said though, yeah, so what does comprehend languages like in that, or that reading and writing, that how does that when you cast that, how does that look like? How does that spell, like, what's the spell effect look like so you can read this? Well, in fact, you cast the spell, and I'll just tell you that the gibberish in itself, or it would look like gibberish, even though, like I said, it is masterful looking. You know what I mean? Like, even you could tell that, wow, like, he's not kidding. This looks like it was written by a poet. You know what I mean? But it begins to like piece itself together and become more comprehensive for you to be able to read. It's almost like you watch it all like jumble up and then form back up into something you can read, if that makes any sense. So, sorry, not to steal your thunder on that one. I just figured,
That's fine.
I know how Mindoc is with his magic. He just kind of waves his hand. He doesn't really do a lot of flash and flare. He's just kind of like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
In this case, because it's specified, he does have to touch his hand to the page.
Ooh.
Other than that, yeah.
Whoa. Beauty. Yeah, so when you touch it too, like, I'll say even when you touch it, that's what does it. It's almost like when you touch the page, it ripples like water, and that causes the words to jumble around and then form back up. You know what I mean? Like when you touch your reflection and it distorts in water, and then when it comes back together, you watch it piece itself back together. Same sort of effect. And you can now read it, and it gives out a date and a time that's unfamiliar to you. You know what I mean? It's using crazy language because it's like, what does it mean? Like first of this time, you know, like everybody knows time and things like that. Like a day is sunrise to sunset, and then like a year technically is, they just call cycles, you know, and then you count your seasons by the different colors of the moon, you know, transitionings of the moon. But he's giving like time. He's like first of some name, you know, a name that's unrecognizable to you, you know. He calls it Arabot. First of Arabot. I find myself in a foreign place, a chaotic place. I'm walking along barren lands. At least they seem barren, but they change and form in such inconceivable ways. What was once rolling landscapes of hills and mountainous area, I watch melt before my eyes to become seas of lava that when I touch it, it is cold. It makes no sense. Streaks of purple lightning dance across my head, and I watch dark clouds roll to reveal red skies that turn blue as if I'm back in my homeland. But that blue cries upon my head. I must be careful. I think I actually watched an area, just a section of this place. It's as if it only wants to rain in one particular section, but it's not raining, it's raining spiked blades. It is so strange. And the people here, what few creatures and denizens I see, though some are intelligent, some are just fierce and maniacal. I can't even explain it. It's a thing of nightmare. At times I have to check myself and make sure my sanity stays intact, because what I am beholding should never have been beheld in the first place. And then it jumps now, 9th of Erebot. I have found it. It's a city. It's a city that looks like it's made of cold iron, but it's not iron because it glows blue and silver. It is a strange place, and in this ever-shifting landscape, it is the only place that remains the same, and I don't understand it. There are people here. Weird, pale creatures. About half my height. They walk around with skin as white as marble or porcelain, and hair that just stands up on end as if it is constantly flowing in water. But there is no water. And they don't speak with their mouths. I can actually see the words dancing above their head, and it's all just ridiculous. But they seem to understand it. I can't understand it, though. I must get closer. I must investigate. 20th of Erebot. So I have been in this city for I don't know how long. Maybe a day, maybe a year. I can't tell. Time doesn't seem to matter here. They call this town Sigil. And I have figured out that the people that live here, the weird ones, the ones with the words that form above their head, they're not actually unpleasant little creatures. They're actually very friendly. In fact, they are known as the Davis. And they have the pilgrims. The pilgrims are interesting because the pilgrims, they are almost humanoid, like that of a regular man or human. But they're different. They're, I don't know, stoic maybe. More stoic. more in charge of their emotions. I don't think these are actually human, but I can't really prove it. And I don't think they tell me anyways. There's also many different factions that live here in Sigil. The Bleak Cabal, Doomguard, Godsman, to name a few. I haven't really fallen in much with them because they're all very secretive and they seem to be at war with one another on a regular basis. But there is one guy here. There is one guy. I did meet, and he doesn't seem to be from here originally either. His name, he's an elf. His name is, and then as you go to read on, all of a sudden the book, the journal catches fire in your hand.
Okay, I would like to, hang on, in that split moment,
Mm-hmm.
can I attempt to cast a spell before it burns?
Sure.
I would like cast the spell, Scholar's Touch, where I just sort of read the contents of the book, like, by touching it, like it sort of just absorb the contents of it as if I'd read it once before.
Okay, what I'm gonna say to make this fair, right? To make this fair, I am going to have you roll a D100. You have a 50-50 chance of pulling this off. Because whatever you're going up against right now is just as skilled in the arts, if you will, as you are.
Got you. Alright, what am I trying to roll?
D100, so you're just gonna roll 1D100.
Yeah. But like, what's my objective?
You gotta get, you got a 50-50 chance, so you gotta get at least a 50 or higher. Actually,
Alright.
you gotta get a higher than a 50. So a 51 will count, but a 50
yeah.
is on the other person's side.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
D100.
Would you like to use some heroic points
Nah.
before you roll?
Oh, fuck. God damn it. I forget. I would have, but, oh well. I press enter.
But now,
Oh,
so
that's
you
too late.
go to do it like as quickly as you can. You're like casting the spell, putting your hand to it, but that fire just like scorches your hand, my doc. You know what I'm saying? You literally put your hand in fire and burnt it. And I am going to give you 14 points of fire damage onto yourself for that. Because your hand just, I mean, it torched your hand. You're like, oh my, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you tried, and you despite yourself, you're just like, oh, you know, like that hurt. You yelp a little bit, you know, despite your normal like demeanor, you know, it causes you to yelp, causing both Makembe and Summer to come running out, and they look at you, and they're like, what happened? And they're looking at the burning journal, and Summer is instantly walking over there, and you notice Summer puts his hand in the fire with no problem and just extinguishes it. Just
Wow.
And Makembe's like,
Your text burst into flames.
Makembe's like, oh no. That's never happened before. I am at a loss of words, my doc. I am so sorry. I don't know what I didn't.
I don't
think.
imagine this was your doing. It would have been a foolish attempt at harming me. I imagine something or someone doesn't want me reading this, though. Do you have this transcribed?
Says, no, I certainly don't. I had it, I've read it a few times, at least once. But no, we don't really do that here. I just kind of had it.
Hold, we will address this in a minute. I need to focus. And I'm going to take out parchment and just scribble down everything I read so far.
Okay.
to as precisely as possible. And because I wasn't writing that word for word as you did it, and Mind Doctor has better memory than me, is this like I should roll to make have Mind Doctor be
No,
accurately writing down?
No, I mean, I'm not. You, if you want to, if you really want to, just as character development, go ahead. Like, I won't. Yeah, I won't force you to. Do you, as the player, kind of remember pretty well what was said there, or do you need me
Easily.
to kind
Maybe
of
just
give
not
you
the names,
some cliff notes? Well, first thing you noticed is that he mentioned something strange, like the way he was keeping time was pretty strange. He kept mentioning something about Arabot. So that's Arabot.
Arabot.
Arabot. Arabot. First of Arabot, ninth of Arabot, 20th of Arabot. So you think that this is the Enlightened's way of keeping track of time, you know what I mean? Which is weird. You know what I mean? This is the first time you've ever ran into it. It's kind of a universal way that people tell time. They may have different ways of, like, the seasons, for instance. Different cultures call the seasons different things and the moons different things and stuff. But this is the first time you've ever seen an entire, like, metric of time be dedicated to something. You know what I mean? And so that's, basically they have names for months. They mentioned sigil. This is like at least the fourth time you've heard this name get mentioned. And now you know for sure it's a city in this chaotic plane. Because of the writing. There was a mention of people known as Dabis. And a mention of people known as what the heck? Come on, dude. Sorry. I'm trying to get it back for you. A mention of people known as Dabis and a people known as the Pilgrims. Right? The Dabis are like these porcelain looking people, you know what I mean? With like wild hair whose words seem to dance above their heads. You know what I mean? Like, they don't open their mouths when they speak. Everything they have to say becomes words that form over their heads, and it looks like gibberish, but the Dabis seem to understand it, and the Pilgrims seem to understand it too, obviously, right? The Pilgrims seem humanoid. Everything else that lives there, he mentioned, seemed kind of humanoid, but he doesn't think they're actually human, the race of human. You know what I mean? There's something that's just different about them that sets them apart. And that sigil is like basically like a city of different kinds of factions. It's got people there, regular people, but it is ran mainly by factions as it appears, And he named a few. The Bleak Cabal, the Doom Guard, and the Godsman. But he did say to name a few, so there has to be more.
Sorry, Bleak God.
No, the Bleak Cabal.
Oh, Bleak Cabal.
Yeah, it's okay. The Doom Guard and the Godsman. And the Godsman, yeah. I was speaking really fast, so it's okay if we have to, you know what I mean? Like, I am kind of going at a faster speed tonight, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Factions within. That was most of it, right?
And then he said that he met something called an elf there. And that's when the page blew up. Yep. He said, I did meet something else. It calls itself an elf. And then the book went up in flames.
The book. Hang on. Alright, well. Sorry, I'm just finishing this note.
Yeah, no problem.
Right. Alright, so after just pulling his quill out and just like burning all of that into some parchment he pulled out of his scroll case. Checking something? Okay, great. Yes, Manduck. Then so he scribbles this all down and just like gets up, like takes a deep breath. Just okay. Is there anything you remember after the passage where he met this elf that is mentioned?
Yes, the elf. That's what I was talking about earlier when I first met you with you and Onye. Said there are no coincidences. I said I was familiar with elves, that I had heard of them before, and it's because of that journal. It's the first time I ever heard mention of an elf. The elven man who calls himself the Stranger. That one of the Enlightened met. He described him, and that's how I knew about the pointed ears and the things that is natural to your race. Said a practitioner of flame. Very powerful. Very powerful. Eventually helped the Enlightened get back to back to home. Sent him back. Gave him that journal and even said to keep it close to him because and he thinks about it. I'm going to roll something to see if Makembe can recall this correctly. If he cannot, you are going to be missing a piece of information. You ready? You've got a 50-50 chance
All right.
of this working, right?
Call heroic points.
Ooh. Well, he rolled a 92, so Makembe's memory is spot on, you know?
Nice.
And he says, oh yes, he says, that's right. He gave him that journal because he said, despite his best efforts, no matter what, it will be read. And he'll deal with it then. Whatever that means.
Interesting.
He says yes, and then you guys feel the temple shift again. I'm not going to make you roll another balance because, you know what I'm saying? Because you're used to it now, you know, but
Right.
you feel it fall again, and Summer looks at Makembe and says, Master, it won't be long. I feel myself. And Makembe just says, shh. This is not concern of mine, Docs. He doesn't need to worry about this. And then he just sighs.
Detect thoughts.
You can ask if you want. You don't
It's my vote.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not going to make them roll anything or anything like that. He just Makembe's just thinking to himself. He's just like, you hear Summer just sitting there, and Summer in his mind, he's just lamenting. You know what I mean? He's just purely lamenting. He's got friends known as Autumn, Spring, and Winter, and he's lamenting them because they are currently in comas. Makembe is sitting there just debating in his head what he's going to do once the elements leave his, the others completely. He's like, once they leave them, how tenuous will my grasp be on them?
Are you aware of what precisely is causing this shift in the elements that is afflicting your people? Sort of gestures to Summer.
Makembe looks at him and says, looks at you for a minute and eyes you. I'm going to have him roll a sense motive not anything too crazy. It's just a thing. Just
Fair enough.
all right. Well, he rolled an 8, so he's kind of baffled on how you know anything about these elements, and he's like, "What do you know about the elements and our relationship to them, if you don't mind me asking?"
I overheard your feelings regarding these elements. It's something elves do.
Okay. Says, well, I am tied to the elemental planes of fire, water, terran, and wind. It's not the craft or whatever it is you call it, the weave. It's not like that. It's not magical in any way, shape, or form. I'm just tied to them. And he like points at himself and he says, it comes from within inside me. I have learned to harness the elements. And the elements are loosely tied to, or not loosely, he says, in these elements I have learned are tied to the changing of the seasons. Here on the continent, we call the seasons summer, spring, autumn, and winter. And that is why I gave my pupils here those names, because each one of them is a representation to my connection to the elements. And it is that reason that this temple is able to float the way that it is, because even the elements obey my command and keep us afloat. Says, but no, to answer your question, I have no idea. One day I felt my connection to the elements, to the planes, being cut off, little by little, as if something died. And I am slowly being cut off myself, and as I get cut off, my pupils, who are connected to me, and he looks at them and he says, are slowly dying, Mind Doc.
I see. You have been of help to me, and this place, sort of gestures around at the temple around him, is clearly a repository of useful knowledge that may be needed in future. I can make no promises, as my information on this matter is limited, but those I associate with have been set on a path related, perhaps, to this matter of the elemental plane's separation from the material. If possible, I may be able to stress the importance of addressing this matter expediently, as opposed to the other equally pressing problems that we have.
McKinley just looks at you and says, I don't know what to say, except that if you, and as he's saying that, his words are suddenly cut off, as you watch as both him and Summer are suddenly just like frozen in force cages. But not just in force cages, but they look as if time itself has stopped for them completely inside these force cages, as if pocket time stops have been created inside force cages.
I would like to immediately chrono trigger time stop, if possible.
That's completely fine.
All right, and
that
then
is, I figured that's what you would do the second I said this. That's why I said it up the way that I said it. You know what I mean? Because I knew you would instantly identify something just happened here, and I want to know what. You know?
All right.
You
with. Oh yeah.
Well, just as a quid pro quo, the second you time stop, it works odd. Something odd happens. In this time stop, things have slowed to such a degree, right? That you're now able to see something that in full motion, time is the fourth dimension, right?
Mhm.
So you're now seeing in the fourth dimension. And there was something standing there in the fourth dimension this entire time, watching you guys, waiting for this moment, waiting for you to use this time stop so he could present himself to you. Standing there in this in this fourth dimension, you see a figure clad in he's wearing like robed garments, but on top of those robed garments is like bronze like armor where there's a symbol that looks strangely familiar but different etched into his armor, glowing. His robed garments are the sparkly, glittery red. And he's got these eyes that are like lit like flames, and out of the flames are pouring etches, like streaks down his face. But those streaks look as if they're etched into his skin, as if it's pouring hot liquid magma. Like you can see his veins in his face, and his veins are made of fire. And he's standing there holding a staff, and this staff looks like it's wood, like it's a wooden staff, but it's bronze. Like the wood is like decorative, if you will. You know what I mean? With a flaming heart-shaped looking sphere at its tip. And he looks at you and he says, "Before you do anything rash, I would like to talk to you. Because if you do something rash, I'm going to be forced to kill these two first." And we are going to go back to Android right now.
But we all got one too.
But for the audio, everybody kind of got left on a gets left on cliffhangers here. But we are on the tail end of this, y'all. So hang out, and we are going to fulfill everyone's well, how shall we say it? Destinies for season 2.
Yippee!
This Destinies for season 2. So everybody's final little deals right now are going to be a little bit longer than what we've been doing this entire time. But it will be you know what I'm saying?
I just gave myself a colonoscopy. I'm good.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know why. But for the audience at home, I am giving them a quick peek at the person who just appeared before Minddog and began talking to him. For you guys, I'm going to give you a quick glimpse at that guy too here in the chat, just so you all get to see this guy, because this guy is going to become relevant in the foreseeable future. You know?
Cool.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. So, with that said though, Android, the glass explodes all over on either side of you guys, and suddenly you can hear fighting, right? And you watch as a volley of arrows just come flying in through the broken, shattered windows directly in your direction. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you're King Leonidas, just, you know what I mean? Like you're about to fight in the shade, and they're all coming in your direction. And that's when you hear a voice say, "Don't worry, my friend, I will be your shield." And you watch Timothy bump you backwards, and you watch as this like celestial shield just suddenly forms out of a gauntlet in his arm and just stops all the arrows from hitting both of you. And he just looks over his shoulder at you knowingly and he says, "Friends of yours?"
I don't know. I would go so far as to call them friends.
He says, "Huh? The more things change, the more they remain the same, heathen. Prepare for battle." And you watch as he like grabs this, like, it looks just like a handle, like the handle of like something, right? Just nothing, just the handle. But you watch as he like flicks out his wrist and it folds out into a large cudgel, like mace. And then he calls out the window and he goes, "The cudgel of St. Cuthbert will have ye. On this day you will meet retribution." And then he just goes charging into battle. What do you do, Android?
I am going to draw my swords first. And I imagine that Android has grown tired of walking around with torn ass sleeves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, I like to think that this jacket or whatever that he's wearing has like an opening for that goes up, to his
Sure.
elbow, and that
Sure.
they're like little straps that come over and button, right? So when he springs them, it fucking loosens those straps, and he's got like a little opening in his sleeve so that it looks more dignified and not just fucking cut up all the time.
Cool. Yeah, like they go from looking like just regular sleeves on a jacket to looking more like sleeves, like long sleeves on like a cloak. No, I got you.
Mhm.
Yeah, sick. Yeah.
Right. So, when he does that, he's gonna kind of search around the room to see if he can get eyes on Hargrove. Gonna kind of look over by the bar, see how he's reacting, and then he's gonna, I guess call for him and go with Timothy.
You look over at Hargrove and you see him pick up a glass punch bowl, like a large, like we're not talking like a prom plastic punch bowl. We're talking like a large crystal been cut out, you know what I'm saying? Like if it really hits you, it would kill you type of thing. You see him picking one of those up in his hand, looking out the window. You don't even know what he's looking at, and throwing it out the window as hard as he can, and hearing it actually break on something, and him going, "Eat that!" And then jumps and just leaps out the window, just boom, like Batman, just right out the window.
Nice. Well,
You hear him yelling back
He's
there,
fine.
"I effed your mother once!" And just boom.
The song of my people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna chase after Timothy then.
All right, Timothy has jumped out the window as well. He didn't like leap out the window or anything. He like ran up and like threw a table down and made it like a little plank, and he ran up the plank and just kind of made like one of those poses where he's like resting one arm on a knee, you know what I'm saying? And is looking around and then just leaped out the window, Solar like flaps up off of your shoulders and starts flapping his wings. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
he's like, "All right." He's like, "No reason for false pretenses anymore. I guess anybody paying attention is going to see just exactly what I'm made of."
Mm-hmm.
And you said you're going to go following Timothy, right?
Right.
So you go rushing towards that window yourself, and you're suddenly like, you're accosted, right?
Oh, fuck.
Out of nowhere, you see this like armor-clad person. We're gonna call him a person. Get in your way. He just like steps up out of nowhere. There's fighting going on. There's people getting, flailing around. Some people are falling and dying. Some people are capable of taking care of themselves. you even actually see that old man, Hemlock, earlier that was mentioned. He's up there just swinging for the fences, taking people down. Now that you're getting a good look at the enemies and stuff. And the enemies are these dark armor-clad people. Again, I call them people because you're not entirely sure. Maybe they're human, maybe they're not. But they wear this dark black armor and they have these shields and these swords. They look almost like knights, but they don't belong to anybody. They're not knighted per se, but they look like knights, just completely are. But the unnerving thing is that the eye holes show no eyes inside of them. It looks like nothing but pure blackness inside there. To see. As one of them just instantly steps in your way and draws his sword and with his shield and just looks at you like, have at thee. And you are now engaged in combat.
Cool.
Yeah, so what do you want to do?
Okay.
You're in combat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See. I guess I'm just gonna step forward and cut him.
All right. Yeah, just get after him. All right. Well, roll your attacks.
Okay, and since I'm stepping forward, I get a +2 to my attack because of my battle dancer.
All right. $49. That is a hit.
Nice. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Fucking roll this real quick.
Sure.
Okay. 2d8. Thought I was reading that wrong. You can tell I don't fight often.
Yeah, right. Huh. Okay, so alrighty. Okay. Do. All right, you get more than one attack though, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I was just making sure you were ready. I guess I can just rapid fire these and it's probably fine.
Oh no, it's
Bing.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you do what you got to do. I'll get it all figured out. I know what's happening, but yeah, you come in and you start hitting him, and you get a couple of hits on his armor. But he's really good with this shield, and he's deflecting quite a bit. Even though you're getting hits, he's deflecting some of it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
that armor is solid. You're clanging against it, and you've never felt armor quite like that. Like, there's just something about it that is just bam, solid.
I hate it. Is that a hit?
Yes, that is a hit.
Okay.
Oh, no. Wait, no. 30? No, 30's not a hit. I'm sorry.
Oh,
You just missed. You
That's gonna suck.
just missed. Yeah. So on your second attacks, you're like hitting that, and you're kind of off put about his armor, and now he's like taking advantage of that and smacking it with the.
Oh, I didn't even roll that right.
The way you rolled that is wrong. Yeah.
1
Fortunate
at
for
20.
you.
What
Yeah.
a douche.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fortunate for you, because if that had been a
Very
1, I was gonna
lucky.
be like, oh, here we go.
Very lucky.
How do you want to eat this hand, boy?
Bye. 36 is a hit, though.
Yay.
20.
You Quill, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
He's doing the thing! Somewhere Quill gets a tingle in his spine. He's like, somebody's hitting something. Yes.
29's a miss, though.
All right. Those are my attack.
Okay. Okay, let me just finish calculating something here. Okay. What I say that was? It is a... Okay. All right. So you, yeah. So boom, boom, boom. You miss, but then you get a couple of good more smacks, but then he manages to deflect off of it, and now he's gonna shield bash you in response to
What a bastard.
all of that. Yeah, that he goes for the shield bash. Now to make this fair, let me get into the rules compendium and make sure I am going to use
You'd be
this
like,
shield
does
bash.
an 87 hit?
Does an 87 hit? Yeah. You know it does. You know it does.
That is for 250 damage. Oh, you're fucking dead? What a bitch.
Okay. Okay. So it's just it's really because he doesn't, so he would take a -4. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's an 87 hit. Ooh. Oh no. That looks like that hurt.
Where's your face at? On the ground.
Where's your face at? In hell?
Where's your head at? Well, here, this is what we'll do. Okay.
I don't know what to tell you. You died because your character's a pussy.
Oh, does 34 hit?
34 exactly hits. My AC is 34.
Okay. Yeah, and that was because he's using an offhand weapon to do it, so he was at a disadvantage, kind of. You know what I'm saying? So I really did just get lucky hit. You know what I mean? He
oh no, you're fine.
But no, he shield bashes you, doing whoa shoot. You know what? I got to look at something real quick and see exactly what that does. Actually, where would I have it though? Oh, I can't remember where I had that sitting. Oh no! Oh no! This is the one thing I didn't think of doing because, of course, there's something that I didn't think about, and now we're all gonna die.
And that's a bit eccentric, but okay.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, you might be freaking out just a little bit. You'll figure it out. You'll get it, dude. I promise. You'll get it. Oh, where? Okay. Yes. Armor only, and it is. Yep. That's That's what I need right there.
I need with you.
Okay, yep, that's it. That's what I need right there. That's 5. Okay.
With you.
Ooh, it does do 24 points of damage off you.
24, you said?
Yes, 24.
That's not just awful.
Yeah, so he boom shield bashes you with his offhand, and then with his other hand, he swings his sword down on you, trying to like chop.
Suck the piss out you.
Oh, yeah, well. Yeah.
He said, "Oh yeah, I got something for that ass."
Huh. Huh. Huh.
You thought it wasn't so bad till you got kicked in your chest.
Yeah. Where's your chest at? Over yonder.
Huh.
You good there? You cracking yourself the fuck up? I see.
A little bit. For this one, okay. I was just making a decision on something. And it made me laugh because I was like, dude, you ain't trying to be all like that.
As I will curse your intelligence.
So, oh wow.
What you're doing? I know what you're trying to do.
No,
like
yeah, but I no, because I did something completely stupid, is what I did.
Well, that checks.
Yeah. Yep. I left out like a whole grip of something, and it made absolutely no sense. But it is his second attack, so yeah, that makes also pulling in sense. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. So he only rolled a 24 on that one, and so he comes over on his overhand swing and slices at you, and you just sidestep it.
Yeah.
Like, aha! You're a graceful little bard. You're like, not today. And then he's gonna slash at you one more time, like he's gonna bring it up and backhand swing.
Bastard.
Yeah, well, he's got multiple attacks. This dude ain't he ain't no joke. I ain't no punk beat.
No, he punk bitch. Don't let him have him. You reach in and you grab his dick and you twist it.
Twist his dick.
Oh!
Bro.
31 misses you too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Dang it. Okay, so he swings at you and oh no! No, it doesn't. It sure does not miss you.
Nice.
You know why it doesn't miss you?
I don't care.
Because a 19 for him is a crit.
Oh, cool.
I'm sorry. It's just the
Good
way
for him.
It's his build. Against you right now, it seems really unfair, but I was keeping other characters that are going to eventually face guys like this in mind as well. And to be able to
go target him.
Yeah. Not just you. There are other people who need to be able to take a lot of damage, and you know what? It's not just you, but yes, you should.
I feel fucking targeted right now. I'm trying to think of anybody else that has high health in the group, and it's like there's one and that's technically supplemental health. If you catch him in his natural form, he's a glass cannon.
Yeah, no, I got you. I mean,
whoa. First and foremost, fuck you. Secondly, you can't kaiju battle like me, bitch.
I don't need to. I walk in with big stick, showing you what you're about to get hit with, and you're like, oh yeah, you can't smack. That's how that works. You're like, oh, look at my tricks and my no. Catch these hands, bro. Catch
I
these
got
hands, bro.
cinematic battles. That's what I need.
Oh, okay. You've got to be the fucking star of the show. Oh, okay.
Okay, so Android, okay, so Android.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
He hit you for 48 points of damage.
Of course he did.
Yeah. Look, man, don't talk to me like that. Yeah, so on that one, yeah, he even though he missed that one, he comes back up with a quick, like, sideways swing and just cuts you across the chest. Boom! And slashes you. Pretty freaking good. Now, you do have an advantage in this. You have an eagle that can heal you. That can just literally hover around and just feed you health while you guys beat this guy down.
Limitedly.
Well, it's
If
pretty.
I have to tank them all to get through this one fight, then I'm fucked.
Well, it's pretty funny that you think it takes a lot to kill something like this.
It doesn't have to if I gotta fight fucking 8 of them.
Yeah. You think I'm gonna throw 8 of them at you? You know what? It's funny.
Not at once.
Did you read my notes? Did you read my notes?
maybe in a string.
Because now an archer is hanging up
If it
in the
was all at once,
chandeliers,
it'd be 2 on
and
the
he's
nose.
got a freaking arrow pointed at you. No. Do your fight.
Hold on, I'm fucking reading.
Where's your head at?
Okay, it's bonus. It's 9 times 6. Why am I asking you?
9 times 6?
54.
Yes.
Okay. And then Solar. It's
Why is
5d6.
Vanta rolling a d4 right now?
Not the
He's
time
that
stone.
guy.
That's all.
Oh, right. My bad, Mind Doc.
What it really matters.
My bad. I just said something and that's what it is.
Okay. I'm going to use one of Solar's healings, and I'm also going to use some of my lay on hands, but I'm going to heal with Solar first.
Okay.
So that I can decide how much. $18. Okay, and then I'm going to use 30 of my 54 lay on hands. Then heal myself back up that 48.
All right. Nice. So you just rub your chest real quick, like, oh no. Solar begins gacking on top of your head, like, and drops the healing food on top of you, and it just absorbs into your body.
And then I guess with my other action, I'm going to keep fighting. That one's a hit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 20. All right, so you boom slap on him this time, and this time, well, let me check something here. Okay, yeah. This time he's not able to deflect nearly as well. So because I have something. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum. Ooh. Oh no. All right. Is that the only attack you get for your second action type of thing, or?
No, I was just giving you time. I was just being the little freaking nerd again without realizing
it. That's all right. Trying to.
Next attack.
Okay.
Next attack.
So.
20, oh, that's not right.
Oh, I was like 28 and 27 are misses. So this time he's like boom, boom, deflect.
And that's a miss also. All right, those are my attacks.
All right.
Solar gets a second action, huh?
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna attack with him too.
You going to just attack, or are you gonna solar strike, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm gonna do regular attacks for this.
Okay.
Let's see, it's 2 talons. 2 talons, 1 beak? Is that what that is, or is it just 2 attacks?
Okay, so does he have like multi-attack as a skill?
No, he doesn't in his healer form at least.
Okay, so
but it says attack 2 talons, and then it says / beak. So I didn't know if that's just attack 2 talons or.
Yeah, basically, you get to pick if you want to attack him with your 2 talons or with the beak.
Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna do talons then. And it's technically just 1 attack, though, right?
Yeah. The reason why I say 2 talons is because that's why it's 2d whatever.
Yeah,
if you hit.
Doing both at one time.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Okay,
that's a miss. Yeah. So Solar starts like trying to slash at him, and his talons are like scraping off of his helmet. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So,
you like that sometimes?
While you guys are attacking him, out of nowhere, you see this man come rushing up behind this dude to flank him. You've never seen this guy before. You know what I'm saying? You have no frame of reference for who he is or what he's about or why he's even here, type of thing. You know what I mean? He's just rushing up. No. You know what? I really wish I could have gotten him for this, and that would have been just so neat. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
By law of averages, one of these days I'm gonna be right.
Yeah, by law of averages. You know what I mean? Or you'll just give up. But
I can guess. If I guess every time, one of these times it's bound to be right.
Yeah, fair enough.
Something like that.
But you see this man come rushing up behind this mysterious enemy. He's wearing like one of those cloaks that has like the shoulder flaps on it. You know what I mean? That looks like the cape itself, because of the shoulder flaps, it makes it look like he's wearing a suit without putting his arms in the jacket sleeves. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
He's got a leather vest with like brass buttons on it, and he's got these leather gloves on, and he's wearing one of those 3 tricornered hats. You know, tricornered hats with two swords strapped to his back, and he comes running up behind the dude flanking him with the 2 swords, and he's got this like real sly smile on his face, like even though he's being helpful like to you, it still is like one of those smiles that like makes you want to like punch him in the mouth type of thing. Like he's got a face that you just kind of want to punch. You know, you know, like
Nice.
some of them guys are going home to punch, and yeah,
Punching
and
high.
yeah, and he comes running up behind the enemy to flank him, and he draws his two swords, and he's gonna take his sneak attacks.
Cool.
Sneaky little bastard.
Well, yeah, he rolled a 44. Gets all this damage. And I'm, you know, he's doing like a double sword attack, so it's just whoop whoop. So I'm just gonna combine all the damage in one shot. You know what I mean?
Cool.
Yes. Well, you think so now. What was that? Okay, so he comes running in and just whap whap and just slaps on this dude, and because the guy's not even like prepared for that. You know what I mean? He gets the hits off with no trouble whatsoever. This dude was not expecting this at all. And it actually allows him to drop it. You know what I'm saying? He just comes up from behind and just sticks both swords like in his back and out his chest. And then pulls them out. And you think that the enemy is going to hit his knees, but he doesn't. For a minute there, something very familiar, Android, begins to happen. You watch as the void in his helmet begins to glow purple in the eyelids. And you watch as negative energy just sprouts out from the armor into the sky, shooting out of the glass dome and just shattering it. Just, you know? And all outside, you can just see now, like the whole outside just looks like it's lit up in purple. Just explosions are just happening. Roll a reflex save real quick for me.
Bird. Reflex.
Reflex. Okay, yeah, so you dodge out of the way, really, you know what I mean? Like, you just, whoa, as like huge shards of glass. But the guy who just helped you actually rolled a natural 1.
Oof.
And he catches a huge shard of glass that just comes flying down and slices him right across his chest and just opens him up. And he just clutches himself and hits his knees and spits up blood and just looks at you before he falls over onto his side, and he's just barely breathing.
Dang.
He's like,
You just got knocked off.
Solar just looks at you and goes, what do we do?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we. I guess I'm gonna run over there real quick. What is the skill? Is it medicine? Does he look like he's fucked up like that?
Like
Oh, I
what?
guess heal. It's heal. Like he's gonna bleed out. Could I stabilize his condition?
Oh yeah, you can stabilize him.
Okay, so I'm gonna go over there and try to stabilize his condition, and I'm gonna have Solar use one of his heals on him.
Okay. I won't make you roll for stabilizing him. I'll just say that you stopped him from bleeding out. You know what I mean? And then just roll the just take away for one of Solar's healing foods. We won't even really roll the health.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
It's for combat, so.
Yeah. So you like stabilize him, and so like you lean down and you begin to like tourniquet his chest, like, oh my gosh, because he's got like a Sagat cut, you know what I mean? And
right.
And Solar just lands on his chest and realizes, he's like, oh, so sorry, and then kind of flies up. He's like, and then just and the dude can barely breathe. He's like, what are you doing? And he like opens his mouth as Solar drops his healing food, just boom, clean into his freaking gullet. And he's like, oh,
baby birds him.
And then it absorbs into him, and he's like, oh,
yeah.
And he just heals up, but the scar remains, you know?
Right.
And he's just like, oh. And he looks at you and gives you kind of like this weird side eye. He says, huh. Interesting. Gets up to his feet and picks up his hat and kind of brushes it off and runs a hand through his hair and kind of clears, you know, the debris from it and puts his hat on. He picks up his swords and puts them back in his sheath, and he goes, well, thank you.
Android's gonna kind of nod, and he's gonna be like, you as well? Feeling better?
Says, yes, very much so.
That little trick takes some getting used to, huh? Kind of revolting the first dozen or so time.
Says, yes, it's very interesting what you have taught your pet how to do.
Kendrick kind of smirks a little. And he's like, I'm Android Prism. Any idea what's going on out there?
Because we seem to be under attack. And you are Android Prism. Let me tell you, Android. And he reaches out a hand and shakes yours. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't even wait for you to like put your hand up. He just grabs your hand and like shakes yours. Very slow as he puts his hand over your hand and shakes it. And just kind of half smiles at you again. That half smile that just makes you want to punch him in the face. And he goes, and I am very, very interested in meeting you.
Oh my.
He says, but no time. And then he draws his swords again and then just takes off past you into another fight. Solar's like, that was weird.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess Android is going to have Solar spit on him one more time before we head out the fucking window.
So Solar just goes, all right, and just like, and just hawks on you one more time, like right on your forehead.
Like, thanks, I needed that.
This looks like oatmeal, just, and then it absorbs in your body and heals you. Solar's like, no problem. You guys go tearing out the window and into the battlefield, and you see Timothy out there just swinging this like two-handed maul, you know, this cudgel, if you will, in his hand, and it just glows this celestial blue light. And as he swings it, he'll like hit a dude in his shield and send him flying backwards. And Timothy's just like, have at thee, you heathens, you spawns of the nine hells. It'll be a cold day in the abyss when you see Timothy Lovegood give in to the foul wretches. And he's just carrying on like that. As he just swings and is just knocking these guys around. But these guys are pretty sturdy. They're not just going down on any old hit. But every once in a while, you'll see just light, that negative light just shoot out of their eyes up into the sky, and you just dissipate somewhere off into the distance. I will let you roll a spot to watch that if you want.
Spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, chill out, then.
That's so funny because
Spot,
yeah, that's so funny because Kratos was doing the same thing. Like he came over and just started messing with me, and I'm like, not right now, dude.
Oh.
Must be something in the water. Okay, 29. You watch and you realize, unlike before when you used to witness this in a very similar situation, right? You're actually like paying more attention. You realize it doesn't dissipate. It remains a streak and it's going somewhere. It goes east. Every time the light comes shooting out of these guys and shoots up into the sky, it doesn't just evaporate. It actually remains and shoots east.
I don't like that one bit.
Solar goes, you keep saying that.
Android's gonna point it out to Solar and be like, "You notice that? It's not dissipating. It's heading straight to east."
Solar just looks at you and goes, "Well, what's east?"
Android thinks for a moment and he's like, "Pangshun?"
He goes, "You think they're traveling that far east?" He goes, "We've been here before, Android. This feels eerily familiar."
You can't make it through.
Yeah.
It's about that time too that you hear a voice behind you, just kind of like, say, "As it should. It should feel familiar to you. I found you, Android."
I really wish people would quit sneaking up on me. He just turns around.
When you turn around, right? You see behind you a wraith. It glows with negative energy. It has no actual face. It looks as if the energy like that glows inside its face will every once in a while shift and make humanoid features, but then it changes again to just negative energy. And it's just its proportions don't make sense. Like its hands are just odd. It has negative, it looks like it's got negative crystals jutting out of it every once in a while and then sucking back in. And then its fingers, like 1 minute it'll have too many fingers, the next it won't have enough, and it's got this negative pulse just swirling. You can't tell if it's like swirling out of his chest, if it's embedded, if it's in front of it. It's just nothing about this makes any real sense, And he looks at you and he says, "You and I have unfinished business, do we not?"
No, put that shit on hold. Put that shit on hold. I'll be there in a minute. Put that shit on hold.
Do I recognize it?
Yeah. I mean,
Can I roll to recognize it?
I'll give it to you if you want. It's the stranger. It is
nice.
It is Edgar Poe. It is the one that you thought died when Elsa used the Thanafix staff to dissolve him. You see what he has become, He is neither alive nor dead. He is just pure negative energy. And he says, "Look at what you've made me. Look at what you've done to me."
Andrew, kind of. I don't think he's gonna say it. Here's a question. This is another one of my non-traditional things, but I'm gonna ask if I can do it because it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Can rather than just using a smite evil,
Mm-hmm.
can I tank both of my uses into one supercharged hit? Because I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to take my sword and smite evil against him.
Mm-hmm.
But rather than trying to do it twice, get him with 2 hits, can I just get him in 1?
Well, you have
And
two.
tank both of my uses?
You have 2 swords, and you are the Saint of Corlon Larethian.
Okay, so you think I could just use both into
Just go for
each individual sword?
Yeah,
and
just go for a double attack.
Pow,
Yes.
pow.
Yeah.
So just roll twice?
Just roll 1 attack. We'll just go with 1 attack.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll hit. That'll hit. And I'm not gonna even have you roll the damage on this. I'm not even gonna have you roll the
I'm
damage.
just going to get pissed off, and I'm going to, my swords start to glow gold or whatever, and I'm just X slash across its chest. Get the fuck out of here.
Nice. So you do.
I know it's not gonna kill him, but I'm just trying to be like, get the fuck away from me.
Right. You do that, right? You X slash across his chest and everything, and he just screams out in pain. Ah! And you watch as his form dissolves and actually implodes, then explodes right in front of you. And you watch though, that negative swirl that was in front of him doesn't dissipate. It grows very large and swallows you whole.
Ooh.
An android.
I'm gonna turn undead.
And it is very uncomfortable at first. It feels like every molecule in your body is just dissolved in negative energy. And then when you are reformed, you find yourself in this strange labyrinth of everything looks blocky. It's like Minecraft almost. You know what I mean? Everything is just blocky. It's not pixelated in the same way, but everything is just blocky and everything feels labyrinthine. And there's this strange negative purple glow all around you. And
I'm in a voxel-based mobile game.
You, yeah. And sitting there, you hear a voice call out to you from somewhere down, because it just looks like it stretches on forever. You know what I mean? For a minute. And you hear a voice call out to you from down beyond your sight. It says, "Finally, you're here. Find me." And that voice is very, very familiar to you. Because he also adds in, "Don't be stupid this time and listen to what I have to say. Evil must be vanquished at all cost. And since I can no longer do what it takes, it's up to you now, boy. Since you have effectively rendered me useless." And you recognize that tone, that demeanor, that cadence, that absolute, you know what I'm saying? That pious attitude.
It's your fault.
To be none other than Eli Cunning.
Yeah.
You Quill. We join you, and that is where we leave Android's half of season 2.
Lame.
Well, I'm sorry you don't like it.
Lame.
Yeah, I only worked on it, but okay.
Fake news.
there's got to be a reason why you're not going to be there. You quit.
Nah, lame place to leave it.
Okay. Eli, or not Eli, you quit.
Yeah. Let me see.
You Quill, you and the Exile are marching. Are marching towards the cemetery. You know, you guys find yourself at the front gates of the cemetery. Now that you are completely at the necropolis, you know, you look into it and you realize, up close now, you realize you can't even see over these walls into the necropolis. The only thing of the necropolis you can now see is just past these the iron double doors of the gate. And that is where that is exactly where you and the Exile have stopped. You know what I mean? The gate itself is not locked or chained or anything. It is just there. But I didn't want to just push you in there. You know what I mean? In case you wanted to do what you do. I mean, I guess I could have just put you in there. I mean, but whatever.
To be fair. But I mean, he's just gonna kind of, you know, look at him and be like, well, I guess I'm going in. And he says it like that, like it's kind of the don't follow me directly, but you know what I mean? Don't bitch out either.
Right.
You know, like I'm about to go set this bitch off. Might need some backup there, Scooter.
Yeah.
Without so many words.
The Exile just rests his blade on his shoulder and says, after you. And he opens up, he like pushes one of the gates because it's like a double gated deal. He just pushes one of them open and he goes, age before beauty.
Yuko just gives him like that, you know, like kind of shit-eating grin, like, you know, the friendly banter thing, like that's his thing, you know, so he's all about that life, but like the second he turns away from him, it's like all pretenses of joy have left him, and he just fucking doesn't push the gate, just walks, again, old Yuko walks through the other side of the gate, not even like, bitch, whatever's here knows I'm here. Let's go. You know, like
let's do it.
Yeah, it's time to party, and I'm here.
And the Exile follows you in, and you guys go walking in, and instantly, like, the atmosphere just feels like it changed. There is fog on the ground when there is on a clear sky. You know what I'm saying? There's a chill, like just an unusual dreariness to everything that just feels really unnatural, you know?
Feels not so good.
Yeah, and as unnatural as it feels, it kind of reminds you of back home.
Even better.
This is the atmosphere.
That's not disconcerting at all. It's like, yeah, it feels like home. Now I want to go play in traffic.
It actually kind of makes you wonder if the reason why back home is so dreary all the time, if it's not because of the damn fear influence, you know? If maybe they just kind of naturally draw this kind of, you know, gloom and doom to them. Yeah. Yeah, this debauchery. Yeah. So you got, but yeah, besides that, every now and then, like, you guys are just kind of scanning the area, these mausoleums and these graves and whatnot. You just see shadows darting in between them and, you know, vanishing and stuff. And you know that can't be a trick of your eyes.
Yeah.
You know, you are not alone here.
I'm going to say this is a character flaw. I'm just going to throw that. Like I said, some of him's coming back. Where's it at? He's like I said, I had senses up, but it's just like it's a natural, like kind of like the, again, old school Uquill. like he's noticing that the jury, like I said, it's reminding him of home, and he's just like, just instantly, just the fucking switch, flips over, and he switches the presents, and he just stops, and in like the deepest, most heinously eerie laugh he can muster, just raucously starts laughing.
Okay.
He's just like, nah. But y'all don't understand is I live for this. Yeah. He's like, y'all forgot who the fuck I really am.
Yeah. The exile just kind of looks at you for a minute, just kind of like, oh, you're laughing. But like he looks at you and then you're just laughing. And so he's like, oh, okay. And he starts laughing too. He's just like, oh. He's like, oh, yes. Are these things afraid of laughter or something? I don't know what they're.
Not quite, but they're gonna be soon enough.
As you guys begin marching, you notice that everything, all these little darting shadows and things seem to be like going away from you towards a certain point of this place. Now you can't see it because this place is so huge, but you're noticing that they're not really coming out to face you as much as they're going to almost looking like they're trying to group up in a certain area per se.
Can I tell like roughly the direction they're headed though?
I'll let you roll a spot to see if you can like kind of pinpoint on one and kind of like determine like, let's go this way, type of thing.
Spaghetti spot. Where do you go?
All right, so I'm gonna have the exile do the same thing.
In other words, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't do hot.
Well, the exile's not great at his spot either, so we're kind of swinging for the fences on this one. Although he did roll a 24. He did roll a 24, and he does not have much of a spot to say, so he just had to roll high on that. But yeah, he's like watching you, and you're just trying to like pinpoint one, and he points at one of the shadows, and he goes, I think they're headed that way. And he just points down like one of the pathways that just darting around like a series of graves and mausoleums and stuff. He's like, I think they're going that way. I think, He's like, let's
well, Yuquil bust out his Chingalera. What the fuck's it called? The Bow of Grumsh. Knocks one of his arrows that had the oil on it. Just gives it a little and lights it up. And he just rears back as hard as he can. Like, again, he's not aiming at anything particular. Just he named a direction. And he's about to light it up like a Christmas tree over there. He just fucking rips that hoe as far as he can fucking send it.
Nice. All right, so it just hits into the side of the ground next to a mausoleum and just sets some of the dead grass just ablaze. Just clearing away some of the fog and making it a little bit more visible in that particular direction. Which does reveal one of the shadowy creatures. It is a ghoul of some sort. Like, it looks real ghoulish. Its skin is like this sickly green, and its eyes are like red, blood red, and it's wearing like garments that are typical of like the continent. You know what I mean? Yeah. Old tattered silken robes and stuff, and it just looks in your direction and goes. And when it does that, you watch as 4 more of these things just come climbing over a couple of mausoleums, and they realize they've been, spotted, and they're gonna just hold their ground, and they begin just like almost like charging you, like running at you like bipedaled in your direction, just like towards you. Very angered. They don't appreciate this. And you are now in combat.
Yeah, as that's happening, Equal just kind of, he kind of chuckles and he's like, "Home sweet home," it would appear. And he says that in like Draconic, just because it's like his new default, like and like how people that know another language they like to use it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of like their default. Like instead of saying like you're not trying to be so much hush hush, but like you've worked on it so much, it becomes the default emotion language. There we go.
Yeah, well, you've been on this continent for a while, so it would make sense that you're just kind of defaulting to the language of the people that you've been hanging out with the most anyways, you know? It's kind of like if I lived in Mexico long enough, I would just know fluent Spanish, you know, eventually.
Sooner or later. Well, you would hope. I don't know about you, though.
Oh, I you know, whatever. No, I just moved there and expect them to learn English.
I mean,
that's what happens in my country. Anyways, they come running at you, just and you know. So you're in combat. You're locked in combat with 5 of these things. Because they got the greater numbers, they are going to come at you first. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So one of them comes charging directly ahead, and then the other 4, 2 of them flank off to your side, 2 of them flank off to the side of the exile. And the one that charges directly in front of you jumps, and I am just gonna roll 50-50 to see like just which one of you he decides to just clamor on. All right, so it is you. He comes jumping at you and just tries to like kind of like monkey grab you, you know what I mean? Like just you know, his body is like shriveled and stuff. Like whoever he was when he was alive, his body has shriveled and decayed to such a point that it looks as if that he's shrunk like a raisin, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he just tries to just jump on you and just monkey grab you and bite you. Roll a reflex save. He's gonna roll an attack, and you're just gonna roll a reflex save, and we'll see if his attack is higher than your reflex. Then, you know what I'm saying? All right. Well, yeah. Yeah. There is a really strong chance he got it. Yeah. So he jumps on you and bites you. Now. I'm gonna show you something so you don't think that I'm just being like really coy about this, you know. I don't even want to show the because he is an enemy, so I don't really even want to show the total amount. I just want to show you the roll, you know what I'm saying? Because he is an enemy. If he wasn't an enemy, I wouldn't mind showing you all the stats, but if I show you, you know what I'm saying?
I will ask you, is he trying to grapple me?
He's just, it's an attack of his. It's an attack they have. They grapple and then they bite. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Does it quantify as a grapple?
Once the bite is over, no, he'll be off of you. You see what I'm saying? It's like a quick, and then they're off. It's not like a full-on grapple, you know? Because if he was grappling you, then he would have to, then next round you'd be able to like grab him and see if you could throw him or something, right? It's
just
close
quarter fighting to get my free attack.
Yeah, it's just like a type of attack.
Yeah.
It's just a type of attack that they have. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just a neat little nifty little thing that they can do. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so he did crit though. And that bite. 20 points of damage, which I'm sure you have some kind of damage reduction or something. You know what I mean? So just give the damage accordingly. But yeah, he just jumps on you real quick and bites you like on your shoulder and then kicks off of you and scurries back. Almost like a spring attack. Like he actually left a couple of feet between you guys. You know what I mean? Where you will have to approach him to attack him.
I'm just trying to see exactly how much it's up. Where'd it go? You said he did 20?
Yes.
Okay. Took 8. Alright. Okay.
Yeah, and your AC is higher than a 17 and a 20, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the other two miss as they come up, as they like get on your side and try to like just swing on you, but they're not actually flanking you, not yet, right? They're completely out of movement, so they're not going to be able to flank you this round. But they come over onto your side and they just swing at you, and you're just able to like, you know, put your shield down and just kind of catch both attacks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With the exile real quick. Roll it. I see that you're rolling the dice. Just roll it. Well, the one misses the exile, and the other one misses the exile. Okay. So they come up on the exile too, the other two that flanked around to him, and he's just like, they're swinging at him, and he's just lifting his feet and just stepping out of their way. Like, no, not today. Not today, Bugs. You know? But now it is yours and the exile's turn to attack.
So, let's see.
Now the two that swiped at you are directly like engaged in combat, right? Like they're in your threaten range. The one that jumped on you and then bounced off you did like a spring attack type maneuver where they were able to attack and then still take a couple of steps back to be out of your threatened. You know what I mean? Where you'll have to like move to get in there and swing. Huh?
That will not do, sir.
Yeah. These are sprightly little guys.
Oh. Okay. Not for long.
Okay then. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna die again.
He's gonna die for good this time.
Exactly. So yeah, I walk at him like with no regards to the other two. In doing so, though, I am also where's it at? Yeah, we're not playing games. Yeah, we're going power. Yeah, I'm just walking at the other.
What is Uquill's AC, just out of curiosity?
30.
Okay, yeah, they're swinging at you, but you're still just like fending them off as you like leave their attack. You know what I'm saying? Their threatened range to walk up and attack the one that you're more invested in.
Like, that little son of a bitch. Like, of all the dogs barking, he's the one that nipped me, and it's like, no, you get it first. Let's see. And why does this look different? Hold on. I just have a character sheet. Has it placed now? I guess. Okay. So we'll play quote unquote safe. So if I take that much, it would leave me with. Sorry guys. It's been a while since we've done this. My math's a little rusty. Yeah, I mean that's good. No, wait. Forgetting something. What does that come from? I'm trying to hurry. Where'd it go? I didn't have my sword pulled up. There's a lot of math going on. Forgive me. Yeah, it's worth it. Okay. What is it? 3. Does 30 hit?
The 30 does hit. Yes.
Ah! Piece of shit.
I'm going to tell you, you don't have to roll the damage. It's dead.
Okay.
Yeah, you just walk over and just cleave it, and it just dies. Blah! And rolls over onto its side.
How close is the next one?
Because you want to do the.
Yep.
Yeah, you could 5 foot. Yeah,
yes.
you could 5 foot step and swing on the next one. Yeah.
Uquil's favorite. Little ones, they die.
Yeah.
Oh, that one almost got the business. It got really close to getting the business. It almost got my rage.
Yeah, so that one you cleave and he dies.
Any more close enough?
You could take another 5 foot step and hit the next one. Yeah.
Ah! Oh, not 45. Wrong button.
Hot pocket, delicious.
28.
28 is a miss.
Figures much.
So that one you go to swing at, he literally more graceful than something in his condition should be, literally jumps onto the flat of your sword and bounces off of it and lands.
That gets a slight head tilt from Uquil, like, motherfucker.
I'm like, no. I have faced things like this before, and they aren't that graceful, for crying out loud.
Yeah. That ain't right. Okay. I believe that's all I can do for now.
Yeah, you watch over to the side as freaking the exile, he just cleaves one and just splits, and you know what I'm saying? Just completely just chops it and then turns and chops the other one. And he just looks over his shoulder at you and he's just like, yeah. And the final one that's still alive looks as if he's hearing something. And he goes to scramble off, running all bipedal to try and escape. You get an attack of opportunity if you like.
I let him run.
You let him run, yeah.
And I chase.
Yeah, fair enough. You go chasing after him, and the exile goes chasing after you, and while you guys are running, he just looks at you and goes, did it seem weird that those guys went down as easy as they did?
No, but yes, but no.
And it's about that time that you guys are about to turn the corner of one of the mausoleums to keep giving chase to this thing. You hear this blood curdling shriek. I can't even do it. You know what I mean? It sounds like a woman being, that high pitched screech. And you watch for a minute. Like it stops you guys both dead in your tracks. And in fact, just roll me an intimidation.
Understand that's right, I feel. Open. Piece of shit. Intimidate.
Yeah.
I'm
going to tell you, I rolled a 34, so you got to roll a 34 or higher, which I know you can because your intimidation's high. So
my intimidation's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So you have a good. I only had to roll a 3 to match you.
Yeah.
That's how low I rolled.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, I rolled considerably low too. You know what I mean? So considering it was pretty close, I rolled a 34, right? And there's a reason why I made these things the way that I did, because their screech is meant to intimidate. You know what I'm saying? Like for a minute there, like your blood feels like it wants to run cold because you're used to dealing with things like this. And you're just like, that almost sounded like a banshee, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a banshee, because if it was a banshee, your heart could have stopped. You know what I mean? And that didn't feel quite like that, you know, but it still wasn't good. And you hear the whispering of wind as you look above yourself and you see something flying through the air over the mausoleum, right? Let's see. You killed 2 and he killed 2. So you see 4 floating heads come flying over the mausoleum, but they're not just floating heads. They're attached to entrails. Like, we're talking like not a spine, but the esophagus, the lungs, the the digestive system, you know what I'm saying? The most fleshiest bits are attached to this thing, and it's those ghouls, but they have reanimated as these floating heads with their, entrails attached to them, and their teeth have become sharper. Their eyes are more dead. Blood is just blood, like viscous of some sort, is just pouring from every pore on their face as they come just flying over this, over these mausoleums, in your guys' direction. And, you're slightly reminded of what happens to vampires spawn when they die, in your homeland. You know what I'm saying? Only it's not nearly this grotesque. The Varkuli aren't nearly this grotesque. This is something new, and it's not, you've seen some pretty despicable things. But even Quill knows blasphemy when he sees it. You know what I'm saying? Like, Quill's not really the religious type, and this is almost blasphemous, and as such, because this really isn't something Quill would be entirely used to, that this is pretty freaking bad, even for Quill, right? I'm gonna have you roll a sanity to see if this tweaks you even a little bit. Like, no. Even the undead stay dead. You know what I mean? Like, know when a Varkuli's about to happen, because it's not even really dead. You know what I mean? You watch these things die, and they've reanimated even worse. What is this place? What is this? The damn fear are way more civilized than this. If you will, you know what I mean? And to think, this could have been a child. Like, all that just starts going through your head like, nah. So you,
it's 1d20 and what?
So to do a sanity check, right? Because we don't do them a whole lot, so it makes sense. You, let's see.
Last time I did was when we were fighting on my farm.
Mm-hmm. To win a sanity check, roll 1d100 and score lower than the total sanity pool that you have.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I know. For you, Quill, it's I'm already almost local, SA.
Yeah. I'm about to. Kids, get out the brooms! Help!
Wow. Wow. Fair enough. I mean, you rolled a solid 6 there. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chalk it up to like that. Like what you said goes through him, but it's more of like the sheer disgust factor and like his hatred for anything like this just overrides everything else. It's just like unadulterated.
Pisses him off. Yeah.
This is pure hatred at its finest, is what you're bringing up now.
Yep.
It's just like no. Burn this place to the ground. Fucking set everything on fire.
All right. So with that in mind, with all that in mind, yeah, these things come. They're swirling around your heads. They're not even like engaging you yet. They're just shrinking down, and yeah, like you managed to steel your nerves against this thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like further down, like deeper into this place, you see that there is one mausoleum that seems to be bigger than the others. You know what I'm saying? That you're pretty sure that ghoul ran into, you know?
Yeah.
You have an option. You can stand and fight, or you can run for that mausoleum to go and see if you can't find the thing that created these things and kill it. It is really up to you.
Yeah, we're gonna go fuck around and find out what's in there.
All right, so you begin running. You just take off running, and the exile's like, oh, we're running, and he goes chasing after you as well, just boom, 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 boom. You know, and those things just shriek once more. Go ahead and roll me one more intimidation. Dang, that was close again, bro. Yeah, I rolled a 30.
Yeah, I'm rolling really fucking low on that. That's insane.
Yeah, so am I though. Like, I don't know what
That's
you
crazy.
rolled. I don't know we rolled the same thing.
That's disturbing.
Yeah, we rolled the same thing. So you have just like the slightest of advantage on these things when it comes to them actually being able to kind of make you go, I don't know about, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That should give you an
like
idea,
this.
yeah, of the danger that you might actually be in right now. But you knew that when you were signing up for this, because you know, you know. So yeah, they're shrieking at you again, and you're just kind of like, oh no, you know, and you go hauling butt into the mausoleum as they come flinging around you. You know what I'm saying? But they stay outside. They do not follow you in. As you go down the steps of the mausoleum, they just shriek for a minute, and you watch as their entrails close the stone double doors behind you.
Huh.
Kaira Shin kind of gulps despite himself, and he goes, You ever had to herd cattle before?
No.
Because it's an interesting thing. You get around them and you start yelling at them and kind of getting in their way to direct them where you want them to go.
Mm-hmm.
And right now I feel like the cow.
Yuko just chuckles. That's it, just a chuckle.
Yeah, yeah.
Like he gets the reference, but he's just like,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Walking into traps is my specialty.
Yeah. Karashin just kind of chuckles too, despite like he hears you chuckle, so he's just kind of chuckling too. You know, it's like one of those things where he's like, yeah, it is kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this does.
It is what it is.
Yeah, this does really kind of suck. Yeah. He's like, well, I guess we should go see why they wanted us here so badly.
Yeah. Let's go. Like that's, he don't know what there, but he's tired of fucking around and he's gonna go find out.
You guys make your way further down into the mausoleum, down the steps into a dark room, right? It's just a room. It's full of above ground tombs, of different people. Some of them are etched to look like people. Some of them are just completely stone boxes,
Yeah.
And you see a figure standing there amongst them. They line the room on either side by 2. So 2, 4, 6, 8. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a pathway that cuts between both sides, for walking, that just goes to a solid stone wall, with nobody, it's just and then in their midst, standing in the middle of it, you see a lone figure standing there, and he's wearing a long black robe, with designs on it. He's got, like a hat that looks like it's too small for his head on it. And he just stands there with these red glowing eyes, and his skin is just this pale white flesh. And despite the attire matching that more of the society, he surprisingly looks like you've been expecting. Not horrendous, not vicious, but regal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yet there is something very, very different about him as well. Almost as if you can't really put your finger on it, but almost as if he's not really a damn fear.
Mm-hmm.
The damn fear, yes, their skin is pale, yes, it's porcelain, but it's more perfect than that.
Yeah.
This has like tinges of gray and things like that. He's not beautiful enough, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And yet he seems to possess a lot of what they are capable of. And yet, in his own way, he is still, exactly what you would expect, because there is something still gorgeous about him, and I don't mean that in that way, but Damphir are known for just being beautiful unless they choose not to be.
Yeah.
And in an odd sort of way, this guy seems like he's in that weird in between. He's not as beautiful as those Damphir who choose to stay that way, as opposed to those ones that that you've never really met one of these before, but you do know that there are Damphir that exist that choose to become more powerful, but that choice means that they lose that beauty in exchange for all that freaking power. And those Damphir, those are truly dangerous.
Yeah.
And this guy, he's just something in between. all that. And he looks at you in the exile, and he opens his mouth, and you see the fangs, and he's just like, and he looks you up and down, you Quill, and he says, "Welcome, brother. I have to admit, I did not expect in all my years to run into kin." And he shows his fangs once more. And the exile just looks at you Quill, and he goes, "What's he mean by kin? That dude your relative?" And he points the sword at him. Like he like turns sideways, and is looking at you now, like with his looking down, because he's slightly taller, nodding his head, pointing the sword in that dude's direction, like he's firing sideways. He's like, that dude your brother or something?
Not to my knowledge. He just kind of like he doesn't even look at the exile at all when he's saying that. He just kind of, he's still looking at homeboy, just like head kind of turned sideways, like, huh? Yeah, like, what the fuck you mean, bruh?
Yeah,
I don't know you like that.
The Caillou Kitseke just laughs. He's, "No, we are not familial. But I, just like all my kind, remember where we come from originally. What we have shed, so to speak. Like a serpent sheds its skin, so have we shed heritage and become something more. I don't think I'll kill you or turn you into one of these wretched beasts. Oh no, you." And he points at you Quill. "You are of pure blood. I think I shall make you one of me."
It's gonna be a hard pass there, princess.
He says, "You know what I am. Truly what I am. And you know you don't have it to be able to kill me. You have no weapon forged that's going to be able to do the trick wholeheartedly. And I'll just keep coming. And even if you bring me down tonight, I will come back and I will find you. And all that you love. In fact, I might, even if you win tonight, I might just wait. I might wait till you're too old to do something about it and then come for you. But not just you. Everyone you love. Everyone you care about will be mine. For you know as well as I do, time is on my side." Ooh. Just think of it. The exile just goes, "What an asshole."
Yeah. Yeah, I hate these things. Like, he's not even, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like, he's not even, like, acknowledging that conversation at all. He's like, yeah, that kind of pieces of shit. You understand why I hate them so much now? You get why I was so, like, willing to come do this? Fuck this guy.
Yeah. The exile looks at you Quill, and he's like, "But what does he mean we don't have any weapons capable of truly putting him down?"
I mean, they are, like, really fucking hard to kill, dude.
Like in all his years, it like interrupts. The Caillou Kitseke interrupts and goes, "It means in all his years in his homeland, he's never actually seen one of my kind die."
Equal just sighs. Like, you basically send him to a fucking retreat to go piss off for a while.
And it is when you're thinking about all that and realizing, yeah, you know what? All that. Suddenly, you hear a humming. There's a slight hum, but it's a familiar hum. And it's coming.
The tongue of my people.
It's coming from your sword. And the sword, the blue silver of the sword begins to glow with a slightly holy light.
Kind of look at it, I'm like, oh, so we're drinking tonight. That's all he says.
Yeah. The Caillou Kiseke's eyes like flash, like flash as if like a light went across them, for a minute in the red, and he says, "What is that?"
It's been established how Yuquil feels about the whole pantheon. Okay, so he says this in that, like, when people you don't like do something that you have to acknowledge, like you can't not acknowledge it. So he just kind of does that, like, little chuckle of, like, almost defeat, He's like, fuck.
It's Britney, bitch.
He's like, a most magnificent gift, it would seem, for moments just like this. And, like, I imagine, like, have you ever seen, like, the really creepy like anime edits where, like, they get everything goes dark and you just see the smile?
Mm-hmm.
That's him right now.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like, yeah, that's all he says to him, but it's like, yeah, the implication is like, this, it was all for this, and I'm about that life.
Yeah.
They should have told me sooner this shit worked on you motherfuckers. Oh, it's on.
Yeah. You hear a voice in your head, Yuquil, the voice of St. Cuthbert say, "I am retribution." And when
Yuquil does, like, the little like, eager shiver, like, oh, it's on.
Yeah. The exile, he didn't become shogun for that while that he was by being stupid. He's reading the whole scenario and he goes, "Oh, well, okay, it looks like we do have something on our hands that'll kill you. All right, well, prepare to die then." And when that happens, the Caillou Kiseke says, "Not today." And you watch as a hidden door, like the solid wall behind him, just a doorway slides open from bottom to top. And the Caillou Kiseke slides backwards into it, and the wall slams down. But the second it slams down, the whole structure shakes, and the doorway to the outside caves in. And the wall itself, like, that section of it caves in as well, trapping you guys inside this tomb. And that is where we're going to leave Yuquil's
in a bloody fucking, like, screaming rage as he is assaulting a doorway. Fuck the building falling. He is whooping that door's ass.
Yeah. That's where we're going to leave his part of season 2.
Fuck you.
All right, see, I'm not the only one. You were acting all like, oh, he's not base just a minute ago.
No,
like you didn't just fuck up my whole world for a minute there, and then you're like, ha ha ha, we're done.
Yeah,
you mean I gotta wait?
Yeah, a little little while. There's got to be a reason, and you guys will see. You guys will see why. Just give it time. You'll see why.
I'm not the
I
only
have
one.
a reason. I have to leave you guys on cliffhangers because there has to be a reason. You don't understand. There has to be a reason why you're stuck. There just does. And if we're gonna do this next season, the way we're gonna do it,
Fair.
yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I know.
Y'all be ready for the shenanigans that are about to happen. Y'all think you quills are right? That's all I gotta say, dog.
But here we go. Agaragis.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your turn. Are you
I've
ready?
heard.
Are you ready? So
Sorta.
we left you with watching something exiting that little cave mouth. And you watch as two little goblinoid looking creatures come crawling out of there holding torches. Followed by one goblinoid creature whose skin... Okay, so to be accurate about this, just so you get a full scope. Let me give you the full scope of what it is you're looking at there. What you are looking at, in fact, is your own demise. Long live me. No, but what you are looking at is these they're not green. They're more like tan looking, like fleshy colored looking goblinoid creatures. But they're
You can't say that.
they're but it's got a green tinge to it. They got these long pointed ears and these noses, these schnozzes that are long and pointy as well, like pointed. They have these glowing red eyes, and they got like these jaws with these teeth in them, like these little tusk teeth, and they're just so just the worst looking little dudes you've ever seen. They've got their hands and arms wrapped in like leather, and they just got like bone shards protruding from it, out of their leggings and everything. They're just very unpleasant to look at, not so much terrifying, although I don't know, you could say, if you weren't used to adventuring, that they might terrify some people, but what they are followed by, a singular creature, if you will. They are followed by another type of Bajong. And this Bajong isn't like them. His skin is jet black and it almost glistens in the sun. It almost reflects the sun, as if the sun will give its skin no purchase, or its skin will give the sun no purchase, I should say.
Shana.
Shana. While the others have those pointy goblinoid looking faces, this does not. Its face, or its head, looks like a horse's head, almost like one of those nightmares. And it's got green energy, almost gaseous, flowing off of him. With these almost like goat ram horns coming off of his forehead. And you see now what Fojua was talking about, what they do when they kill the nightmare. They take its head and almost become like a symbiotic creature with it in some kind of blasphemous ritual. And they just look around and look at all the trails of fire and realize that you have scared away their hunt. And they point in your direction, and they just start screaming. They start screaming something. Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute you. But Uquil, sorry. But they start screeching at you, just in like some language that you don't understand at all. You don't even know if they're really speaking a language or they've just learned to understand each other's gibberish. And they come charging in your direction, ready to attack. And Fojua just like, after helping you get to your feet, he looks in their direction and he goes, see what I mean? They're wretched. And you guys are now engaged in combat with them. I guess, let me ask you something, Mindoc. Is Crow going to be any assistance in this fight, or is he going to flee and wait and see how this fight pans out?
Allow me to look at something briefly. Okay, no, Crow will... Yeah, sort of flutter up from Garrus's head and, yeah, like, take cover somewhere nearby.
He's like, well, good luck, and flies off.
He does say, like, to them, like, telepathically, I'll be watching.
Does he say that to Fojua as well?
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say Fojua's just instantly like, they can get in our heads.
Agaricus just yells, okay.
And Fojua just looks at Agaricus and goes, and then just kind of mumbles to himself. He's like, that's a weird battle cry. All right, we've got to do this. I'm gonna say, reactively, Fojua kind of steps in front of you, Agaricus, you know, to give you a little bit of a shield, you know, because you just got jacked up, so he's giving you some breathing room. However, with that said, the Bajong are gonna get to go first since Crow isn't going to help. There is more of them than there are of you guys, so they're going first. So the two Bajong, the horsehead one stays back, but the two just instantly charge in and attack Fojua. And to save us time, I'm just gonna do a quick deal, and either they will hit or they won't. Okay, they don't. They come in and just start swinging on him, and he's like using his hands and legs and stuff to just like use almost as a natural shield to just block like his forearms and his like shins and stuff. He's just like lifting them up and just stopping them as they're swinging on him, and he's just trying to stay out of their way, even though they're as tall as you are, Agaricus. They're only like 4 feet tall, and so they're just, you know, a little hard for him to get at. The one with the horse's head, the nightmare head, the nightmare Bajong as they're known, he begins to chant something, and then that's his turn. He's chanting something, which brings it to you and Fojua. So you'll get to go first, and then Fojua will go.
No, snap. Okay.
Aw, snap.
Alright, can I use my shield on my buddy?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you pop off the shield, and Fojua just like kind of looks around as as that shield just kind of like forms around him and then just fades out or whatever. And he's just like, what the crap? And kind of looks over his shoulder at you, and he sees that you're holding that shield, pointing it at him, and he's like, strange. Odd.
He just has a thumbs up.
Like a Mentos commercial. What would you like to do for your second action?
Am I near? Like, am I close enough to any of the people?
No, you are directly behind Fojua, and they are in front of him, engaged in combat. You'd have to take a few steps, which you could make it. You could easily walk around him and be on the side of one of them. You just have to pick left or right.
All right. I'll do right.
Alrighty. Well, if you're not right, you're left.
But I'm bumped.
Yeah, I know. Killer crowd. I didn't realize it was gonna run this late. I was trying to get us started early so we could, keep the momentum, but here we are.
Sorry.
2 a.m. in the morning. It's like it's too late in the morning. Yeah. To be fair, I can understand that it is too early or too late for everybody to be being left on cliffhangers. I understand the apprehension.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
And yet you proceed.
Oh well, yeah. The show must go on.
Oh, all right. Do I need to do an attack real quick, or was that?
You can. Oh well, you did move.
Yeah.
So yeah. Fair enough. So Vojua is just going to take an attack. So he's just going to take one on the one Bajang. You know what? Yeah. He's not going to take 2 attacks. He's just going to go for a flurry of blows. Is what he's going to do. But I need to open the book real quick to make sure I do it right. Boo. Yeah. Instead of trying to just attack one or attack the other or whatever, he's just gonna go for a flurry of blows on one and see if he can't just KO one of them. I think since we don't really want to waste the shield that Agaricus gave him and that advantage. Okay. Golly, okay. I wish it would just let me copy and paste on here. Oh, I wonder if I can. I sure can. Huh. Yeah, that actually is a quality of life thing that I appreciate Roll20 for, actually. And then on that final one, okay, so he only hit once. So he just starts trying to just wildly swing at this thing, and he does not get it. Only gets 1 attack off, which yeah, it's slightly embarrassing for him. He's slightly embarrassed by that. It's like, oh,
it'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, it do.
Agaricus gets it. pour out one for the homie.
But he does pop off with a 19, so he's like swinging at it, just and it's just bouncing around, and he's just and the one that does catch, I mean, he lands it clean in its nose and breaks it. Doesn't kill it, but breaks its nose. Just boom, and you just watch as its nose explodes all over its face, and it's like and it bounces back, and it looks pretty rough. Beijong's turn. Or Bajong, however you want to word it. They're both still going to attack Fojua, so it's a 50-50 chance, and they're still not getting it. All right, so it's fair because they'll either do double the damage or both will miss. All right, so the one with its broken nose just swings at him wildly with its blade and misses, and the other one tries to like cut him in his Achilles tendon, and he lifts his foot up and just brings it over its head and sets it back down, and he's like, oh, woo. And now it's your turn, Agargus. Oh, wait, no, it's not.
Haha.
The Bajong with the nightmare head. He sits back there. Yep, he sits back there, and he shoots a poison cloud in your guys' direction, just forms it up and just blasts it over in your guys' direction. Agargus, roll a reflex save.
Alright, 1 sec. Woo!
Woohoo!
Is there a way that I can like use my spore attack and like shove it back over there to them? Does that work like that?
You sure like to invent things on the fly, don't you?
Yep. You know, it'd be real cool, you know?
You know, it'd be really neat if you let me do. Good grief. How?
We never talked about the extent of all these powers.
No, I think we did. I think we have. I think it's on that chart I gave you. Okay.
Snap.
So, Fojua manages to kind of dodge out of the way of that poison cloud, but it does smack you, Agargus.
No.
Doing, yeah.
It's 0 damage.
1 point of constitution damage.
Well.
So it doesn't actually do physical damage. You go to your stats right there, right? And you see where it says constitution up there, like strength, ability, dexterity, all that.
Yeah.
Where it says con, that chart that says temp, like temporary, put a -1 in there.
Okay.
And that Beijong, he's just holding his palm outstretched as the poisonous cloud looks as if the air is shooting directly from his palm into your guys' direction, and he's just holding the cloud on you guys. So if you guys remain in the cloud, next time it gets to his turn, you'll have to roll another reflex. You have to roll a 25 or higher to be able to like not sustain damage from it. Aight. Or you'll continue taking con damage. And every time, if your constitution reaches 0, you're dead. Like, just flat out dead. Like no bleeding out, no negative hit points. It's dead. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it is now your turn.
Well,
I'm not going to say you can push the cloud, but he is at a distance enough where you could shoot your own spores at him and wreck him. He is casting a spell, so if you hit him, he will have to roll a concentration or lose the cloud.
all right. That's what I'm gonna go for.
All right. Roll a ranged touch attack. So just roll a ranged attack, basically.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I only had you roll that on the off chance you rolled a natural one. Just on the off chance that you rolled a natural one, because most things this dude does not have a touch AC to save his life, really. Yeah. So you just boom hit him with your spore attack. Roll your damage for that. You remember what your damage is? Because I do. It's 96 plus your dex. Ooh. Nice. You did remember because you popped that off pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That actually kills him. So you...
Oh, yeah!
Yeah, so not only did you get rid of the cloud burst, but you just eliminate him. How's that look? How do you do it?
In a weird way, it's like Agaricus, it's like he knew he was going to try to like throw something at him, but it's almost like he got like a whiff of pepper and just sneezed. Like a trip and sneeze, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it just almost catches Agaricus off guard how hard he sneezes and sends all those spores up and can they like almost like suffocate him?
Sure.
But,
so I just picture Agaricus doing one of those maneuvers you see like, do you ever play Fall Guys? You know how like how the physics in that they're just kind of wobbly, and like when they lose balance, like they're only standing on one foot and their whole legs and arms are just kind of flailing around for a minute, like oh, you know, because you almost knocked yourself down. As that spore cloud just sneezes right onto him and just hits him in the face and just goes like hits him in the face with such force that it goes inside his throat and he just cannot breathe. Like his poison cloud just dissipates instantly and he's like and his face his head just explodes, just, and he falls over dead. Yes.
Agaricus just says, serves you right.
The other Bajong like look over at the nightmare at the nightmare Bajong, and they're like, ah! Now they're looking at you, Agaricus, like you did it. Ojua is going to roll. Right. That is what I was rolling earlier. Make sure. Yeah. Oh, but it would be more than. I'm not. Technically, this Bajong should be dead because I wasn't factoring in his strength.
If you just want to count him as dead, they ain't no big thing to me.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? Yeah. So he does. He goes for another flurry of blows, but he only hits him once and just freaking boom, and just hits that one that he blew his nose up and just punches his face like inward, just caves it in like Fist of the North Star style. It's just where it looks like his, everything is just folded into his skull, and it falls over just dead, leaving only one of the Bajang, who quickly looks at the situation and decides to retreat. It's just and just starts running for the cave mouth. But because he's got to disengage, Agaragis, that leaves you an attack of opportunity. Now, you cannot use your spore cloud for an attack of opportunity, your spore burst, but you do have the stunning fist. You do have weapons on you, like the blade in the shield and whatever. You know what I mean? So you can try and hit him before he runs away if you want.
Can I try throwing my shield at him?
Throwing the shield at him?
You kind of like a frisbee, where it's like, smacks him in the head.
Yeah, but it is going to put you at a disadvantage because you do not have the feat throw anything.
Oh no.
Yeah, all it means
Man,
is...
I'm trying out too much today.
You're like, oh no, it's fine. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. I'm just letting you know. No, I like it. It's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to hurt you if you miss or anything. It just means that when you roll your ranged attack to throw that shield, you'll get your range, but you're going to get like a -4 to it, I think. Is whatever you hit, you'll just get a -4, is what I mean. So, no, you're more than welcome to take your shot, It'd be really cool if you pulled it off like Captain America style and just, and if you kill him, it'll take his head right off, so...
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Go for
that
it.
Right?
Yeah. Just roll your ranged attack, and then I'll just knock 4 off of it. We'll see what you get.
8, 22.
Yeah, well, 22's a hit, so...
Aw, snap.
Yeah, so you just roll that shield at him and roll your damage. For that shield, and it's arranged, I really don't know what to do with that.
2d6 plus strength mod.
Well, it'd be plus your dex mod because you've actually made it
Dex.
a range. So, yeah,
It-
just
it
do its
says-
normal damage, but do dex because you made it a ranged weapon. I know normally it says
Oh.
strength, but that's only for melee. So just do your dex mod, whatever your dex is. Five, that doesn't kill him, but it definitely bounces off the back of his head and cuts it open. And he's like, ah! And he just runs away and gets into the cave mouth and takes off. Bink! Dung! He's like, ah! And runs away. And Boji was like, dang it! Got away, but you got him pretty good, though. Maybe he'll bleed to death in there.
Hopefully it gets infected.
Right? Right? That'd be great. That'd be wonderful. Because you did very good today, Agaragis.
He just nods his head in happy approvalness.
And we got rid of those Bajang that were killing the nightmare. Even though the nightmare almost accidentally killed us. I mean, we did well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Master Zupo will be pleased with us. By 5. And then he realizes his hand is way too high. And so he brings it down. Sorry. Low 5.
He says, you can treat me like a real person.
He goes, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I wasn't. I'm so sorry. He goes, gosh, shoot. He goes, I've been spending too much time at the temple. I'm becoming freaking inept. in social situations. He goes, yeah, of course. He goes, yeah, you're a real person. Of course you're a real person. Why wouldn't you be a real person? I mean, you have weird abilities and you talk to yourself a lot, but you're a real person.
Like, Ericus just kind of like is thinking back in his head and he's like, do I talk to myself a lot? I don't recall.
Yeah, this is the funniest, like, freaking situational misunderstanding. So, with that said, you guys begin to travel back. You know, having defeated the Bajong and having done, exceedingly well. But once again, night falls before you're going to return.
We go to the arcade.
And play some Street Fighter. Alpha. 2 Alpha.
I was gonna do the dancey things.
Oh. And you want him to treat you like a real person? Agaricus, you're not making it easy on him.
He was having dance party time. What is wrong with me? So we killed some guys. Whoop.
Now it's Dance Revolution. Now it's Dance Revolution. No, it's okay. Okay. No, but yeah. So does to camp out once more, does Agaricus create their pocket and jump inside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't even think about it.
Right. He's just like, oh, sleepy time? Boom.
I don't even know that he tells him like good night. I think he's just like so caught up in his own head that he just like walks in there.
Fojua kind of looks around and goes, I think I'm just going to camp outside and look at it's a nice warm night tonight. I think I'm just going to camp outside tonight, Agaricus, and just stare at the stars and revel in our victory, okay?
Agaricus also looks up to the sky or whatever, that ceiling, whatever it is, and is like looking for Crow. Like, where'd he go?
I imagine Crow like came and flew back on your head after the fight and everything, and has
probably
been traveling with you guys. Yeah,
I didn't think of that.
Yeah, I mean, once you got inside the pocket, I imagine he might have flown up into the rafters or whatever. But that's really on. I just kind of I just always kind of assume Crow is chilling and just kind of sits on autopilot, unless Mind Doc states otherwise. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I sort of spaced out, but yeah, they just fall back onto your head.
Nice. Okay. But
yeah, you go inside your pocket then and shut the door, and Fozua just lays out there, and he's like, yeah, no. He's like, I like Agaricus, but inside that place, it's kind of a madhouse. I'm not gonna, no. Explosions and things.
like that episode of SpongeBob where like they're playing in the box and like it's driving Squidward crazy because they're making all this. That's what me and Crow are doing in our little dance party, my little pocket dimension.
Yeah. While you're having your little dance revolution up in there, your little dance party, you watch as a wall in your pocket, the wall that Crow noticed, which was just the strangest thing. Like, I don't even know how he pulled this off, because I've had this going for a while, but it happens. It just so happens that a wall, like a fake door or a fake wall, opens up and makes a doorway leading into the underworld. I mean, I say it's the underworld even without investigation, because Agaricus knows what the underworld looks like and can see it there. And in there, you can see your homeland of the Myconid. As
My people.
Yep. All sorts of Myconid just walking around, doing their thing, minding their own business, if you will. Just moving about their day. And you hear a voice call out from into your pocket. Agaragus, step forward, for you have been summoned.
He just looks very startled. How does he step forward? And in where?
Like in what they're saying is like come forward through the doorway into the, it's very strange because you thought this was a pocket dimension and yet there's something attached to it. You know what I mean?
No.
Like that's not how a pocket dimension really works,
Do I go?
Do you? Do you?
Can I talk back to it?
Yeah, you can play as much D&D as you like.
Who summons me?
You hear the voice go, it's I, Don Guy. And others. And others.
Oh, others. Okay.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I mean,
that felt like a Monty Python skit.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. It's really up to you what you decide to do here, Agaragus. I cannot make the decision for you.
Is Crow coming with?
I mean, unless Mind Doc states otherwise, that he flies off your head and says, no thank you. I continue to assume that Crow is just chilling with you on your head.
If Crow goes, I'm going.
Did you say anything to him?
Other than acting as if I know who he's talking about. I recognize the person, but not. They know me, so it must be okay.
I'm not sure that's what he asked.
Oh, what you asked me?
You said you said like you're going if Crow's going. Do you say anything to Crow? Because otherwise, yeah, they're just perched though.
He looks back and is like, "You coming with or?"
I think that might be safer overall. I suppose I have little choice.
I'm giving you a choice. We don't have to go. I won't go if you're not gonna go.
How kind.
He nods his head.
I don't particularly like it out here. And I don't particularly like the look of in there. So I'd say it's a loss either way.
Way to answer a question without answering the question.
You're trying to make a fucking bird that's just been sitting on your head, make your decisions for you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no kidding. Fair enough, dude. This is also a fair statement.
And yeah, Crow is annoying.
He sits and contemplates for a second and is like, well, it seems like it might be important, so I feel like we should go. But if you really think otherwise, then I trust your judgment.
There's nothing to indicate that it will be less dangerous or more dangerous than out here. Oh yeah, I see it. Might as well.
Since I like your enthusiasm, alright, let's go.
I feel like that whole conversation was a Garrigus like halfway trying to hit the Crow. Just say let's not go in so we don't have to go in.
Yeah, I'd like it.
And Crow's like, no, let's just do it. They're like, oh, shoot. So you step into Garrigus and the door shuts behind you. And you find yourself back in your mycated homeland in the underworld. Which, fun fact for the audience at home, for all of you who are still with us, if you've made it this far, the mycated are also subterranean, much like Zoltan. So, and their homeland is kind of a continent in of itself called the Underworld. And yeah, Agargus, you come stepping in, and there is mycated folk. You've got adult mycated workers and stuff, all mushroom folk like you. You've got the young children that they call the sexless because they haven't developed one way or the other yet. And, you're moving about them and some, yeah. Yo! Yeah. But as you move through them, they're like, people stop and like look at you kind of surprised, and they whisper to one another, like, is that the one? Yes, that's the one. The new one? That's the new elder. Yes. And so on and so forth as you step forward into the circle mushrooms, as it's known. And this is the place that the circle leader is known to reside. It is his private chamber. The mycated homeland is basically, it's subterranean. It's like it's sitting down in a cavern somewhere, but it is a vast stretching sprawl of mountainous forests, but instead of trees, it's mushrooms, and they glow in different neon colors, purples, reds, yellows, orange, blues, even greens, yes, all the rainbow. And the circle mushroom, as it's known, is just the tallest mushrooms that form in a perfect circle, and are so tight knit they almost act like a domicile. And you as you enter this with the circle leader, you see Dongi sitting there awaiting you, but he is also with another. Now Dongi, he's a mycated too. He's an older mycated, so instead of being just 4 foot, he's almost 5 feet tall, and he's got like a very large purplish mushroom cap and just almost an alien looking face with moss growing off of his shoulders, almost like shoulder pads, and his arm has patches of moss and his legs have patches of moss, almost like he's got hairy arms and legs, and he's just got this big old round belly, and he just looks extremely well fed. And he's accompanied by a mycatid that you are not entirely familiar with, actually. And this mycatid is even taller than even the eldest mycatid. This mycatid is almost 5.5 feet tall. And he looks completely alien to you. His mushroom cap sits more like a regal hat on his head, and it's bumped and it's orange, and his eyes are always shaded in the shade of his cap, and his mouth looks like chunks of his skin is just split and frayed, looking almost like tendrils coming off of him. And he wears a coat, like a jacket that looks almost armored, but it's not. It's completely organic, and looks almost like a second skin to him. Like fungi just growing off, like extra fungi growing off of him that formed into this suit that he wears. And he holds a scepter in his hand as he regards you as you enter. And Dongi looks at you, Agaragis, and says, "Welcome back, Agaragis. It's good to see that you are well. I am pleased."
He goes, "Oh, Dongi."
He was like, "Yeah."
He was like, "I just had to see you. I couldn't wrap my head around the name for some reason."
He goes, "Oh, huh? That's okay, Agaragis. You've always kind of been just your own Myconid, you know?"
He goes, "Right."
He says, says, "Well, I'm terribly interested in finding out how your mission has been going." And as he says that, the other one cuts in, and he says, "As am I. I'd like to know, Agaragis, now that we've gotten all of the formalities out of the way, how... I'd like an explanation as to why you have failed so badly."
And Garrus is like taken by surprise, and he's like, what?
"Oh, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. How have you failed so miserably in the task that our mother set before you?" And Dongi says, It's okay, Agaragis. It's okay. I mean, I'm sure you tried. I'm sure you tried your best." And the other one cuts in and says, "I will be the judge of that. See, not only did you fail, but somehow, one of the elite androgyny, your elder, Dodd, ends up dead as well. So not only have you returned to us empty-handed, returned to our mother empty-handed, but your Pion Mender leader, your Pion Mender elder, Dodd, is no longer alive. And before you ask how I know this, it's because you know as well as I do that every time one of us dies, we feel it within the collective. So don't play coy with me."
And Garrus goes, "What was the question?"
He looks at Dongi and says, "Seriously? This is who you set to accomplish this task?"
He says, it's not a matter of failing, it's more of a change of heart, is how I perceive it.
"Oh." The mysterious, Myconid who's talking to you right now, he says, "Oh, interesting. A change of heart." He says, "You might as well have just used the actual word for that. It would have been a shorter sentence. Instead of saying change of heart, you could have just said excuse, because that's what you're giving me, is an excuse for failure. And if you know anything about our mother, you know that she does not abide by excuses.
Agaricus just kind of raises his finger up, and it's like failure is in the eyes of the beholder.
And you have been beheld, Agaricus, and have been found wanting. And Dongi kind of clears his throat and goes, I mean, we don't have to go this hard. I mean, seriously. I'm sure there is a reasonable explanation for this change of heart, whatever that means. It means that your friend, this Agaricus, has decided to side with the ones they were meant to. Well, let's just be honest about this. Betray. And somehow, their elder, their Pion Mender leader, the elite, Dodd, ends up dead. And I can't figure out for the life of me how or why that has happened. Did you have a change of heart, Agaricus? And so you and your new friends murdered your kin?
Wouldn't you be able to feel that?
Dongi goes, correct. We would be able to know. And besides, if the shifting of eldership to Agaricus, that has to be done willingly. And I don't think Dodd would have done that willingly to their murderer. Not unless they were forced. The mysterious Myconid adds. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because what I have standing before me is a failure who may also who may also be a murderer of their kin. What's that?
So, do I look like?
Dongi says, let's let calmer heads prevail here. Agaricus, as best as you can you recount what has all happened and tell us what happened to Dodd and why you don't have the relic? Because we know at some point you had to have. We felt that as well. Mother let us know.
I did have it, and something happened, and then, well, you know, and Dodd, he like willingly gave me the elder thing, and that was unexpected. We didn't expect him to go down the way that happened, and it was crazy. And then, these people, this group of people I've been hanging out with, they've been taking care of me, you know, and I've always been taught, don't bite the hand that feeds you, and, they've been alright, they've been nice to me, so I've been trying to be respectful back, and, I found some, companionship with them, you know, and I understand that most mushrooms don't really have much companionship outside of the family, but maybe that's how we extend our mycelium. And just sit there at that.
Dongi says, you see, Dodd willingly gave Agaricus their elder root. And the mysterious Myconid says, yes, it's very convenient for them to add in their fractured retelling of events that that Dodd willingly gave them his elder root before he died. And that the way he passed was, whoa, crazy, if I'm quoting that correctly. You didn't expect it to go down as such. Interesting.
Crazy.
That that threw me off. Says, yes, that tells me so much. I feel enlightened now.
Burr's going to telepathically say just to Agaricus, this one has a high opinion of itself. Perhaps you ought to find out who it is.
Agaricus just goes, right. What's your name?
Are you saying that to the mysterious Mycodon?
Yeah.
He says, I am Sparasis spathulata of the Amanita muscaria. And when he says that, like the name doesn't, Sparasis spathulata, that might as well be French to you. But the Amanita muscaria, that rings a bell, Agaricus. You know who that is. You know what they are. They are the hand of Mother. They are like the, very few, if any, ever get to meet Zugtmoy, your creator. Most of the time, they only get to meet the Amanita muscaria, and they are considered the will of Zugtmoy. And it kind of sinks into you now just how much trouble you might actually be in if how abrasive this let me look at this Sparasis is being to you right now. It might as well be Zugtmoy speaking to you in such a way. And judging from all of this, how this is sunken in, this Sparasis looks you up and down, and he says, "That is correct, Agaricus. Yes, I am one of them. And I kid you not when I say Mother is extremely displeased with your performance." And actually, I think that is a perfect place to leave you on a cliffhanger.
Good deal.
Yeah, we are going to leave you on this cliffhanger.
Stretch my balls.
And yeah, that leaves us just Zoltan and Mindoc, and we're going to get to you guys right now. Okay. Zoltan.
Do it.
we're gonna do Zoltan, just because I've been going down in this order the whole time. So
Yeah, of course. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm just, really? But Zoltan, you wait that full hour, and you have effectively opened up a pathway to the Shadowfell and just created this place now out of the Forgotten Halls. You might as well just consider like pretty much the Forgotten Halls the Shadowfell now as it is, because judging from the length and the width and the mileage and everything that you get from that, I mean, you are effectively now within the Shadowfell. Which kind of puts a damper on some of the things I had waiting for you in there, but not entirely.
I was alright. I'll fuck up all the plans.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. And because of that, you you are able to just move freely through these halls. Mostly. You have a few options here, you know,
Okay.
through these halls, because it is just an open place, but now there is stalagmites everywhere. There is a howling wind, and some of the entrances that were once open are now just completely caved in and blocked off to you, leaving you pretty much like 3 paths that you can comfortably travel that you can tell of. There are 2 to your right and 1 to your left. The one that was directly in front of you has now collapsed in on itself. And from time to time, the howling of the wind creates a slight rumble inside the halls that you can feel. And Ruckus just kind of looks up at you, and he's like, "You think you could have made it any more homely? Maybe like a welcome sign on the front or something?"
You know what? That's a good idea. I might do that next time.
Says, "Yeah, carry it in your back pocket for every time you decide to break the laws and fabric of the material plane." Says, "Well, where to?"
Which ways did you say was blocked?
There's two open entrances on your right and 1 on your left. There were like 9, literally like 9 halls in here, and you have like effectively like just done that in.
You know me, just doing these things.
There were like 4 on the right, 4 on the left, and then 1 dead ahead of you. But you pretty much, like when you did the Shadowfell and created all that, the Shadowfell version of this, most of these halls are now caved in and unusable, except for these 3.
Okay. I'm gonna cast another spell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna airwalk, because I'm not falling in no traps.
Ooh.
And since I'm not affected by the gust of winds, I'm doing bueno.
Okay, so you're just gonna like, almost like you're just walking on air as you just kind of... Where do you go, though? Like...
Oh, I'm going to the right.
Oh, okay. So there's 2 on your right. So if you're looking at them head on, it's either door left or door right.
Door right on door right.
All right. So you begin air walking and just walking down the hall, and Ruckus follows closely behind you. And every so often you can hear like strange noises of things like clicking in the darkness, just strange at one point in time you hear like, you know, like something blowing a lot of air out of its nose or something, and growls, unnatural growls, but nothing ever threatens to accost you per se. Tell you what, yeah, we're going to yeah, your section's gonna be a little shorter because you kind of expedited things a little bit, but as you travel through the halls, you wind around a lot of pathways and things and stuff. stuff that still is collapsing and things that have collapsed around you. Every once in a while, you'll like look at a doorway and you'll watch it happen in real time as that entrance just breaks apart and caves in. And you have to ask yourself, you wonder, like, on the material plane, did this descend nearly as much? Or, or was this all more level? Like, what are the differences in the Shadowfell compared to the material plane of this place? You cannot say, but you find yourself in a vast cavern, walking down a spiral staircase. And the spiral itself, the staircase isn't a floating staircase. It is built into the side of a column that just runs directly down into the darkness, with the staircase built like almost carved out of the side of it as you travel down. So to one side of you is this massive column that the staircase is chiseled out of, and to the other side of you is just a sheer drop down into the darkness as you descend this stairway. And you travel for a long time. It almost feels like maybe perhaps you're being fooled, because it just doesn't feel like you're ever going to reach the bottom of it. And Ruckus himself even kind of mentions, like, you think maybe we're just trapped in an illusion or something? Like, maybe perhaps we're just stuck on an endless staircase? I mean, I know that this place technically can't hurt you, but that doesn't mean it still can't trick you. Ruckus kind of cocks his head to the side and goes, "Uh-huh." To your response, he's like, "Does that mean you think we are, or you don't, or?"
I don't think we are. I don't think anyone is near us except for that weird noise we keep hearing.
He goes, "Right. Well," he says, let's just assume that we're not. How far down do you think we have to travel before we reach the end then? I mean, do you think we're actually headed in the right direction?"
To be honest, I don't know. They did not give me a whole lot of information. They just said, "Yep, this is the place," and that I was a dead man walking. So
he says, "Oh, well, that sure is comforting." And as he's saying that, you feel another rumble. But it, because you feel that rumble, you realize that it's this giant column that forms the stairway that is rumbling. And at that moment, you hear this loud crack. And you watch as the top of the column breaks off and collapses and comes falling, hurling in your guys' direction. I'm going to need you to roll a reflex save for both you and Ruckus. We're talking like a massive structure.
I believe in Ruck.
I believe in it.
Reflex 19. What a lad. Swifty little guy. Plus 1d20 plus the thing for Ruckus, right?
Plus whatever his reflex is, yeah.
Did he do good? Oh god.
I don't know.
Oh no, Ruckus.
What did you roll for him? A 24?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll mine. Oh god.
Well, he did better than you did. Ruckus like pins himself up against the wall, and he's like, "Oh!" As like the column hits a piece of the stairwell that you guys are on, you know, breaking off more of it behind you guys, as you're pinning yourself against the wall, and you just watch as this massive column just falls into the darkness with a loud "Caw-craw!" Ruckus goes, "Well, there's got to be an ending. We could hear it."
Yeah.
And your ears are just ringing, just from that loud. I mean, because it was loud. Like, we're talking like watching like it'd be like if the Empire State Building broke in half and the top half fell into the street, right? Think of it like that. That kind of large structure you guys just watched fall, and you just pinned yourselves against the wall and just watched it float past you, just boom, and hit the ground. You know? And it's still echoing out through this massive cavern. So with no better option, you guys continue down the spiral staircase, because you definitely can't go back up now. You know? And you finally reach the bottom, and you see the rubble of what is left. And you, yeah, I mean, you effectively took, when you did the Shadowfell thing, you effectively took out the enemies that, that I was gonna have for you. So, here we are then.
Oh no.
Yeah, you come into this you do, however, feel another pain in your chest.
Cool.
Yeah. And you begin to like and so just roll me a straight constitution.
Yeah, I'm dead as shit.
Oh my gosh. Good grief. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh,
What we like.
wow. Oh, freaking wow. Yeah, you might actually be hurting pretty bad.
Perchance.
Yeah, because you just took 4 more points of constitution damage.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know what your temp was sitting at originally, but yeah. Oh man, you're sitting at what?
On my temp?
Yeah, you're sitting at -8 now, or what? Or
-4.
-4. Okay, so you're not. Okay, so you're not completely dead, but dang, your constitution's at like 9 right now. So,
Yep.
so like you're feeling pretty decrepit, and you just like hit the ground again, but now you're on like all fours. Like before you were able to brace yourself, but now you're on all fours, just hawking up blood, just vomiting it, you know. You know what I mean? Just hawking up blood, and Ruckus is looking at you, and he's like, what's going on? What happened?
I made a deal and I need to follow up on it fast.
He says, "Oh, all right." And he reaches out a tendril and like wraps it around your waist and just kind of helps you, like drapes you over his back. You know what I mean? Like you're like using him kind of as a mount, but you're just like draped, like your head is just resting on his neck. You know what I'm saying? And he just starts marching forward
What a lad.
into this vast cavern of darkness. And you come up to this ledge that just reaches out into this vast darkness. And at first, it's just completely black as far as the eye can see. And then you see a light begin to glow. Golden light. And from that light forms a gem, like almost like a shard. And around that shard forms a very massive, imposing figure of this wraith-like being who is pure, like he's just purely spiritual, you know. It's like it's almost like he's not actually like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like he doesn't actually hold a solid form, but that he's just constantly shifting and twisting, you know, in an essence. And the only thing keeping him together is this gem, and he's extremely monstrous looking. He almost looks like a beast or a devil as he forms in front of you, Zoltan. And you have met him once before, and when he sent you back to be with the group, you know him to be a Rithnal, as his eyes glow with like a purple, unnatural light, and he stares down at you with his horns and his demonic features, and he just laughs. He says, "You have returned, boy. Much worse than the first time I met you. What what foolishness would return you to such to me, to such a fate? For I will not be kind a second time."
I made a deal for that gem thing and your thing in your chest, I guess.
Oh, so you choose death.
I don't know. Are the people of the underworld bound by that thing?
Says, I am. It's the only thing that keeps me tethered to this plane. And I am not interested in going back.
Back to where?
My home.
And there's like no way you could free the people without me taking that John from your chest? Or trying to, at least?
Free the people. It says, you think I have them enslaved to me? It says they don't want this gem because it will free them. They want this gem, this shard, because it is what it will give them power. Do you not know what this is? It is
Fitty.
It is a piece of the hammer of all souls. Moradin's hammer. A hammer that is worthy of the gods. I have a piece, Cord has a piece, and there are several other pieces scattered out throughout Northscorn that have been forged into their own weapons. No, boy. I don't think I'm willing to give it up.
I see.
Do you think you're in any condition? And he looks you up and down. To take it from me? Even at your best, you are facing a god. I am the father of the Weir, the king of beasts. My presence is felt all over Loxos.
If I remember correctly, the deal was to free the people, but if they're not stuck.
They told you to free the people. That's how they tricked you into this foolish task? Because they told you that it would free them?
Yeah.
You silly, impetuous boy. All they've done is ensure your death. Should you try. But it looks like you might die anyways. Unless... I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll extend your life, for it's my will to do so. There is no power that they can cast that I can't fix, such as the right of a god. I'll extend your life, and you do me a favor instead.
And what's this favor?
If I had the Hammer of Cord, I could effectively remove the shard from my body, put it back to Cord's hammer, and have a hammer with two pieces of the All Souls hammer. Wielding that hammer would give me enough strength to maintain my physical form here on the material plane and even restore me to some of my former glory. And then I would effectively remove this curse that you so willingly accepted from you. But don't be foolish, boy. You're not gonna go and defeat Cord in battle and take his hammer. You'll have to steal it from him. So you'll need to find either you will need to be an effective enough thief to do so, or you will need to find one who can.
Okay.
Do you know of such a thief?
I think I have someone that might be up for the task.
Say his name and I will send you to him, if you agree.
Could I have some more information about this Cord person?
He is the god of warriors here on Northscorn. He is the one that defeated me after I defeated Moradin. It was him who hit me so strong that the Hammer of All Souls shattered and I received this wound. He motions to the shard in his chest. But you can find his hall here on Norscorn.
Mm-hmm.
You would just need to go and get yourself an effective enough thief to be able to effectively sneak into his hall and steal his hammer from him and bring it back to me.
Okay.
Or you can sit here and bleed out in front of me. I don't care either way.
You know what? I'd take you up on your deal.
I thought you would. I thought you would. So say his name and I will send you to him. And I shall heal you of your ailment and buy you a little bit more time before the curse takes effect again. But make no doubt about it. Do not fail me on this, or I will drag you to the abyss myself.
All right. Take me to Gargus.
Says, done. And snaps his fingers. And suddenly, Zoltan, you find yourself in the realm of the Myconid. In the underworld. Amongst the circle mushrooms. And at kind of a trial, and you see Dongi and the other Myconid sitting there debating over Agaragis and the one, and you just suddenly appear in their midst. And Agaragis, you suddenly see Zoltan and Ruckus just suddenly appear next to you. Well, Agaragis and Crow, you guys just suddenly see Zoltan and Ruckus just appear next to you. Just bam! Just all of a sudden there. And everybody...
For the record, Agaragis is clocked out.
Yeah. Well, everybody just gets up in an uproar. And that is where we're going to effectively leave this story for now. That's a fine place to leave it, because oddly enough, Zoltan just brought them exactly what they were yelling at Agaragis for not bringing them.
I got your bag, twin.
Yeah. He just brought them the hourglass. So that's a fine enough cliffhanger to leave this on. That just leaves us Mindock for tonight's session and the closing of Season 2. Mindock. You are like facing off against some unknown wizard, some practicer of the weave, of the arts, who is basically just told you that he wants to have a conversation with you, but if you really want to throw down, he's going to kill Makembe and Summer first. He says, so, shall we have a civil conversation, Mindock? Or do I need to execute these two to show you I mean business?
You highly overestimate their relevance to me. With that said, I'm not supposed to talk.
Says, isn't that strange? That I would underestimate their relevance to you. And that brings me to my point, Mindoc. I need them to be relevant to you. I need you to be better.
While he's talking, I want to be casting like spells pretty much the entire time.
Right.
Firstly, Foresight, which is the one that sort of like warns me of any incoming danger and like how to avoid it, like the 9th level one.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mind Blank.
Fair enough. Says this. It is all a bit melodramatic. I know. I am not unaware of the struggles and the trials it takes to put forth the effort. Nobody knows better than I do. But that is precisely the point that I'm making. Is that it's not really about them. Any emotions to them. I just need you to be better than the rest of us. And what you are poking your nose into right now, the further you go, the greater chance you are going to be had of being seen. And I do not want that.
You would have one of my abilities simply put a blindfold on and allow whatever enemy chooses to attack their allies have free reign to do so. Unopposed, unknown.
If you are implying that I am one of your enemies, then you are mistaken.
No, I rather mean that I don't see any potential downside to gathering information on the source of a threat to myself. Nor do I understand why you care.
I care because I cannot have that enemy that you are speaking so blatantly about out in the open. I cannot have that enemy actually come to realize that you exist. Not you.
One of them already seemed to know me. Are you aware of this?
I have already played damage control on that. Fortunately, prejudices run deep with such beings, and one elf can look like all elves. You gotta love bigotry at times. Fortunately, it never really learned your name.
Then, there's only really one other big question. Why do you know me?
He ponders that for a minute and kind of mulls over, thinking to himself, sort of, And in case you're gonna try it, just so you know, he's got mind blank as well, like just kind of running, you know.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
is it? Yeah, I was gonna ask if Greater Arcane Sight is still going.
Oh sure, you can definitely see that this dude is you know, you know,
Are there any other wards or protections?
wards or protections.
Like, basically, has it caused anything else in the area other than the cages and Mind Blank?
There is faint traces of, of teleportation. But
Alright.
if you're curious as to whether or not he's put any kind of traps or casted much of anything else, not as of yet.
Mantis. Well, anticipating him talking, oh, never mind. That will take a bit too long. No, I don't. Just keeps listening for the moment.
Says, I care because well, to quote what you would say to somebody who is with child, you're eating for more than just one on this little endeavor you have found yourself on. And there are some who have gone through great pains to ensure that your presence is here.
So you believe I'm being led into something? By forces unknown?
Well, I know the forces, and he just kind of chuckles at that. He says, but however, all I did was expedite your involvement. Because one way or another, you were going to be involved anyways, especially if this fails. You were just another in line.
You sound as though you are either looking for something and being very coy about it, or trying to be helpful, but refusing to inform me of anything directly.
Looking, no. Coy, yes. And that's because I can't afford to tell you much more. Not yet. Not if the rules of engagement are still going to apply, which they always do. But unless you know, then the rules of engagement cannot hold. The second you understand too much, then I would be forced to beat you down to my will, just like I have so many other times. 2 others, per se, to ensure that I'm still the one holding the reins. Because I am the only one with a plan. A plan that'll work, anyways.
So, you come with all your vagueness, and I don't find myself in a position where doing anything drastic suits me. What is your point here? Get to it then.
You've asked too many questions. And the more you dig into this realm of chaos, the more somebody is going to hear and I can't have them hear you. Not yet. It is my hope that by the time they realize you exist, we shall say, it'll be too late. And there won't be much they can do about it. So until then, I need you to hide. Fortunately, these two, and he motions at them just kind of nonchalantly, you could tell they mean just as little to him as they do to you, really. You know what I'm saying? Like, live or die, killing them would be nothing to him, and letting them live means equally nothing to him, Says, but however, these two have offered me the perfect hiding place for you. The perfect little task that I can set you upon that, by the time you return, enough time should have gone by that, you will have slipped from the minds of others, especially if what I set forth works.
You yourself are using the same divination interference that I'm currently using. You should know it doesn't allow for scrying. What is it you fear could find me? As long as I were to keep this up, along with similar measures.
That which knows how to untangle the weave and rewrite it to where our practices mean absolutely nothing to it. You and I have to follow a set of core rules and values when practicing our arts. But there are things that exist, Mind Doc, that do not abide by the same rules and laws that you and I have to. But given time, it is my hope that we, together, can figure out how to manipulate it in the same sort of way. If they wanted to right now, if they knew we were talking, they would bypass our blockades, much like a child kicks an ant out of its way, and see us. It's just lucky for you, I am still trusted enough that I don't have too many eyes on me at all times.
So you have a task for me.
I do.
And I'm to believe this isn't some grand distraction.
He says, oh no, it's a distraction. I would never dare lie to you. It's a distraction for you, but more importantly, a distraction for them. Once you are adequately out of sight, you will eventually be out of mind.
You give me very little guarantee of your good faith.
He says, here. And he pulls out a ring and tosses it to you.
I suppose with arcane sight, can I see anything on it?
It's magical. I mean, it's just a magical ring. It's it fluctuates in the way it glows in its magic. At times, it's almost corrupt, but at other times, it glows with like a more celestial glow that overpowers the corruption.
Any discernible effects?
It is a communication ring.
So you give me a device that could just as easily be allowing others to listen in on me.
He goes, no, once upon a time perhaps, but there are others who are on our side, greater than I and yourself at this moment, that are working in conjunction with us, even though they rather not associate themselves with us. They are aware of our involvement, but because of how precarious this whole thing is, they will not contact us directly, but you can be sure that that ring is safe. I would not use it until it begins to speak. There are things going on right now, Mind Doc, with the others in your group. They are all scattered to the far winds, and none of them can get to you.
They're safe.
They are not, but if history has anything to say for itself, it will say that they have always been, and every time, resilient, even up to failure. And they have failed way too many times to let this time just be yet another failure. But be sure that when they call, you will hear it. I have given that ring specific instructions to notify you when it is safe.
So, you don't want me to cast anything on it that would interfere with any connections it might have to anyone that may be listening in, or...
You won't
It all seems rather convenient.
Well, convenience is the name of the game at this point. Rest assured that there are some who are already breaking rules that they shouldn't be to interfere with that ring to ensure that that ring is safe. I dare not say their name either. But I can tell you this. I met them a long time ago, and they were pure magic. And I trust them incomplicitly. And I can assure you, if I trust them, you can trust them.
I suppose we will see. Well, on this task, will I have time to wrap up my business here?
I will release the two, and what you shall do is you shall agree to help them. If you agree to my terms, that is. Far be it from me to just tell you what to do. But if you are wise, you will listen to me and allow me to continue to take the reins on this.
And there's nothing else you can do to better explain the situation that we apparently share some kind of a stake in.
All will be revealed in due time. Especially when you reach the jammer. But that is still Arc 6. No, that is still far off. That is still a ways away. But
I don't find myself agreeing with your definition of wisdom, but fine.
Well,
Let
that
us
makes
see where
sense.
this goes.
That makes sense. If I were you and you were me, and he kind of chuckles at that, says, I wouldn't agree with my wisdom either. But what I can tell you is when I release these two, inform them that you will help them now and drop this thing in limbo. And he kind of clenches his teeth a little bit and goes shh, 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 and listens for a moment. Just drop it and let it go for now. Have your skull Crowley look more into it. He is an interesting individual, and I'll admit, I did not see him playing a part in all of this. He was a variable that not even I could have anticipated in it. I'll be honest, he scares me a little. I could have benefited from his tutelage myself at one point in time. But things work differently. For some, I suppose. Regardless, just inform them that you will help them now in their task. And then with your ability, with the craft, go to each elemental plane and beseech the prime elementals for their ring. But do not go to the elemental plane of fire just yet. For they are not ready. They are going to have to effectively die first. And that sounds extremely vague, I know, but there is no really other way to explain it. Their weird has to die first. But you can get the rings from the other three.
If your intentions in all this are in fact aligned with mine, and of such a selfless nature as you seem to present, then you'll forgive this little test. I'm going to cast Binding on him.
And remind me, exactly what does Binding do? Like, exactly what Binding does.
Yeah. So, this is the one that sealed that demon in the bottle. So, his magical constraints to... Oh, okay, I don't really need the flavor text. Maybe 6 versions? Any of the 3. Alright, 6 versions, choose one. I will be doing specifically that same one, Minimus Containment, where they're shrunk to 1 inch or less, held within a jar. The save is reduced by 4. So it's essentially a will saving throw that, if failed, kind of traps them into the jar, helpless.
So if he fails it, he's trapped in the jar. But if he doesn't, it's like it just doesn't work. Is really what it does.
Pretty much. I'm just quickly checking if there's any more conditions. True condition ends. Okay. Using any of the first 2 versions of Binding. Right. Alright, Simply to improve your costume. Yeah, it's pretty much just a save or suck in that regard.
Yeah. And if he does fail it, right, and he's stuck in the jar, his magic is just useless.
Hang on. Number equal to 130. Spell. Name identity. Your costume. Costume design. So it's one of those ones that just has a really fucking long description, so I'm just making sure.
No, I understand. The only reason why I'm asking is because I'm weighing out his options right now, depending on
For sure.
Depending on what it all, you know what I mean, will determine what he has to do, if that makes any sense.
That's initial saving throw only if. Oh, I'm sure they are. Okay. As many assistants.
He goes, oh, I'm like, oh no, never mind.
No, it's like it sounded. It was saying the target only gets an initial saving throw. And I was like, oh, that sounds like a big deal, but no, it's only if its hit dice is equal to at least one half of your caster level. I would assume that this individual has more than 10 hit dice. But, that aside. Yeah, it doesn't...
Yeah, it doesn't render his magic effect, or, like, useless. He's just trapped.
Well, the thing is, a lot of them, the other options, like a lot of the options would, right? Mm-hmm. And so I feel like the implication of this one does, but like I can just pick another and it would actually be easier, but it's also a bit less.
Well, I'm not entirely
what I'll do
about it.
Is I'll go with I'm just gonna go with slumber instead, which is this version causes the subject to become comatose for as long as 1 year per caster level. Subject does not need to eat or drink while slumbering, nor does it age. Is more difficult to cast than spells. Reduce the spell saving DC. Okay, so yeah, that one would, I suppose, because they are unconscious.
Yeah. Oh no, that's fine. Just out of curiosity about something, because you're using slumber on him, correct?
Well, it's binding, and then there's like a list of
different things you could do.
And just one of them's called slumber. Slumber's not the spell.
Yeah, but it's binding, but it does slumber on him. That's
Slumber's just what they've named this particular option within binding, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, you can do that. However, the funny thing about elven racial traits, and it is extremely like vague here in this racial traits, but it says that they are immune to sleeping spell effects. They are just completely immune. And so I don't think slumber is a good one to do to him. I'm just telling you right now because I feel like MindDoc would know that wouldn't naturally work on this. Well, actually, no, because you don't actually know. So this would be a neat test. Actually, MindDoc doesn't actually know. So doing this to him and seeing that it doesn't work on him would tell you something. Would actually tell you something.
May I make the argument that it says comatose? And I doubt elves being immune to sleeping spells prevents them from, like, say being hit over the head and put into like a coma, for example.
No, it says immunity to magic sleep effects. Magic sleep effects.
Alright.
Yeah.
If I can't change it because of I wouldn't know that in character, then yeah, I mean, that's what I'll have to do.
Yeah, so like you just cast it on him and it doesn't seem to even take. He's aware, but what? Two things you notice though, right? Because he's aware. He's aware you just cast a magic on him, right? He has to be. You have to know that he'd be aware of this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Two things do happen though. One, you notice he makes no attempt to even try to avoid it. He lets it happen, right? which is interesting because then that leads to the next thing that up until now you could not tell. It has no effect on him anyways, which tells you he's elven of some type.
Could be fluke.
Because
I will then try.
Because even half elves, even half elves have this ability. Even half elves.
You mean half humans?
Fair enough. Excuse me.
But,
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. Then, same thing in this case where Eric sees this is like, okay, well, it didn't actually do anything, so this could be inherent, and I'm going to try dominate monster instead. But that's effectively dominate person, just at 9th level. Which will negate sort of a deal.
Oh, okay. So just a will save?
Necessary.
What's the DC on that?
That would be level 9, so this would be 27.
Well, he beat it.
I don't think so.
Like, yeah, you, so now you know that one thing, so now you know a few things about him. You know, this you can see he actively, like, shrugs off, though, this time. He's like, No, that I can't abide by, he says. He goes, how long are we going to test me?
This is adequate.
And his voice
I understand how it.
His voice on that last part did have a bit of an edge to it, though. You know what I mean?
Right.
He almost seems annoyed now.
This is adequate. I believe I understand our position a bit better now. If you insist, this doesn't necessarily run contrary to my own intentions, anyways.
Says, just accomplish this minor task that I have set out for you, and it will buy us time. Plain and simple. We don't need to go through any more frivolous debate on the matter. It was gonna... This... Any motions, like, from himself to you, back to himself. This interaction was going to happen eventually anyways. I would have just preferred it on a I would have just preferred different circumstances behind it, where I could have been a little bit more forthcoming with the information. Regardless of all that, though, that is just a bunch of melodrama that I don't have time nor the patience to even worry about.
This is preferable.
What would have been preferable is if things could have gone my way, but you are the outlier to the plan. The one thing that I can't entirely anticipate, because it is the one thing that I have yet to have beheld. That's why I needed to introduce it.
Any other relevant insights, or shall I get on with this?
He turns and, instead of just like vanishing out of sight with a teleportation, he bothers to open up a portal. You know? And inside that portal, you can see on the other side, there's like a street there, like a cobblestone street, and very alien looking architecture. I mean, it is alien looking. You know, you're not even sure if you can identify the metal, you know, of some of the tops of these buildings and just whatever kind of mineral they use to create it, you know. And before, huh?
Sorry, I just happen to have something prepared. I want to try analyze portal on it, if there's time.
He
I believe. Oh, never mind. It takes one. Yeah. Okay, it takes 1 minute anyway, so he'd probably be gone by then.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna say this particular character. It will sound like cheatsy, but I was gonna say this particular character would know that you per se would try something like that and would counterspell it and be like, "Don't do that." He would warn you, don't do that. Let me have my secrets. It's for your own good. But instead, he just goes to walk through the portal and he stops and he says, "Yes, you seem to see me as some altruistic figure working towards the benefit of all the material plane, of all of existence, for that matter, because that's really what's on the line here. And I want to tell you that no. I am strictly working for the benefit of me. And I guess in a weird sort of way, by proxy, for you. Regardless, I am far, far colder than you are at this stage of the game. And that's what I mean when I first said to you, I need you to be better. Not just better than me, but better than all of us. I need you to somehow find it in yourself to care about, and he turns and just kind of looks at Makembe and Summer once more in their trapped cages. He goes, about them, I guess. Them. I need you to find a way to care about their kind. If you can. If you can. If you can somehow do what none of the rest of us could. That will guarantee more than anything victory, I think. And then he steps through the portal, and the second he does, your time stop should be wearing down by this point.
Oh, definitely. Well and truly over.
And their cubes vanish. But because of the circumstances behind the cube, they have no idea that it just happened to them, And Makembe doesn't even lose a step in his speech. He's like, we are utterly and completely just in dire straits here. And I have no idea how we are going to, and then he notices like something's different. Like you're kind of standing in a different position and just things seem off, and he goes, What just happened?
Were I to explain, you would find yourself no more aware than presently. Rest assured, it presents no threat to you.
I see, I guess?
If it is of any reassurance to at all better understand, it was necessary for me to take arcane measures to assure I wasn't under threat when that book of yours burned up in my hands. All seems well, though.
Says, I see. Well, I can't help but feel like there's a deeper game afoot here, Mind Doc, but I learned a long time ago that there are forces in our world and our reality that are greater than myself. And I guess if I walk away still breathing, then there's not much left for me to question. Says, with that said, yes, when my pupils finally perish, I myself will lose the grasp, as tenuous as it's become, on the elements myself, and I myself don't know what will happen to me or this temple, but it's not really about me, it's about them. I could not have known when I allowed them to have my elemental essence that this would happen to them and that they may perish as a result of my foolishness. And if I'm honest with you, I have no idea what I can do to save them.
You're right. This may be beyond you. I, however, might be able to do something about it. I can only see.
Says I wouldn't want to bother you with our problems. I'm sure you're a busy man who has things he needs to attend to. I don't know why you would want to help us.
Let us not waste time with false pretense. I am quite aware that you would prefer your people saved than me be mildly inconvenienced. Is there anything you know that could aid in this matter? If not, I shall begin seeking out my own channels.
He says, well, I know that the elemental planes are tied to the material plane. It's those planes that feed into the material plane that gives us our seasons. And the seasons are loosely tied, nay, they are the very essence of the elements. And if
I see.
And I honestly, that's where my knowledge really ends, other than something has happened here on the material plane that is cut us off from the elemental planes. And as such, my ability is dying, and because my ability is dying, my pupils are dying. The only one so far that has managed to stay healthy is Summer here, which can only lead me to believe that the connection to the elemental plane of fire still exists. But that is not good, because once the season that represents fire, which we call summer here, if that rolls around again before the other elements have replenished themselves, our world will burn regardless, and we will all be dead then. There'll be no wind to cool us, no water to quench our thirst. You know? No Terran to rebirth.
I believe I understand. Well, who can say why it is that this shift has occurred? But I have channels through which I can find information. Perhaps it will be revealed to me.
He walks up to you, Mindoc, and strangely, and you don't know why, but you get this like weird sense of deja vu, and you don't really know why. He just hugs you. He says, "Thank you, brother." I truly believe that Bahamut has sent you to us in our time of need. And then he lets you go.
Minoc just sort of stood there, like the exact same as he was before, and then just kind of doesn't really react afterwards. Well, I will need to. I might as well hold up my end of a bargain I've made and find your friend I brought here, as they desire to go back to where I brought them from.
He says, of course.
It also happens to be a place where I might find more information on this. We'll see what I can do. And Jeff just gets up to walk out, unless anything else is said.
He doesn't. He just waves goodbye to you and he says, "Take care." And he looks to Summer and he says, "I told you. Faith." And he walks off.
And with that, I will cast Apocalypse from the Sky. No, I'm kidding.
I will burn it all down.
But I will find somewhere quiet to scry for this dude so I can go retrieve him.
Oh yeah. What is his name? You know what? I forgot his name too, if I'm being honest with you. So
Damn.
I completely understand.
That's good. I'm excused.
No, his name is Onye.
No.
Onye.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
No. Right.
Yeah.
Now I have no excuse. Oh.
Yeah. So you begin to scry for Onye so you can go pick him up and begin this new task that has been set before you by this mysterious stranger.
No need to piss off a good library.
Yeah. And that effectively is where we're going to leave your story for the end of this season. And it's not only the end of this season, but it is effectively the end of Arc 4 of our campaign. We will be beginning Arc 5 this next season. We are going to, and I don't know how many people are still with us, how many players are still with us, because I know it is late. It is almost 5 in the morning. It was not my intention for it to get this late, guys. I really did want to try and blast through this a little faster so it wouldn't be so late, but I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really did try.
It is what it is.
I was moving at a fast pace in the beginning, and then I did kind of slow down because I myself got a little tired. I know I have left everybody. I know I have left everybody on cliffhangers, and that's tough because we have been playing these characters for 10 years, and it is tough to do that. But I promise you this, that things will be resolved. And when we come back to these guys, it will be, I promise you, I have not left you guys in any situation where you're just dead. You know what I mean? I promise you this. There are big,
I don't know about that.
there are big revelations to be had. With that said, though, that doesn't necessarily mean this session is over entirely. Oh no. I take us a week forward into time now. What has happened to you all? Who can say at this point? But in a week's time, the inglorious few have once again vanished. Nobody knows where any of you all are.
Oh, Sebastian's gonna be pissed.
Well,
Yeah.
it's funny that you should mention Sebastian, actually. Because that's exactly who we catch up with at this moment. You see one Sebastian Roy sitting at a table with Solar sitting on his shoulder, contemplating on what he should do. Because he has no idea on how to get a hold of any of you. Because Android disappeared about a week ago. Anyways. You guys, but Android disappeared about a week ago. And, honestly, so did everybody else. And it is so odd. Because so has everybody else. And he has no way of finding any of you. And strangely enough, neither does Solar. And so you see a very distraught Sebastian sitting there wondering, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? And Solar's just sitting on his shoulder. And Solar is just being extremely quiet in deep contemplation. And Sebastian says, okay. All of the lords of this house have vanished. We don't have a single one of them left except Hargrow. So Hargrow is effectively, and he just kind of chokes back, like he looks like he's choking back bile in his throat, like he just puked in his mouth a little bit. He's like, But Hargrow, I guess, is effectively going to have to become the de facto lord of this house if this house is going to survive. And we're going to have to come up with some kind of excuse why everybody disappeared. He's like, I'll have to come up with some reason why Android's not here. And Solar says, well, we did see that the energy blasting forth from those enemies was headed east. You can always say Android, being the champion of justice he is, headed east to go and make sure this never happens again. Sebastian says, yes, that's exactly what he would do. Yes. He says, so I guess what I'm going to have to do then is okay, a rebranding. Yes, because our inglorious few are such virtuous people. We are going to open up auditions for other adventurers to join our group, because of course they would. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they, right? Solar just kind of shrugs. I mean, I guess. I don't really know where you're going with this. And he says, yes, a rebranding. Come one, come all. Have an opportunity of a lifetime to become a part and affiliated with the legendary and glorious few. Become members of their group. Venture out, venture forward, and protect the lands in their absence while they set out to save our nation of Whitesword from these mysterious attackers. And until then, these new heroes will serve in their stead. These new and glorious few. Solar says, new and glorious few? That doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? And Sebastian says, well, you're right. We need a rebranding. Because we will not be few anymore. We are no longer inglorious. Nay, our deeds speak for themselves. We are now glorious. And so forth, have a chance to become one of the many. One of the glorious many. Solar says, yeah, I think that'll work. And he goes, all right, I'll make up flyers and posters, and we'll give these one-shots a chance to to do something. I don't know what, but just hold the public's attention long enough until we can figure out if our inglorious few are dead. Solar says, "Oh, don't say that." Sebastian says, all right, I'll make the flyers for it's time for the glorious mini to rise." And the picture fades out. So the next arc will involve these new adventurers who will be trying out to become a part of the new rebranded Glorious Mini. These one-shots, if you will. We will get together with, you guys. I will get together with each of you, and we will hash out the details and get them finished. And so we're going to be taking a little bit of time off from doing another full-blown session for the start of Arc 5. But we will get together, we will hash out the details, and then we will do your Session 0 one-on-one with each other. And what I'm going to do for the audience at home is I'm going to take these Session 0s and I am going to record them, and then I'm going to just put them on the Patreon for free. Just anybody interested in hearing it, go to the Patreon and catch these Session 0s for completely free on the Patreon. And yeah, if you want to help, should you want to help support this channel, feel free to join the Patreon then. But I mean, no strings attached. You still get the Session 0s. So, yeah. And we are also, in this time while we take the break, I know Android's loading up his journal sessions for the Lord Android for Risen journal sessions. And we are also going to have the campfire sessions that will date all the way back to Arc 2 of our adventures, long before we were recording these sessions, of when Mindoc and Uquill first met each other and the conversations they would have by the campfire with one another, back when Uquill was a little bit more rough and tumble and Mindoc was a little bit more Mindoc, I guess you could say, and them just discussing their different points of views and just the different kinds of hijinks they had. And I think that will help people also better understand why Uquill views Mindoc the way he does now. Because, there eventually was a betrayal there. But and all that's going to be free on the Patreon. So that's free for any of the audience who wants to come and just check out the Patreon. And like I said, if you want to help support the channel, well then join. I mean, it's like $5. I don't have different tiers or anything. It's just $5. So any thoughts and prayers, you guys?
Just for the best.
Yeah, just for the best.
The rebrand is flawed.
Yeah, the rebrand.
Yes. Of course.
Of course it is. It wouldn't be the Inglorious Few if it wasn't flawed. That's the whole point.
Yeah, do we think about anything that we do?
No. And for one thing, and you're also having to take into account, this is Sebastian just trying to think on the fly on how he's going to save House for Risen. Wow, you guys have all just boop. So there you go.
I just can't wait for the first of the glorious many to be just the most calm that they could fucking find.
You are, but that's the thing. You're not the glorious mini yet. This is the trial run. This is your interview. But yeah, we will But I want to thank Dem Ol'School Gamers for joining me on what is an exceptionally long session tonight for the end of season 2. And I want to and thank you guys for letting me DM for you yet another session and leaving you all on such freaking in such limbo. But let's not say that too out loud because, you know, there are people listening.
Right.
There are beings listening. And if they hear us, but yeah, then that mysterious figure's whole plan has gone to crap. But yeah, let's you know, we will come back together for, you know, the beginning of season 3 in Arc 5. We're finally there, y'all. Arc 5. I think it took us 2 years to get out of Arc 4. So here we go. Arc 5, y'all. And we will come back to you Golden Wonders, you audience at home. Thank you for joining us again on yet another session. This one is long, so I understand if you have to step away and come back after a while, but I just want to thank you for joining us, you know, and be looking out for this next season to come out, and Arc 5. Yeah. Y'all, yeah. That's pretty much all I got to say about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say goodnight, everybody.
Adios.
No.
Oh man, I left Sebastian's picture on the dang old thing. We're all closing out to Sebastian's mug, just staring at everybody. So
Nice.
So judgmental, like. Nah.